All right, give me a moment. I'm going to be live momentarily. I'm setting up the other live stream. So for any folks that are here already, give me a moment. This usually happens. It'll take a couple minutes to uh, set up the vertical. This is better yet, the horizontal feed. So give me a brief moment and I'll have everything set up. We have to let YouTube know that our live streams are not for kids and all this other bullshit that they have to ask. So, oddly enough, TikTok doesn't even ask that. They don't ask you if your live stream is something that kids can watch, which probably is the reason why TikTok censors and bans a little bit more than YouTube. So, we'll see. Nevertheless, we're going to go ahead and have this party. I think most of us, a lot of us at least, are going to be off either tomorrow and New Year's Day, or at the very least New Year's Day. So hopefully many of you folks are not going to be working for another couple of days, similar to the Christmas weekend. I am included in that. Nevertheless, we are here. It is your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, starting the live in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Good evening to all of you folks that are tuned in on all three streams. We got a couple of things to talk about. Now, make no mistake about it, the liberals want to stoke division among the Trump camp. They're trying to pit Elon Musk against President Trump and vice versa. So many are suggesting that, listen, the Trump camp, the Trump administration is going to be going strong, and there is no issue with the camps being divided. However, there is today there is more information to bring to you folks. And I'm trying to figure out why the hell my video on TikTok is not mirroring. That's really weird. Okay, anyhow, so there is more that's come out today. Now, you guys know already that over the weekend, Elon Musk and Steve Bannon was going back and forth. And that's in addition to Elon stating things that at first did not quite seem like something Trump was on par with, but Trump has jumped on the same ship as Elon. So it seems like Trump and Elon are in sync. But then Elon Musk is going back and forth against Steve Bannon is going back and forth against Elon. So Steve Bannon and Elon Musk seem to have had a rift, with Elon Musk actually going to social media and telling Steve Bannon to fuck himself in the face. So this is not something where the liberals are making that up. It is indeed a riffraff between Elon and Steve Bannon. But here is more information. Now, this is something new. In addition to Elon and Steve Bannon going back and forth. Now, we know President Trump is about to become our commander-in-chief in only 3 weeks. Only 3 weeks to go. So we'll have a new administration in only 3 weeks. Well, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is in the news. Now, there are folks who do not believe Mike Johnson is a sufficient speaker and he needs to step down. Now, keep in mind, you need a speaker in place when Trump is put in to certify the election. So I said Elon Musk and Steve Bannon were going back and forth. However, here's something that was released today. Trump is favoring Mike Johnson. He's favoring Mike Johnson for another term, and boom, there you would go. But you can only miss one vote. I think the Republicans can only miss one vote in regards to putting Mike Johnson back in as speaker. If he fails, like I said, there won't be anybody around to certify Trump's election. They need Congress to do that. Well, I want you to hear this. This is indeed more Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is starting. Now, Steve Bannon, I don't think he's officially on Trump's administration, but we all know he's one of Trump's right-hand men.
And then we get to Washington, D.C., the imperial capital. And here's it's not about any one person. Clearly, Johnson's not up to the task. He's got to go. right? He's got to go. So
now, real quick, I'm going to rewind it for a second. He's talking about Speaker Mike Johnson. He's talking about Mike Johnson. Remember, if Johnson is not in there, this could delay Trump's certification. Trump has stated today that he favors Mike Johnson serving another term. So Trump is on board with Mike Johnson. But as you can clearly hear, Steve Bannon doesn't sound like he is. Now, remember, as I just stated, Steve Bannon just had a back and forth with Elon Musk 2-3 days ago, with Elon Musk telling him to fuck himself in the face and him referring to Elon Musk as a juvenile. But once again, here is Steve Bannon. I'll play the whole thing. Now, this is Elon Musk talking about Speaker Mike Johnson, who Trump wants to be reelected.
Against Trump winning in 20. Clearly,
okay, here we go.
Capital. And here's the, it's not about any one person. Clearly, Johnson's not up to the task. He's got to go, right? He's got to go. Should Johnson be Speaker of the House? President Trump, these are your people. It's not just Johnson. Clearly, he has to go. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have what we call the right stuff. Right, that combination of guts and moxie and savvy and toughness. What is the strength of our movement? It's resilience. What does Trump admire most? It's resilience. You can punch Maga in the face and they're going to get up off the canvas and they're going to punch you back 3 times harder. This is what we've done.
So what the hell is going on in the MAGA camp? And by the way, I know for you TikTok viewers, I had to the parameter set to sub only chat, but I actually opened that up. I don't know why it was set that way, but anybody can respond in the chat. You don't have to be a subscriber. But what is going on in the Trump camp? Now, I'm willing to admit the liberals are salivating and always looking for a way to stoke division among President Trump and his administration. But it's a big difference between stoking division and what clearly looks like division right before you. This isn't the liberals stoking this, folks. The liberals didn't make Elon Musk get on X and tell Steve Bannon to fuck himself in the face. The video I'm playing for you now with Steve Bannon saying that Speaker Mike Johnson needs to go, this is 6 days ago. This is 6 days ago. So understand at this point, even though I am totally willing to admit the liberals are trying to divide up the Trump camp, this stuff here is not coming from the liberals. It's not coming from a reporter. It's not coming from CNN or MSNBC. You're watching them on screen. You're seeing them on social media on their own platforms, battling among each other. Keep in mind, Trump is not even in office yet. He is not even the official president yet. And Steve Bannon, Elon, somebody has to go apparently. Mike Johnson, all of these are Republicans, well-respected Republicans. Big clash, big clash. So we're going to talk about that, obviously. What the hell is going on among MAGA? As always, we always let you know we have more than one topic, and today is no exception to that. I don't know why TikTok is not letting me mirror the live. I see Tino says the snake is eating itself. Wow. So in addition to that whole division issue, you see the live stream is titled Trump's America. Now, some folks are going to say this is an extreme. I get it, but make no mistake about it. This came once again, apparently from a Trump supporter. This guy's name is Patrick Ethan Thomas. Now, I made a video of him earlier, and I got folks in the comments on the video not being favorable to the fact that I made this video. But Patrick Ethan Thomas is a 39-year-old man in Colorado. He approached a television news reporter demanding that news reporter prove he had the legal right to be in America. Now, the television news reporter fled the scene, and this Patrick Ethan Thomas chased him some 40 miles. catching up to him at the news station, telling him, I am a U.S. Marine and I took an oath to defend this country against people like you. He ultimately put the news reporter in a headlock. He's been charged with assault, tried to strangle him, according to authorities, and been charged with bias. Now, bias, I don't know what the hell that is. In my opinion, it sounds like Colorado's more spiffy way of referring to a hate crime. But they charged him with bias. I don't know what bias means, but that's what it sounds like. I do have photos of the reporter. He does look Hispanic. I didn't get the actual name because that's not really going to be the story here. But what I want to ask you folks is, do you think this could be a trend? Do you think that we could find ourselves in an America where some of us are approaching other ones of us and demanding they prove they have a legitimate right to be here? Is that something that could take on, or do you think this is a one-off incident and you won't see any more of this? I am a Marine and I took an oath to defend this country against people like you. Is that a one-off? Or are we looking at something that could be said? Now, keep in mind, before I go to the box in the comments, I'll do that momentarily. This could get very dark, folks. A lot of Americans carry for self-protection. And I'll tell you from my humble opinion, this sounds a hell of a lot like the Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman story. Now, George Zimmerman was found not guilty, so I'm not going to go into that. We're not here to debate that story. But I'm bringing it up because George Zimmerman, he chased Trayvon Martin off into the night because he thought he was a criminal. And so just like in this case, this guy is thinking that this individual is in America in a criminal manner. He's undocumented. He's an illegal immigrant, perhaps. So what I'm asking is, if he approaches if the individual approaches the reporter, he's thinking this person may be a criminal immigrant. The immigrant don't know who the hell this guy is. He's thinking this guy may be harmful to me. I'm asking this simple question. How could you not see this going really south in some way, fashion, or form? A lot of us Americans carry firearms to protect ourselves. You got somebody approaching you that think you're up to no good. How's that conversation going to go? Keep in mind, in the Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman case, George Zimmerman thought Trayvon Martin was a criminal, chased him down in the middle of the night. And if we go by what George Zimmerman said, Trayvon Martin just became violent and he had to take his life in self-defense. Is it true? We don't know. George Zimmerman's the only one still living. Well, in this case, you could end up having American citizens standing over the deceased body of other citizens saying, hey, I had to take him out in self-defense. I just wanted to find out if he was a citizen, and he got violent. Similar to what Trayvon Martin's case. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't a thief, and he got violent. Could go a lot of dark ways, folks. So I want to ask, do you think that this is a one-off, or could this actually become some sort of awful trend? So going straight to the comments, this is going to be state sanctioned soon, Tim. I hope you're wrong, Tino. I really hope you. That's frightening. That's frightening. By the way, folks, as always, before I get to taking calls, you know I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. I always give that spiel. We believe in free speech here. We don't block, ban, or censor them. We go left to Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with Q. Share the live, tap the screen. It helps out the FYP. I always ask you folks to do that. So feel free to tap the screen, share the live, going straight to the box. I really hope it ain't going to be state sanctioned, as one of my viewers said. Going to the box, one of my subscribers, Mike, good evening. Welcome to the program. Now, approaching somebody and demanding they show you evidence that they belong in this country. What say you?
Well, you already know what I say, but I'll say it anyway. It's bullshit. It's going to get people hurt. It's going to end up getting people unalive. Period. End of discussion. That Johnny 11, I know chasing somebody for 40 miles is wild, right? When you know who you're speaking to, when you know how to incite people with their own hate and bigotry, and you do it, you're the worst. You're the worst of the worst. I'm not saying you, Johnny. I'm saying Trump and the man that you support. It's the worst of the worst because people are moved by your words and by your rhetoric, and we're seeing it. And it's not the first time. It's not the first time that this has ever happened, Tim.
Yeah.
We're all.
And by the way, since you mentioned Trump and this, I forgot to mention to the folks that he did tell the reporter this is Trump's America now when he caught up with him. So he did use that phrase.
Right. And so now, so if people that support Trump thinks that this is crazy behavior, then what they should do is support that by speaking out.
That's an interesting point because I've been watching it. I haven't heard anyone on the right speaking out and saying anything about this.
Of course. When have they ever said that's not right? That is not what we represent. See, when they say we're taken out of context, they don't want to accept the context.
Well, wait a minute, though. I gotta defend the Trump side a little bit. The ones I speak to, and body snatcher, yeah, appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you. I will say the ones that I've talked to do admit that this is wrong. It's just they're saying this is a one-off. Don't make it sound like this is going to happen all over the place. And in right-wing media, for the most part, for instance, if an immigrant had done something, it gets tons of coverage. This is getting not even a smidgen of the coverage of an immigrant committing if an immigrant commits a violent act against an American, it gets 1,000 times more coverage on right-wing media than an American committing a crime against an immigrant.
100%. So when they say it's wrong, Tim, it's just for the sake of the conversation, because in the same regard, they can take Lake and Riley, one incident, and make it a movement. You understand what I'm telling you? So they can say that, but their actions don't support it. Their actions have never supported it, Tim. Here's the thing. This incident is so wrong, but if there were protests in that city because of that, then the protesters would be considered violent. The protesters would be the ones that are vilified, not the actions put in place by the Trump administration in this hatred movement.
So you do see Trump as responsible for this guy demanding another citizen prove he had paperwork to be here.
100%. And I can support that position by going back in history and looking at everyone that has been convicted of a crime, not even convicted, charged, or put on media by a crime. Rittenhour. He just called the guy on the subway a hero, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Rittenhour, a hero. Didn't he invite him to the White House? Wait.
You talking about the guy on the subway? What the hell was that guy named?
Daniel whatever.
Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny.
Yeah. He's an American hero.
Yeah. Well, Trump actually invited him. Trump and Mike Pence, not Mike Pence, J.D. Vance, rather. Trump and J.D. Vance had him out at the Army-Navy game.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. So I'm supporting my position by their actions, and I've been saying it. And when you do that, what you're telling them is it's okay. When you say you're going to pardon J6 people that have been convicted, when you say you're going to pardon them, which is an oxymoron to their argument, because they said that they
didn't do anything wrong.
They didn't do anything wrong, but they were Antifa and BLM. But it makes no sense. You understand what I'm saying about their argument?
Yeah, I get your point. And for folks who don't understand what you're saying, what you're basically saying is you said it's Antifa, which is not part of your environment, but then you're making songs with them. You're saying you're pardoning them. You're saying it's a love fest. Do you really think that way of Antifa, or is it MAGA? But at the time, it was more valuable to call them Antifa. I get your point.
Exactly, and they're not saying it to us. They're not saying it to convince me. They're not saying it to convince you. They're saying it to convince the people that they believe can be manipulated to just follow them blindly. That's the sad. They're not saying it for us.
So can you see something like this guy? What the hell is his name? Patrick Ethan Thomas. He was a 39-year-old. Can you see this happening more often?
100%, especially when the Trump administration supports it. They never vilify any of it. There were good people on both sides, right? I mean, you got to go back. This stuff is not new. And the more they say it, the more they get emboldened, the more they get empowered, the more they continue to say it. And it's going to come to a head, Tim, because that guy that drove to the station, the next person won't drive anywhere.
Mm.
You understand
what are you indicating? Fuck around and find out?
A FAFO all day long.
Wow.
And here's the thing. And the sad part is, like, and I told you, I thought the same way about the young lady that got unalived in the Capitol. Yep, she that was a FAFO moment. I don't think
you're talking about Ashley Babbitt.
Choice. Yes, but I'm saying that, but not for their actions of riling up the base. None of those people are there acting in that manner if they didn't feel like they were doing it.
Yeah.
Behind Trump, that's just a fact. That's not an opinion.
My issue with, I don't want to get too deep into January 6th, but my issue with January 6th is that was only 2 months after the election. And yeah, Trump was saying it was stolen, and I get it. But at that point, Attorney General Barr at the time was still investigating a lot of the claims. At that point on January 6th, only 2 months after the election, only 2 months. They had no reason to be acting that way. Nobody in the crowd at only 2 months after the election had seen anywhere near enough evidence to suggest that, yes, we can confirm it's stolen. It had only been 2 months. He was still investigating. I don't have any idea why they were acting like that.
Well, here's the thing. I do, because you said they hadn't seen it 2 months. The crowd hadn't seen anything. Trump had. John Eastman had, Bill Barr had. They all knew that the election wasn't stolen.
So what was the crowd doing? Just ruining their lives based on Trump's word?
Based on the Stop the Steal movement, based on Operation Mike Pence. Listen, I told you before, I'll say it again. These aren't my words. These aren't my opinions. I just went ahead and read the indictments. Oh, it's 100% factual, Travel Man. You just haven't read it. And that's fine. You haven't read it. I wouldn't say it if I hadn't read it. They knew about it all already.
Well, we can listen. We can take either side of this. Let's say, for instance, the election was stolen, which I disagree with, but let's say it was stolen. What I'm saying is they had no definitive proof at all as early as January 6th to be acting that way. Now, if they had rioted on June 6th or July 6th, by then maybe they had enough information to be confident that Biden took the election. But on January 6th, it's only been 2 months. The election just happened in November. There was no way in hell they had enough information that day to do that other than simply going by what somebody had told them.
Right. And here's the thing. Trump supporters, remember this. You thought it was stolen from Trump and Mike Pence. Not just Trump.
Well, nobody gives a damn about Mike Pence.
No. But I know what you're saying. But here's my point. No, not now. But then they did.
You think
they
so?
They cared about him then. They cared about him until he did his job.
I think that Trump I think MAGA and the Trump administration, and you guys can take this any way you want, MAGA and liberals alike. I'm just going to say this because this is free speech. But I think Trump and MAGA view that administration like an episode of like Law and Order SVU. As long as you got Mariska Hargitay, whatever the name of the star, you can mix and match the rest of the. They can get rid of Ice-T. They can get rid of all them other people. As long as that one person is there, it'll still be a hit show. As long as Trump is there, you can get rid of Pence, you can get rid of J.D. Vance, you can get rid of every other cast member, and you'll still have a hit show.
No, I don't disagree with you. But what I'm saying is, if it was being stolen, it was being stolen from both of them. And if Pence thought that was the case, and he had seen evidence of that, he simply could have just not certified the election.
Yeah. Well, he didn't have the legal right to do that, I don't think.
Well, what I'm saying, no, if it wasn't there, he didn't have to certify. But he hadn't seen anything, so he had to certify.
Yeah.
There's no difference. There's no difference than what Kamala Harris is going to have to do, right? There's no difference than what Mike Johnson and them are going to have to do.
Yeah.
If there's no evidence, then they have to do their job, and that's what he did. But my point, back to the original topic. Because of that, we've been talking about this for years. Because of that, people like this gentleman following somebody for 40 miles is not going to be. It's not going to be an exception. And that's the problem that I have. And people that support Trump, if you can't admit that, then you don't really care about
What
America
if what
or
if
all
Trump
of us.
what if Trump comes out and publicly condemns it? Or do you think he will even do that?
Do I think he will? No,
Yeah.
I don't. No, I don't. You know why? Because he used his name flattering to him.
Yeah. He said this is Trump's
name was
America.
used in it. Right. So have you ever seen him come out and admonish somebody that spoke glowingly of him? Ever?
That's a good question. I don't think I have.
Listen, just follow the crumbs. I don't know why we're kicking the crumbs and acting like they don't exist. He'll never admit to that.
Mm.
Therefore, the behavior will continue. If you never punish your children for bad behavior, the bad behavior will continue to get worse. And if you never say to your supporters, you can't even say, listen, this is not who we are as a country. He can't even do that. He called J6 a love fest. Tim?
Oh. It was a good day.
Ashley Babbitt's family should be offended by that.
Ashley Babbitt's family. Ashley Babbitt's mom has since been on the Trump train. She's been on to a few rallies. Ashley Babbitt's mom is still strongly MAGA.
Isn't that crazy to you?
It's devotion.
With no substance, man. Can you imagine the moment she wakes up and realizes that it's all been a bunch of bullshit and her daughter paid the price for it?
What makes you think she's going to get to that point?
I don't know if she will. I'm just imagining that moment because a lot of your supporters haven't got to that moment yet. If you can't simply say that shouldn't have happened and there's no way around it, I told you a long time ago. I told you that Trump was not redeemable.
Let me ask you this: you don't see that as an insurrection, do you?
What, J6?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and a lot of people do. But the reason why I'm asking you that in the comments, Shane Lewis says, "What do you call an insurrection without guns?" So in other words, if they don't have any weapons, if they don't have any firearms, how the hell could it be an insurrection?
It's not about the firearms in the insurrection. It's about the overthrowing or taking over. It's not about how you do it. It's not about how you do it because here's the thing: the flagpoles are weapons.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Pieces of glass off the window can whatever you use to overthrow said government is a tool that you utilize for your insurrection. It doesn't have to be firearms.
Yeah.
It's the craziest thing in the world to make that your argument. Anything.
I've heard it a lot.
Anything
I've heard it a lot.
I know it's crazy. It's crazy when you're watching them come up there. There was only first. It's only a few. Then it was peaceful. Then there weren't any weapons. You got to make up that many excuses just to look at something and say that's wrong.
Mm. Well,
that's
of course they're gonna bring up Black Lives Matter. That always comes up inevitably too.
Why?
As a defense.
What about Black Lives Matter? No, yeah, but what's your defense that there were protests? Because what were the protests for? They never.
Well, the defense is simple. Black Lives Matter members burned places down and they didn't get arrested yet. Here the Trump supporters show up and they break into the Capitol building, some being let in, and they're all of a sudden looking at jail. They're saying the disparity in treatment was wrong.
And both of those were not true because a lot of people got arrested in all of those protests in Portland and in Minnesota. There were arrests everywhere.
I wasn't aware of that.
Of course there were, because their other part of their argument was, and then Kamala was trying to raise money to help get them out. So you can't get people out that aren't in.
It's a great point. Wow, that's a good point. If nobody went to jail, then why are you? Yeah, that's a great point. She can't raise money to get people out if ain't nobody in. That's an excellent point. I never thought of that. Wow.
It's so simple. That's why it's comical to me, because the arguments make zero sense whatsoever. Right? They just don't make any sense to me. At the end of the day, poor behavior is poor behavior. We don't have to put a title on it, but the reason people push back when they bring up Antifa and BLM because it's a what about when it comes up. It's never an acceptance of this behavior, the march in Charlottesville or J6. It's never accepting of that hatred.
Well, but hold on, keep in mind before I move it on from you. Trump has promised that the truth about the 2020 election will come out once he's in power again. So maybe we'll find out more.
Listen, anybody that's waiting to find out more should read what's there now.
Fair point.
You can't find out more when you haven't read anything at all.
Yeah, and there should be more. I do believe if you're going to tell millions of people that Biden took the election, you should have enough. You should have something to go on right now. And unfortunately, he does not. But
here's the thing. Here's the thing. He does. He just doesn't want to read it because it doesn't point to what he's talking about. You listen. You and I have done this many times, and I don't know if I've ever asked you this. Have you read? Did you ever read the J6 House Committee report?
I read about half of it. I didn't read all of it.
Okay, I've read it multiple times. Just the half that you read, did you hear anything that would allude to there might be something there from Trump's perspective? No. Did you read one? Okay, that's all I'm saying.
No.
Big boss, listen, you see, when I every now and then I'll look down, I'll look at the comments, and I laugh because anybody that's pushing back against what I'm saying about gaslighting, I know you haven't read a fucking thing.
Well, hold on, though. You got, but to be in defense of MAGA, they're not going to read it because they think Liz Cheney and Nancy Pelosi working together are nothing but a farce. So they don't trust what's in it.
It's the same, but so you'll trust what Trump says he's going to find.
Yeah. They will trust that.
Well,
they will.
Where is that going to come from? But where is that going to come from, Tim?
You fucking with me. Of course I get the hypocrisy. I get it. I'm just saying.
They got to make it make sense. They try to it's just crazy to me. It's just crazy to me.
I know I wish I was Trump. I wish I had those powers. I got to move it on. I get it. I tried, but you just breaking it down like it ain't shit. I got to go.
All right, bro.
All right, Mike. Mike, always a good conversation. And looking in the comments, Will G starting it out with Trump ain't shit. He always enters the comment with that. He says, not only is Trump not shit, he's a grave robber. What? And a body kicker. Trump a grave robber? Whose grave did he rob? Trump is a grave robber and body kicker. Did you know Jimmy Carter was the one to give I know Jimmy Carter was the one to get a canal to Panama. Yeah, I know in 1977. Now put two and two together. Wait a minute here. Now you're saying Trump he's a grave robber and body kicker. Did you know Jimmy Carter was the one to give the canal to Panama? Now put two and two together. I'm trying. You got to make more sense out of that, Will. I know Carter signed the canal back over to the Panamanians in 1977. That I'm aware of. I'm not aware of this body kicker part. You got to explain that and how these things are connected. Is Will G on crack? Says Will Sim. I want to know what he's talking about. Let me go back to the bots and I'll ask you folks to tap the screen. We're talking about, well, in addition to talking about Patrick Ethan Thomas chasing down a TV reporter and demanding that he prove that he has U.S. citizenship. I hope that is a one-off. I really hope what me and my last caller was talking about, I hope that shit doesn't continue happening. I hope that Trump vehemently denounces that because, like I said earlier, we know damn well that if an immigrant harms an American, it's going to get a lot of coverage on the right. But if an American harms an immigrant and you say nothing, that could lead some folks, at least those with mental illness, to think if I'm an American, it's okay with me harming an immigrant. Trump should get behind that. We've seen all of this Lincoln Riley stuff. When some immigrants in New York beat up some police officers, they're giving heavy coverage to immigrants that commit felonies against Americans. But here is an American committing a felony to someone he thought might be an immigrant and is getting little to no coverage at all. That doesn't look good. That does not look good. Trump and the right needs to get behind that because the guy did shout out, this is Trump's America, while he was doing it. Now, the police have charged him with assault because he tried to strangle the guy. Chased him down 40 miles. Tried to strangle the guy and told the guy, I am a Marine and I took an oath to protect the country from people like you. So if an immigrant done something as wild as that, chased a U.S. citizen down 40 miles and then committed a violent felony, you know damn well the right would cover that. So I'm just simply saying the right, particularly Trump, who would be talking about it at every rally, needs to get out in front of that. I mean, because if he doesn't, he does make it seem like I'm not a fan of immigrants attacking Americans, but if it happens the other way, I'll look the other way. He needs to say something about that. That is national news. In addition to that, though, we're talking about Speaker Mike Johnson. We're talking about Steve Bannon. We're talking about Elon Musk and Trump. Now, the liberals are trying to stoke division between the Trump camp. I'm not going to deny that. The liberals want to stoke division between MAGA and the Trump camp. But what has come out recently, you can't blame on the liberals. Just a few days ago, Elon Musk is telling Steve Bannon to fuck yourself in the face. Elon is calling, Steve Bannon is calling Elon a child. They're on social media having this back and forth. Now, Trump needs Congress to be whole so that they can certify him to be president in the next 3 weeks or so. And he is rooting or saying that he is okay with Mike Johnson remaining as the Speaker of the House and promoting that he get a second term. But as I played earlier, now, like I said, we're talking about the possibility of division. This here is Steve Bannon. Now, like I said, Trump wants Mike Johnson to be there so he can certify the election. He needs Congress together, and he is promoting Mike Johnson basically remain as the Speaker of the House. Here's Steve Bannon.
To Washington, D.C., the imperial capital. And here's it's not about any one person. Clearly, Johnson's not up to the task. He's got to go, right? He's got to go. Should Johnson be Speaker of the House? President Trump, these are your people. It's not just Johnson. Clearly, he has to go. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have what we call the right stuff.
Now that's Steve,
right. That combination of.
That's Steve Bannon going completely against what. Now that's 6 days old. That is 6 days old. That's Steve Bannon totally going against what Trump is saying. He's not a fan of Johnson. So, like I said, I'm willing to admit the liberals is trying to stoke division, but the liberals ain't doing this. This ain't coming from CNN. This is not coming from MSNBC. You're seeing these folks on stage. You're seeing it coming from their social media accounts. Steve Bannon and Elon Musk are getting into fights. Steve Bannon is going against the wishes of Trump. You can't blame that on the liberals. You're seeing them say it. So it does appear as if the Trump administration is not on a united front before even getting in the White House. Will G says, so Trump's canal bullshit is threefold. He's petty for Panama kicking him out. I heard about that. He's doing it for Vladimir Putin. He's doing it for Putin, and now he's digging at what Jimmy Carter did, trying to take. So you think that Trump is trying to take back the Panama Canal because he got beef against the dead, late, deceased Jimmy Carter? Wow. Now, I'm going to say right off the bat, I know MAGA's going to think you're crazy for that. And it does sound a bit outlandish to suggest that Trump has beef against a man that's now dead. But after seeing Trump continue to attack John McCain for 2 years after he died, it's actually not that far-fetched. I personally saw and had shows on this. Trump continued attacking John McCain for giving him the thumbs down on repealing Obamacare. Continued attacking him pretty harshly 2 years after he was dead. So I guess it can happen. In the comments, XCat, somebody said flip your camera. For some reason, TikTok is not letting me do it. And I'm trying to avoid restarting the whole live stream on TikTok. So I don't know why I can't flip it. I've been trying to do that several times, but thank you for noticing it as well. Let me go back to the box. Stitch of the Truth. Good evening, Stitch. Welcome to the program. Now, do you see any division between the Trump camp like I'm pointing out?
Yeah, I do. I do see the division all over the Twitter sphere. So Laura Loomer.
That's another one. Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah, she got into it with Elon. And apparently now, Steve Bannon. And it's been kind of, if I had to do a poll, I would say 50-50. But, the curious thing that I've seen here is that Trump has not said anything against Elon. And if anything, that ought to let you know where he stands. You know Trump. I mean,
Well,
Trump will come out.
no, I disagree. That he has everything that Elon wants. Trump has spoken out and stated that he wants that too. He's okay with the H-1B visas or whatever.
That's what I'm saying. He has not spoken out against
Right,
Elon.
right.
That's what I'm saying. That ought to let you know right there. For everyone talking about America first, you know, we've been hearing that for a long time now. Does he really mean it? And at the end of the day, you have someone who's the richest man in the world, and Trump very much wants to be in his pocket.
Ain't nobody. Trump ain't going against Elon. I think that's why people keep saying Vice President Trump and President Musk or whatever. I know the liberals are doing this, but I do agree that Trump is likely to go down whatever path Elon directs him in. I do see that. I don't think Trump's going to go against Elon at all. I think he would probably switch out most other members of his administration in favor of Elon than do the opposite.
That right there ought to scare a lot of people.
Wow.
Because, you know, here's the reason why. If you look at Elon and what he is doing with the whole, I call it extreme AI, you know, with the robots that he's building with the Starlink. Starlink is, you know, pretty much going to infiltrate everything if you think about it. You know, Starlink has the capability to, you know, what we talk about all the time, an invasion of privacy, right? Okay. Well, with Starlink, you have the ability to find out exactly, you know, what the person is actually doing right now. I mean, that's how far this thing goes. But
the thing about it is, though, a Stitch, this stuff is coming regardless if Elon does it or not. So why not be in cahoots with the person that's actually creating it? I mean, there's a lot of money to be made. There's a lot of legacy. Trump ain't gonna get much legacy rolling with Steve Bannon. So I can see him separating from Steve Bannon. And by the way, Elon Musk probably is a lot more favorable in terms of the American people than Steve. Steve Bannon is far right. If you're not a far right individual, you probably aren't favorable with Steve Bannon. Whereas Elon Musk got a lot more of a fan base in addition to all the damn money he got. I think he would drop Steve Bannon for Elon like a hot potato.
So this is what I will say to that. If I'm a business owner and I'm selling you, or I'm selling an entity that you control a product, that's one thing.
Right.
But Elon is selling a product and also being in the inner circle as far as government policy, which reaches even beyond the products of which he's trying to sell. Yeah. That's why I have an issue with. Why should a guy like Elon Musk care whether or not, you know, how much we, you know, do with Social Security, how much we do with our annual budget?
Well, wait. In defense of Elon, he is the head of the Department of Government Efficiency. So those are areas of government.
But that's exactly my point. To me, isn't that a huge conflict of interest? That you have a guy that's making money off our government, he's going to be a trillionaire, but yet and still he can tell that 82-year-old, hey, look, you know what? I'm sorry, 75-year-old, hey, look, we need you to keep working, therefore you can get Social Security. How the hell the American
people... Yeah, I get your point. It's a conflict of interest to you and me, but keep in mind, Trump was kind of doing that himself as president. He was, he was in control of the government while at the same time inviting, dignitaries and stuff to stay at his facilities, use his golf courses. They had to bring up the emoluments clause to stop him. So the folks who support Trump were not necessarily against it when Trump was doing it himself. So I don't think you're going to have a hell of a lot of you're not going to have a hell of a lot of outcry from the right going against Elon. He's really just doing what Trump did on steroids.
Well, you know what? That's why I have an issue with the Maga right. Because, it's so many, I'm saying all this division right now is like a ship with no sail. What is the direction? You can't say, all right, well, America first, and then you do this. You can't say, hey, we're tired of the elites. And then you have the elites make policy. That doesn't jive.
I don't know about that, Stitch. People view Trump's first term as very favorable. A lot of folks really like what he did the first term, and his first term was just as divisive. I mean, how many people did he fire? How many folks on his own administration resigned? It wasn't unified the first time, and people liked the outcome regardless.
Well, people liked it, but let's just say, and look, a lot of people gonna get mad. You heard me say this before, but the great deal of the American public are stupid. I call it like I see it. I mean, when the biggest lie that politicians make is that the American public is smart enough. No, they are not. No, they're not. Okay. Let's look at Trump's first term, right?
Okay.
He really didn't do anything.
That ain't
there
what
was
the people
no
think.
major significance that he did to improve the life of others. Now, I think what a lot of people I got tired of, and I understand the whole politics as usual. So again, you have a so-called outsider that comes in, and just like what he did in 2016, he's doing the same thing now. Wait till I get in office, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to expose this. He won't do that because history shows us he's never did that.
But folks, when he said promises made, promises kept, people do believe he kept his promises. For instance, Paul Smith in the comments, listening to you, states, let me guess, if they don't believe what you believe, they must be stupid. In other words, saying that you're looking down on folks simply because they have an adverse political opinion than yourself. What say you?
No, I'm looking down on folks because folks don't study. People don't know our history of politicians, and they fall for the same thing over and over and over again. I don't look down on anyone, but we do have to realize here is that we have a great deal of the American public that do not know the history, that do not know government, that do not know civics. The main thing is that they want to be entertained, and that is indeed the issue. So, yeah, if you call it looking down on you, all right. That's something that's his.
But
issue.
What about okay? But what? Okay, because like I said, they favor Trump certainly when they comparing him to Biden's administration. Like Fancy Prancy states that Trump worked 20 hours a day. You know, the guy's up at 3 a.m. tweeting and shit. He was busy, whereas Joe Biden, even during his own campaign, had to admit, I need more sleep. That's why I'm not showing up. I'm not taking interviews. What about the work ethic of Trump? Is that not what we need? The guy did work a hell of a lot more than the other guy who we refer to as sleepy because he couldn't stay awake, many would say.
Let me ask you this, okay?
Sure.
Let's just say, even though I don't agree with that, but let's just say that was true.
You don't agree that Trump worked more hours than Biden? You don't agree with that?
No, and let me tell you why. Here's the reason why I will say that.
Gotta be kidding.
Someone that's waking up at 2 and 3 in the morning to send out these tweets, that has nothing to do with work ethic. That's because that person doesn't have any peace. Trump was very insecure. Let's face it. Well, look, I work hard too. You think I'm going to be up at 1 and 2 or 3? It's simply not smart. It's not smart business practice to do that.
That's your interpretation that he did not have any peace. But if he's up tweeting at 3 o'clock in the morning, hang on. If he's up tweeting at 2 and 3 in the morning, that shows he is up focusing on something that's going on. Maybe he don't like it. Maybe he doesn't have peace. But that does show you he is tuned in to what's going on in America, even at that late hour. He's responding. Biden never responded in the middle of the night, to the point where some folks felt like if something happened at 3 a.m., he might not answer the phone. You don't see any difference.
This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so to me, it's almost like this: if you insult me or anybody from TikTok insults me, and I go to sleep, that means that I'm not worried. I'm confident within myself.
Or you didn't get the message because you slept through it.
Well, all right, fine. But
hold on. I'm gonna let you speak. But you really are trying to say you believe that Trump did not work any more hours than Biden?
No.
Wow.
No.
All right. I don't know what. Listen, I'm not here to sing the praises of Trump by any means at all. But he absolutely, you don't see it. All the rallies. I mean, that guy was working his ass off. Even if we don't like what he was doing, he was constantly out there.
All right, look, first of all, okay, I'm more of an intent guy. If a guy's at a rally, those things will serve himself, not the American public. I want someone that is going to work for America. And I want them to do it smartly. If someone is tweeting in the middle of the night, that's not policy. A tweet in the middle of the night is not going to secure health care for me. That's not going to, cheapen education for our kids.
Yeah,
I mean, come on. Is this how we're grading work ethic now?
I got to disagree with you on all of that, because I'll tell you, you say a rally is only him serving himself, not the American people. How about the people wanting transparency from our leader? The fact is, he's coming to your town and talking to you, and when he's done talking to you, he's going to go to the next town and talk to them people. Biden wasn't doing that. You say a tweet you say a tweet is not working. How many Americans work on the internet? That's what they do their job. He's on the internet tweeting. Look at what's happening just from those tweets already. You got Justin Trudeau of Canada. You got Corrine, whatever her name is, down in Mexico. People are making moves based on his tweets already. You don't see any of that.
Again, let's go back to one thing that you said earlier: transparency.
Okay.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about that. Tax returns, have they been transparent? The answer is no.
No.
Let's look at the so-called peace deal that he said that he would do with Russia before he even hits office. That has now been rejected as of today. All right, I don't know if y'all saw the news on that.
That did not happen.
So let's talk about.
Wait. What? In what way was it rejected? He promised that he could. He said he could likely end the Ukraine-Russia war in 24 hours, even before being in the Oval Office. It hasn't happened. But what do you mean by rejected?
No, the Russians then came out basically saying, yeah, we got Trump's deal or heard about it, or I guess some sort of communication was made, and Russia saying no.
I didn't believe he was going to do it at all either. I've had shows on it. I said that was a promise that was not going to be kept.
Let's look at the Israel Hamas situation. With Biden did that. I mean, as far as the ceasefire and that stuff is concerned, I mean, to me, I'm sorry, but whenever I think of work, okay, I'm thinking of, okay, you're doing the actions by the Constitution. You're the chief executive of that office, influencing policy, leading, that sort of thing. Someone tweeting to serve themselves, someone at a rally to serve themselves, to me, I could care less. That does not achieve results. Right. I'm a results guy.
That's a fair point. Before I move on, when you say you're a results guy, because we know that neither Mexico nor Canada was publicly saying anything about the border. Now that Trump has sent out tweets, the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, is talking about how many millions he's going to put to defend his border, and Mexico's talking about sending the military up to defend their border. That was not happening under Biden. You mentioned results. Do you give Trump any credit for those results that are starting to culminate?
Okay, what are the results per se? Like, what is the data that shows us that now? And let's call it two-way, because I'm a two-way accountability person. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if we're talking about immigration, okay, have not seen anything as of yet. It's been a lot of lip service, but let's talk about guns.
Let's talk about what I just asked you about. Both leaders on the southern and northern border have indicated they are going to do something. Trudeau talking about millions of dollars. The Karine of Mexico talking about. You don't give them any credit for all that movement.
All right, so that's what I was about to get to with the pew-pews. What Canada said, and we got to talk about the whole thing, is that, yeah, we're going to strengthen up our border to prevent the amount of American pew-pews from coming over to the border and their side. And also, that's what Mexico has said also as well.
Okay, but that is border security, though. They weren't doing it under Biden.
Right. But my point is this. If anything that Trump has indeed implemented is the fact that Canada is saying, okay, well, we're going to play this game and let's see what happens. That's my whole point. I mean, the countries are doing those things to serve themselves. So if you want to say that, yeah, we've got the countries talking about doing what they need to do for their own countries, okay, fair point. All right, as far as migration into this country, we will see. Because at the end of the day, what a lot of people are forgetting, yes, we have an issue with migration, but there are two different categories. You have the people that are sneaking across and the people that are seeking
asylum. I'm not
arguing
that. I do believe that Trump has greatly exaggerated things. I get that, but I'm just simply saying he wants the border secure, and folks are not talking like they're going to do things to secure their borders. You talked about wanting results. To me, that's results. I got to move it on, though, Stick. Sounds like it's giving you kind of what you're wanting there.
No, I'm sorry. I will never. I'll give credit when credit is due.
All right.
But I'm sorry. And I got to say this, and I'll let you go. We have to, and I appreciate what you do. I really do, and I understand that you're seeing both sides of the issue.
Thank you.
And I respect that. At the same time, what we have to do is this. We're at the point now that we have to serve up a nice big dosing of accountability. And the thing is that with this Maga virus, it has not yet been done. And that is the issue. And
Maga virus? Is that what I heard you say?
Exactly.
Damn.
It is a virus, because I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. A lot of people don't realize that the same system that they're hoping Trump to change is the same system that they are turn around the next day and say, hey, look, they worship almost like a religion. The things that you're seeing now is what our system was designed to do in the free market. There are no guarantees. There is no guarantees of wealth. There is no guarantees of prosperity. There is no guarantees of safety and security. And people better wake up, because that's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, the main thing is this. It is a tough business being in this country. It is. And people are just fragile because of the fact that, yes, it is getting harder. But what do you want? Do you want government overreach? You want to put cap on things? Or you want to let the free market still roll like it has been rolling? People are going to have to start answering some of these tough questions and quit relying upon, hey, these presidents coming in and saying, hey, well, I'm going to do this, do that. No, because no one, and I'm going to say this, no one wants to give down or bow down to what they're already worshiping, which is America. And America has been indeed another religion.
All right.
And that's the problem.
All right. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you as always.
All right, dude.
All
Take
right.
care.
I had to put you through it, though. I had to put you through it. I mean, I don't disagree with everything he's saying, but I have to put folks, because there is other sides to all of these issues, and I like to present that. Will G, why else would he be talking about the Panama Canal now, and the flag has to fly at half staff for 30 days? Do you think Trump will want that for his inauguration? Are you telling me once Trump takes office, he's going to raise the flag back up to full mast? Now, I don't think Trump is quite as petty as you're saying, and I do believe Trump is a very petty president. But if he gets in office, which is less than 30 days from now, and he raises the flag back up to full, that would be horrible. I mean, to the point where if you're trying to say that he will shorten the 30 days we have allotted to mourn Jimmy Carter because he don't like Jimmy Carter, and raise the flag back up from half mast, damn. And I see Michael says he will 100% do that. I can't believe that. I'm an impromptu poll by way of yes or no in the comments. Yes or no. How many of you folks believe that Trump is that damn petty that he will, against what used to be a rival, raise up the flag from half mast to limit the amount of time people are allowed to mourn the guy? Jesus Christ. I see a lot of yeses on, well, my God. That was the gift Jimmy Carter left Trump. That, man, I hope you guys are wrong. I don't have anything good to say about anybody that would do some shit like that. You would raise the flag up? I think you guys got to be wrong on that one. My God, that's horrible. Why would he? And I do acknowledge your question. Why is he all of a sudden talking about the Panama Canal? Now, if I'm correct, I saw some analysts state that he mentioned it. He's been mentioning it before. I don't know why he's talking about it now. I don't know if it's out of hatred for Jimmy Carter, like you're stating, but it might also be something that Trump just simply sees as an easy win. I can lower prices this way, take the damn canal from them, so we don't have to pay a lot in shipping costs. And then that way the prices of American goods and services will come down because it doesn't cost as much to ship it from overseas. I mean, he might just be doing it from a bully pulpit move, but you're saying he's doing it because he didn't like Jimmy Carter. Wow. That's the first I've heard of that. That he might be doing it for that reason. That's wild. And if he raises the flag up from half mast, he'd have to be the worst morally the worst president we've ever had to do something like that. I mean, there's only been 47 presidents. He's going to be the 47th. So there's only been four. You're going to prevent the country from the traditional mourning period because you don't like to do. Yeah, that. My guess is a hell of a lot of governors, even Republican governors, would keep the flag at half mast if Trump did that. They would still order the state flags or what. They would still keep them in half. I mean, 'cause that's just cruel. That's way too petty to do some shit like that in somebody in the time of somebody's death. And by the way, it doesn't help that Carter is known as an incredibly nice guy. If you want to talk about a president that probably will get into heaven, it's him. It's him. You know the scandals, all of that. Okay, he didn't bring the hostages back, but that's not like it was a scandal. It wasn't like he was paid by the Iranians or some shit. That's a genuine good guy. To do that to him, man, that would be horrible. Will says, why would he be talking about the canal, period? Nobody gives a fuck about the canal until he opened this trap and John McCain was born in Panama too. Damn. He doesn't like John McCain. I know that. He talked about John. Damn, Will. You making all kinds of connections like a subway. Oh my God, I hope. I'm rooting for you to be wrong on this one. I love you, Will. Thanks for the support as always. But I'm hoping you're wrong on this. I'm hoping because if he is that petty to do that to a former president, God knows what he would do to you or me as a citizen. God knows if he is that petty. John McCain was born in. I think I heard that before, but I can't see that. I can't see it being that petty. You said John McCain was born in the Panama Canal Zone. That would be awful. That would be a Will, man, I'm hoping you're wrong. I'm hoping you're wrong. And I haven't seen you say a lot yet that's been wrong, but I'm hoping you're wrong on that. Let me go back to the box. Damn. That would be worthy of the continue on the program. Chief Judge Political. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Chief, good evening.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
So I'm actually praying for the downfall.
Why? Why the hell would you do that?
Because America told us who they were on November 5th, and they should get what they asked for.
But if America fails, doesn't that hurt you too? Are you cutting off your nose to spite your own face?
The only way we're going to be able to revitalize our country is to have a moment of, I always get the analogy of somebody's on their deathbed and they use those clear, you know how they shake
you talking about shock them back to life?
Shock them back to life. So I am praying for the downfall. I hope Donald Trump passes tariffs. I hope that prices go up. I want him to go. If he wants to go to war against Panama, let him. I mean, they want to get rid of Obamacare, kick people off their health care. You gave me
you want your fellow brothers and sisters in this country to potentially go to war and die just to make Trump look bad? You talking about? Do you have the derangement syndrome? Why would you want that?
No, I look at it. Well, hold on. I look at it like this. I didn't ask for this, right? I did what I was supposed to do on November 5th, right, to preserve and protect the Constitution. They elected someone found liable of sexual abuse and a convicted felon. You get what you reap what you sow. Reap what you sow.
I hear all of
Elections
that.
have consequences.
You're going to tell me because the American people chose the wrong candidate, in your opinion, you want mayhem for this country? You sound like the Joker on Batman. You just want bad shit to happen to everybody.
I was hoping that the government shut down. I was praying that it was shut down, that they wouldn't be able to get enough votes. Shut down the travel for Christmas. I know it sounds crazy.
It sounds very bad.
I'm actually in support now of the massive deportations. The Hispanic population at record levels voted for Donald Trump. Hispanic men, even more Hispanic women, and we know the vast majority of people will be affected by the mass deportations are Hispanics.
Now that one right there, I gotta, because I think most, particularly people of color, are hoping the same damn thing because so many Hispanic men voted for Trump. I think there's a lot of people that are hoping that they get their ass deported. I do agree with that one.
I hope with the government efficiency, I hope they cut food stamps, Section 8, all these, because we know the largest recipients of government assistance are Republican states. That's just a statistical fact.
Yeah.
So I want West Virginia to get what they asked for. Kentucky, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. Yes. Why do we keep not wanting people to get what they asked for? Because this is the problem. If we try to protect everything while Trump is in there, at the end of the 4 years, they're going to say, see, it wasn't that bad. You guys hyped him up, because Democrats will continue to try to keep it intact. I say let it go to hell.
What's next? You gonna say you want a civil war? I mean, come on now. You should be rooting for the country.
First of all, I did what I could do, Tim.
I did
what I could do.
I get that.
And I think that, again, we had a candidate who started her political career protecting people, vulnerable people. And the other person is taking advantage of people their entire lives. People go in. Donald Trump not only wins the Electoral College, he wins the popular vote. You know, the last time a Republican has won the popular vote, 25 years.
Yeah.
So why should I not, if he says he wants to be a dictator on day one, he says that he would allow Russia to attack NATO, I mean, why should I sit here and not want us to get what we asked for?
I'm going to say it like this, Chief. You should want what is for the good of the country. Now, I do see folks. I got to deposition. I think that says on YouTube. I agree with the caller. They fucked around and found out. So apparently, you do have some folks that actually agree with you that they're rooting for the worst. I get you root for your own country to fail because you don't like the leader.
Well, first of all, again, they didn't love their country.
Wow.
I love my country. Right? Wow. I spent 4 years on this app pushing back on mis and disinformation. The pro-Palestinians were so worried about Gaza instead of the United States.
True.
I can go down the list. So you should get what you want. When they take resources from Gaza and they do what they want, why shouldn't we advocate for what Trump is popular. Let's admit it. He's popular. He can bring a crowd. He can get a crowd. And that's the thing with Democrats, as you can see, we continue to try to downplay him like he's stupid or he's dumb. He's a genius in the simple fact of he knows what he wants. He goes after what he wants. He's a fighter in what he believes in. And he fought against us and he won.
I don't know.
So what does that make us?
Judge, but I get your point. But rooting for the failure of your own country. I got Cutting Thomas says you sound like a spoiled child who didn't get what you wanted for Christmas. I mean, rooting for the failure of your own country, Judge?
No, I look at it like this. This is common sense. Do not run into ongoing traffic.
Ooh. Okay?
And if I'm on the other side saying, don't do it, don't put a sexual predator, don't put a convicted felon, don't. And they say, oh, he's not stopped. Why didn't he do it the first time? Undermining it. He led a domestic terrorist attack. I mean, all the stuff that he did. They didn't care. So now you're trying to make me be the bad guy.
Yeah, because it's not that.
You're trying to paint me as the bad guy.
But it's not. You said all the things that Trump did. It's not that they don't care what Trump did. It's that they don't believe he did it, and they believe the system is trying to railroad him.
Sir, that is not true. They know that he did it. Again, E. Jean Carroll, he said it. His biggest defense, I didn't do it because she wasn't my type. During the deposition, he's mistaking her for his wife, right?
Yeah.
If your biggest defense is that's not your type, okay? January 6th, the Republicans, sir, on that night, Trump is morally held responsible for the actions of January 6th, right? Yeah. So they know what's true, but decided to sell out the nation. So now that I'm advocating for them to get what they asked for, now I'm the bad guy when I was telling people, don't cross the street. Now we're going to cross the street and innocent people are going to be harmed. But again,
you don't tell these folks not to look to use your analogy. You don't tell folks to look both ways when they cross the street. They told you ain't shit and they only have to look to the right because traffic only flows in one way. They didn't look both ways, and now that they're in the middle of the street, you're literally hoping they get ran over.
Well, and I think it's also the treatment of Kamala Harris. I mean, again, calling her a DEI hire as if she only was in a position because of that.
Yeah.
And we know that her being a woman played a part in why she lost the election. Donald Trump questioning her blackness. Donald Trump telling black people, what do you have to lose? Your schools are no. I mean, basically demonized us, and we voted for him. So I'm not marching. I'm not fighting. I'm not. All right, Tim, I'll talk to you. Hopefully.
I can't believe rooting for you.
I think it's going to come sooner than later.
All right. I hope you're wrong, man. I hope a lot of people agree with you. A lot of people agree with you.
The old saying is, be careful what you ask for. I didn't ask for this. Yeah. They did.
Damn. That's cold. That's cold-blooded. Judge, chief political. Will G says, you notice that MAGA likes to say all the major players were former Democrats, but Democrats knew they were snakes. That's why the major players switched parties, because they knew MAGA was dumb. Give me some, what made, well, I guess Liz Cheney obviously switched. Mitt Romney, some of them resigned, but they essentially switched as well. There are a lot of Republicans that are not on the Trump train, but they knew they couldn't be, they couldn't serve anymore, because if you're not on the Trump train, the Republican Party is going to vote you out. So there is a few of them. There are some of them that just are not down, but I mean, it is what it, and that's why I believe that, like when my last caller was talking about how many folks were chastising Trump the evening of January 6th and January 7th before McCarthy went down to Mar-a-Lago and gave Trump an olive branch on January 8th, I think it was. I don't buy for a second that those folks suddenly started believing Trump was not responsible for January 6th. When you listen to what Mitch McConnell said and Mitch McConnell and some of them folks had some really harsh words for Trump. Lindsey Graham was talking about shooting protesters in the head, and all of a sudden, a few days later, they're like, he ain't got nothing to do with it. I do believe they realized that it wasn't politically advantageous to keep going against Trump. They realized that he had survived what happened on January 6th, and they needed to get back in line or they were going to get voted out. I do believe what my last caller said. I do believe there's a lot of folks on the right that are not favorable to Trump, but they're telling people they are because it is politically advantageous to them in their careers. I said this before. If Trump had lost in November, or if he passes away, for instance, and the MAGA movement starts to neutralize somewhat, a lot of them folks are going to start coming out of the woodwork. They're going to be writing books and saying shit that they're not saying now. I do believe it. I don't believe they all are. I mean, there's a lot. If you guys want to call them rhinos, some of my beloved MAGA, you guys call those folks. There's a lot of rhinos that are riding with your party right now. So a lot of them, I believe, that don't like Trump, but they're sticking with him because they have no career without him. I do believe that. Let me continue on with the program. Democrats vote monolithically. I don't buy that. Didn't the Muslim crowd vote against Kamala Harris because of the whole Hamas Israel thing? I don't. No, they don't all vote for the same reason. I don't buy that. A lot of them are in lockstep, but not all of them. A lot. I mean, because they had to work. That was one of the problems Kamala Harris had, is that she wants to back Israel, which is what this country does, but she had to sympathize with what the Palestinians are going through because her party wanted her to do that. The same thing about the transgender community. The transgender community is not popular in America. Even among independents and a lot of Democrats, they're not popular. But they are popular among progressives. So Kamala Harris is torn trying to work with that as well. They don't vote all for the same. You say they're monolith. I don't agree with that. MAGA is dumb. Damn, Will. MAGA is dumb. Trump says he loves the poorly educated. Elon called them the R word. Racist. Vivek said all they do is watch Saved by the Bell. And did Vivek Ramaswamy say that MAGA sits back and watches Saved by the Bell and Boy Meets World? I know Elon Musk did suggest that there were some intolerant members among MAGA. And of course, Trump did say, I love the poorly educated, but that was meant as a term of endearment. I mean, if Tupac said, I love my N words, that don't mean he's speaking in the derogatory. I think when Trump said, I love the poorly educated, that was a term of endearment. Maybe I'm seeing it wrong. I don't think he was looking down on him, was he? Let me go on with the program. Tap the screen, get your boy up to 40,000, smash that like button on YouTube, horizontal, vertical. Feel free to show the program some love. You know we are Maga friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary, so it doesn't matter. Like I said, you can go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section up to and including the host. We are all about free speech here. So get that. If you enjoy this type of dialogue without the pesky censorship from a host trying to dictate how you should speak, you're in the right place. I would implore you to follow the program on TikTok, subscribe on YouTube if you will. We're here Monday through Friday. Let me go back to the comments. That's Cold Tim. I'm being criticized by Tino. Says, that's cold, Tim. He was showing love to his dumb homies. Well, that's what he was doing, though. I do believe when Trump said, I love the poorly educated, he was showing love. I mean, you know, there's a lot of Americans that believe we've went too far demanding everybody get a college education. Some people got trades. Some people do other, you know, some people get just a nice blue collar or factory gig and they climb up enough to take care of their family. And they, you know, everybody don't believe you should have to go to college. And if you don't go to college, you're considered, you know, high school diploma or less, you're poorly educated. But you can still be a patriotic, hard-working American. Trump was addressing that crowd. I love my poorly educated. I'm not leaving you out. I think it was a term of endearment. I don't think he was hating on them like that. Sometimes you say some shit and it don't come out right. Looking in the Bible, I see somebody says, Tim, come on, man. What am I getting wrong? Continuing on with For the Great. Good evening. Welcome to the program. I always give my subscribers first digs. Good evening. For the Great. Everyone is not college material, and that's true, Arlita. That is 100% true. For the Great. Good evening.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. So now, did you hear about this guy, Patrick Thomas Ethan, demanding that a reporter prove to him that he had legal right to be here, chasing a guy for like 40 miles till the reporter got back to the TV station and telling him, I'm a Marine and I took an oath to protect this country against people like you? He ended up getting charged with assault because he tried to strangle the reporter, and he got charged with bias, which sounds like a gentle way of saying a hate crime. But he told the reporter, this is Trump's America now. Do you see something like this as just one kooky dude acting crazy, or do you see the potential of this expanding and happening quite often under Trump's America?
Well, ever since Trump has made it in the political hemisphere, this is what it's been. This ain't the first guy. I mean, you got J6. I mean, I told you a while ago, he unites hate, man. That's it.
What does Trump do to unite? Where are you getting it from? How does he unite hate?
Well, you know, he isolates, individuals, and his supporters don't hold him accountable. And the only reason I think they don't hold him accountable because they must feel the same way he does, or that insensitive of other people's plights that they don't give a shit either.
Mm. Well, when you say they're not holding him accountable, I think that they believe he is being railroaded by the system, and he hasn't done anything wrong. It's just the system is interfering, election interference. They're trying to prevent him from, winning the election. They don't believe he's done anything wrong.
Okay. I mean, that sounds like an asshole. And what I mean by that is it's an opinion. Okay. I mean, okay. I hear you. You know what I mean? I feel the other way. Is it an opinion that he's fucking been charged 34 times? He's a 34-time felon.
Yeah, but those 34 felonies he got charged for. If he wasn't president, that shit wouldn't have happened. I'm going to tell you myself, and I've been critical of Trump many times, I really believe that both him and Hunter Biden got charged simply because they were involved in the presidential election. If President Trump was not running for president, his lawyer, Michael Cohen, in my opinion, would have still been his lawyer, and they would have worked out some kind of deal with the state to pay a little bit of money or fine behind the scenes, because at the end of the day, nobody lost any money. So I think that, the banks were happy. He would have made a deal to pay a fine and that would have went away. 34 felonies, you don't see any case of that being souped up a little bit?
Maybe. I mean, but like I said, I'm an African American man in the United States of America. So what I would ask those people is, so are y'all BLM now? So now y'all hear the cries of my community? Is that what you telling me?
It's hilarious you said it because back when Trump was going through this shit, he was talking about how the feds were at him and all this stuff. I used to say that. Like, he sounds a lot like BLM. I mean, talking about the government is out to get him. And I mean, he has sounded just like a black man complaining about the system, which is why he also stated that he should have got more of the black vote because he has a mugshot and has been dealing with the police department.
So I know a guy named Pookie, man. He was going down 30th Street, right? And he got locked up once he hit MLK.
Not Pookie.
So he turns on MLK. He tells me, man, I had a pew, an open bottle, and a couple, grams of sugar. But he swear, man, if he stayed on 30th Street and didn't turn on MLK, they would have never pulled him over.
There may be, and there's some towns where that may be valid because there's a lot more police roaming MLK.
Right. So my point is, hey, he got caught. I mean, it happens. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sure for every crime, like most criminals I know, for every crime they got caught for, it was 10 they didn't.
Well, I don't think, I do agree with that. My guess is he probably has gotten away with some other shit. But my guess is, my statement is, I'm not saying Trump did not do what they said. I'm just simply saying they would have let him get away with it. Or even if they had caught him doing it, they would have treated him differently if he wasn't running for president. The fine, the punishment, the prosecution would have been considerably milder if he wasn't running for president.
And I blame the supporters and the people around him because they feed that beast. They feed that beast. When he came out talking shit about judges and this and that, nobody said, "Hey, Trump, shut the fuck up, bro." Like, really, you know what I mean? Instead, they was like, "Hey, hurrah!" They keep feeding the fucking beast. So he got that because he wouldn't shut the fuck up. Bottom line.
And that I cannot argue with. I don't think there's any of us, whether you favor Trump or you despise the man, I don't think there's any of us that could be held in contempt 10 times and walk out of court without serving a day in jail. I mean, yeah, he likes to run his mouth. I mean, and I've said that before, that I'm for free speech, but speech does come with consequences. And I think Trump and a lot of his supporters want him to have free speech, but they do not want there to be consequences, and that's just not realistic.
Well, time and place. I'm sure you had a grandmother or someone close to you. I was always taught that, especially as an African American man. There's time and place. You don't go to court and you facing time and you go in there with your fucking pants hanging off your ass and smelling like MJ and a hat cock.
Smelling like MJ. What the hell is those initials?
Mary Jane, brother.
Oh, okay. All right. I've never heard anybody use acronyms for Mary Jane. All right. Okay.
Well, shit, we on TikTok, brother. I got to do it.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Is TikTok censoring Mary Jane? Damn, what, we got some Chinese smokers out there?
Man, I don't know, man. I've always been told it was invented for kids, so we got to step accordingly.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
God. Yeah.
But kind of what Judge was touching on too, man. I can't take credit for this, but a good creator and friend of mine, Mr. Itchy Banks, has been saying for a while, it's the new Confederacy, and they voted for cruelty. They voted for cruelty, man. There's no other way to cut it. To the point that they voted for cruelty because now the fucking dude is telling you, that gas prices and shit, I ain't gonna be able to do that. Now the new talking point is, well, it'll be better for us in the long run. Well, so was it yesterday bad or 10 days from now going to be bad? I don't fucking understand the logic, bro.
Well, I think the issue is, okay, he said a bunch of great things to get elected, and now he's in put up or shut up mode, and he's got to let people know, look, some of this shit, I needed to get in there, understand it ain't nothing personal, but I had to tell you that to get your vote. I think that's what some of this stuff is going to amount to.
I just like, hey, good try.
I'm being honest. It sounds terrible. I get it, but I mean that's what it is. Look, like say for instance, you're trying to get out. You tell one of your boys, look, man, I got a few thousand put away. I just need you to put up bail and get me up out of here. I'll hook you up 10 times what you're putting down. And when you get out, well, you know what? You look, listen, man, nothing personal, but I just had to tell you what I had to tell you to get out of there. Ain't shit out here waiting for you.
So,
and that's what I think he might have did.
So what you telling me is Trump got in a little construction van, all white, and had some candy and pulled up on some people. Like, hey, if you get in the truck with me, it's gonna be okay. Is that what you telling me? Pulled on?
You know, in defense of Trump, and I'm starting to say this more often than I care to, but in defense of Trump, I do believe he will deliver on some of his promises, such as the largest deportation in history. You gonna get that shit. I'm pretty sure you gonna get. Either you're gonna get it or you're gonna get something resembling it. You're gonna get a lot of people getting kicked out of the country. It's gonna be something that liberals think that is draconian, but you're gonna get that. I feel confident about that. The economy getting better and $2 gas, maybe not so much. But I do believe it's pretty easy to get the deportation thing because even the liberals don't have an issue with kicking out felons and shit like that. And there is a lot of liberal states that you could commit a felony in, get arrested and be charged and get bail and be released. No, okay, you don't broke in somebody's house or you don't kick somebody's ass and you got felony charges pending. You get arrested. You go to court, they give you bail or whatever. You got to come back, but you know damn well they ain't going to come back. I think many folks, even on the left, think that was stupid as hell. Why the hell would you let this dude go? He's not even here legally. Why would you give him bail? I wouldn't even come back. So I do believe he can deport a lot of people and even satisfy some independents and liberals in that because they were doing a really bad job getting rid of people that didn't belong here.
Okay, I mean we could. Well, you know me, I don't get too.
You don't buy that? You don't think that's true?
I can buy it. I just say me personally. I told you before, Tim. I don't give a shit about the border and who comes through the damn thing. I really don't, and what comes through it. Because like I've always said, and I've heard you kind of parrot it a few times. We are the biggest consumer of both things that come across that border.
Yeah.
So that until we want to rectify that, until we want to fucking get all a crisis about schools and what the fuck is going on there with our kids, you can miss me with the bullshit about the border.
Well, how about this one? Well, let me give you, now this is coming from Paul Smith in the comments. He says, show me a politician that doesn't lie, cheat, and steal. Go ahead, I'm waiting. In other words, Trump ain't doing shit that no other politician does.
Okay, so at least what the old saying, at least they give you a little Vaseline, a little kiss before they bend you over. So you telling me you just ready for the guy to come on in and tell you, I'm gonna grape you in here to take it.
Yeah.
To
me that's horrible because Trump promised that he wasn't a typical politician. But then when he starts getting caught doing dirt, well, they all do it. I mean, that's the reason why he was allegedly elected is because we were tired of typical politicians. But now that he's gotten in there and he's starting to do some of the same bullshit, well, you know, they kind of all do it.
Well, you know, I would say, you know, he's the businessman that they wanted. And I don't know too many businessmen, legal or illegal, that's fucking honest.
Trump was supposed to be honest, though.
Well, I mean, what's the premise of bringing a businessman in? If you know a businessman is flawed for the jump for us to come honesty and decency, then what did you expect?
Yeah. Sound like you wishing for Jimmy Carter to come back.
Yeah, no, I'm good. If he came back, we all some other different shit right about that. You know what I mean?
But I can tell you one thing, Jimmy Carter, if it's one thing we can say about Jimmy Carter, he would be for helping out the downtrodden and the working man. We don't, that's not even up for debate. You know, if he was in there, his goal would be helping out the poorest among us. He wouldn't be the kind of guy that, you know, would skip over that. I think he would be the main guy talking about going after the 1% and helping out the people at the bottom.
And what people don't understand that don't come from these communities, you know, I hate to always put it back to what I kind of grew up around, but the most successful pharmaceutical guys in the neighborhoods was the guys that paid bills and made sure everybody in the neighborhood was good.
Yep.
Because they understood that if I don't look out for the people around me, then I become the meal.
Yeah. Well, they do that. But even in a business where they do kind of do that, as opposed because in the community, because you're committing crimes, you gotta give a turkey out at Thanksgiving. Now they're paying off cops and shit too, but they gotta look out for the people because people could snitch. But if you're in the business community, you only pay off the lobbyists and politicians because what you're doing is technically not illegal. So nobody really has the power to do anything but complain. Like Luigi Maggioni filed a complaint, for instance. He just kind of put his in the back, but he filed a complaint.
Right.
But for the most part, because they're not technically committing crimes, they don't have to do anything for the little man. They only have to do things for people to keep themselves in power.
And I agree, but the little people count. You know what I mean? Like I said, like you said, the chief. Like, do you want a civil war? Well, people always talk about how peaceful it was around the world when that man was president, but it wasn't that peaceful civilly.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't peaceful domestically. In this country, we were at odds with each other.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And it seems like only get worse. I mean, he's on his second term, and I heard somebody talk about his fucking Christmas tweet or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing?
The Thanksgiving one was equally as horrible. I mean, he tweeted out some nasty shit on Thanksgiving and Christmas. I don't even want to know what he's going to say on New Year's. Fuck all y'all. Merry Christmas. I don't know what he's going to say. I got to move it on first. Go ahead.
I can't wait to what he says on his inaugural speech. It's going to be a whole bunch of bullshit and all kind of throwing arrows and fuck shit going on.
I think the last one was pretty doom and gloomy too. When he got his last inauguration speech, I think that one was also that the country is in tatters and in shambles. I think it was pretty bad too.
And one more thing before I go, man. I appreciate your time, but you kind of pushed back on Chief when he said that he's kind of going for the demise and the demise of our country.
You're not doing that, are you?
No, I'm not doing that.
Okay.
I don't disagree with him, but I like you, I call it on both sides.
Okay.
When Trump's not in power, how is he rooting for the fucking country? I would ask you that.
And you know what I would say? Trump was rooting for the demise of Biden and Obama.
That's all I'm saying, sir. America first. I always say that at the end, and you can fucking cuss people out. Just remember that.
America first when I'm in charge. That's his motto. America first when I'm in charge. Other than that, fuck America. I gotta go. Appreciate it.
Peace out, bro.
All right, you too. Looking in the comments. MAGA is about fuck around and find out. About to get the golden shower. Jesus, Will. About to get the golden shower instead of a golden age like Trump says. He's indicating that Trump is going to piss on America. Jesus. I really hope you wrong tonight, Will. I really do. Elon said R in racist, but he also said R in mentally challenged. Like the metard. I won't say that word because I think it will trigger that. Instead of calling you a metard, use the R word. Did he refer to MAGA as metards? I got to look up Elon. Elon ain't taking no shit, huh? Damn. Elon is not very favorable to MAGA, sounds like. Damn, really? Well, as long as Trump is favorable to MAGA, he'll be okay. Elon will be all right. Below $2 gas was in 2016. Obama was president. It went up after Trump took office. Trump ain't shit. Government isn't a business, and Trump can't handle debt. That's why there was bankruptcies. What did Trump have? Six bankruptcies? I mean, but his personal wealth continued to grow, if I'm correct, is not. I mean, when he came now Trump claimed he was worth $15 billion back in 2015. I don't believe that's true. 7 bankruptcies? Patrick says 7. I don't know how many bankruptcies he had, but I will say this. If you got as many businesses or eyes in the fire as Trump does, it's not uncommon for somebody who has a bunch of businesses for some of them to go bankrupt while some of them are successes. I mean, so that can happen. I mean, you got a bunch of LLCs floating around. One of them ain't doing good. The other one is. I mean, I don't know if that alone says that Trump is not a great. I mean, because when you look at his bank account, he comes across like a successful businessman to me. It is odd that you couldn't profit off of a casino. That does sound a bit interesting. How could you lose with a casino? But his numbers, I guess I'll say it this way, because it's difficult to take Trump at his word. Because I know the $15 billion that he claimed to be worth. Every analyst, Forbes, all of them came out and said that was a lie. But I'm going to say visually, as a regular, everyday, average man struggling to get by, visually, he looked like he was doing good. But that ain't saying shit. I don't have the eye. You could easily lie to somebody like me, but he looked like he was a successful man visually. I'll just leave it at that. Maybe he was lying. Maybe because he's a liar in chief. Says focus. No, damn. Well, he is our president. But yeah, sub $2 gas. So you're saying gas was never $2 under Trump? Below $2 gas was in 2016 when Obama was president. It went up after Trump took office. Trump ain't shit. Government isn't a business. Now, in regards to government not being a business, a lot of Americans, particularly MAGA, wanted Trump because they said America would be better off being ran like a business. I've made it clear I'm at odds with that because there's too many civil services in this country. And I don't think running the country like a business is a good idea. Now, I know my beloved MAGA will certainly vehemently disagree with me on this, but the fact is, the main goal of a business is increasing their bottom line. If you as a customer does not have enough and cannot afford their good or service that they are marketing to the public, then they don't have the time of day for you. If I'm a business and I'm selling shoes and I charge $100 a piece, if you don't have $100 to buy my shoes, you might as well not even come in my store. I don't have the time of day for you. Unless maybe I can have you put one on layaway. But otherwise, I don't even need you in my store. I don't have the time of day for you. You cannot afford what I'm selling. If I'm a plumber and I charge $50 an hour and you don't have it, don't call me to your house. I don't have the time of day for you. Well, the problem with running a country like a business is there are people that do not have enough money for the goods and services. And they are voters, they are Americans, they live among us. So if you run the country like a business, it's obvious what happens to them. You run healthcare like a business, the people who have no money get no healthcare. You run the public school system like a business, the people who have no money don't get educated. So there's too many civil services in this country where profit should not be involved in it at all. So for that reason, I am vehemently against running a country like a business. There's too many things that are involved in running a country that should not be on a for-profit basis. You want dialing 911 when they come to your house to put out a fire or, to help you out with somebody that's burglarizing your home. You want them to do that on a for-profit basis? You want the police department to operate? There's too many of these areas. So I'm not a fan of running the country like a business because it basically means that the wealthy will do well and the poor will be asked out. So for that reason, I'm not good with it. I'm glad my president is back in office, says the family Zoboy. Well, 3 weeks. 3 weeks he'll be back in there. So continuing on, AOC is the smartest Democrat, says Justin. I don't even know if all the Democrats believe that. Didn't she just lose one of the top positions in Congress to another Democrat? They don't think she's the smartest. America for natives, not Europeans. Oh my God, this is pretty strong. Says America is for natives, not Europeans. Please, if you are white, leave my soil. Get yourself back to Europe. The Caucasus Mountains caves, not land stealers. What the? All right, now Twitch boy. I see you. All right, going back to wow, that's strong language. And I see somebody, Furry the Great said that part. You want to kick out the Caucasians? Really? Sir, puff ass. Good evening. The family you better have papers. That's what it's looking like, Jojo. Sir Puff, good evening.
Hey, welcome again, man. Hey, man, tonight I love coming with you, man. You call balls and strikes across the board, dude. That's why your show's such a good show, to be honest with you, Tim. You're a person you can sit down and have a real conversation with and can call it balls and strikes, and it's most appreciated, man. It's very few and far between in this app.
Yeah, thank you, CSB. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. And I will ask folks, if you agree with his sentiment, Tap the screen, get the likes up. Let's get around 40,000. So what am I getting wrong tonight, though, Puff?
I don't think. No, I think you've been pretty spot on tonight. Like, I don't even think I can push back about anything you said, other than there was one point where I was talking about where Trump wouldn't shut his mouth after 10, courts, being contempt of court 10 times.
Yeah.
In all fairness, though, he was also going against prosecutors that were going to church, talking about the case and all the atrocities that were going on during the case to the public that's going to be a jury. You know what I'm saying? So at some point, you're going to feel like, I can't even counter that. You get to go out freely and speak about it, the actual prosecution and the judge and all the leaks, and I can't defend none of it.
Yeah, but you really see him talking about the judge's daughter. You see that as defense, giving out people's address and shit?
I agree with you that some of the times you have to go, hey, it may not be fair, but trying to think that everything's just going to be fair all the time, and you got to say, sometimes I bring stuff on myself, and Trump does that plenty of times to himself. He antagonizes it. I don't think anybody even on his side will dispute that. He does. Yeah. I think some of it's methodology, but here's something I'd like to touch on, though, and an idea I'd like to run by you of something you talked about earlier when you were talking about we went through an era that the only way to achieve the American dream was to go to college. And if you didn't have a college education, you was like a second-class citizen, kind of. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. I didn't say that. There has never been an era where you absolutely had to get a college education. In fact...
No, that's my wording on it. I don't think you said that. Okay. I think that you was in that area that I'm stronger in my language. I think we did push for a long time for that. But regardless, we're at a place now where we're going to have a gap. We have automation coming in. We have a skilled job situation. We have expensive college kids coming out in debt. I think especially with the tax cuts they're talking about, the 15% corporate tax rate. I think we got bargaining chips that we could use essentially good for our country and do it massively. I don't know why internships with businesses across the country, if you want that 15% tax break, then fine. Then you're going to start a factory and you're going to do that and you can achieve that 15%. But look, we would like you to put daycare in your facility because that's bottom dollar on someone's kitchen table immediately. Maybe you start an internship program where you provide facility for housing like someone that goes to a dormitory to college and you have internship and you're paying them a basic wage so they're not in debt for college and they're getting some wage and you're not paying an over amount to train them. It's a win-win for both sides.
Here's the problem, and I don't disagree with anything you just said there. It would be great for the average working American, make things more affordable. But the problem is we are a capitalist country and we favor letting the free market decide. So what ends up happening is all of those entities that would lose money based on what you're talking about, the daycare centers and colleges, they're going to lobby the politicians so that those things never become law. That's what happens in a capitalist country where you allow the free market is never going to let the average working man prosper because they got money and they're going to continue doing things that are conducive to them making more money.
And I agree with you. That's why I think we can use the tax incentive because honestly, 15% tax. Corporations are going to come out of the fucking wood. That's a big number to them. That's big numbers at the bottom dollar when you're talking about the money they're saving at 15%. So if it incentivizes companies to train, we have a gap.
Where does that 15% come back from? Because this is something that, just to interrupt you, where does that 15% come back from? Because this is something that Trump is constantly promoting, reducing taxes to corporations and the wealthy. Where does that money get made up from on the back end? If you give corporations a 15% tax cut, I think we can look at the revenue we did, and I think we can prove it through his last tax cut that we generated more revenue to make up for the difference because you're going to create that much more job growth and wage growth, and you're going to create that much more job growth and wages. That's what it's going to create. More businesses are going to come here, more jobs are going to create here. There's no way. We had a pandemic for at least a whole solid year of Trump's presidency. There's no way he generated wealth to make up for those tax cuts. He didn't do that. And we had it for a year under Biden as well. So over the last 8 years, we've had a good solid year and a half, 2 years of pandemic when a lot of shit was shut down. There's no way we generated wealth to fill in for those tax cuts. Just the stimulus checks alone we haven't paid back. And all of the PPP money and shit, we ain't paid that money back yet.
I will give to you that out of the middle of nowhere, we're having to do pandemic loans. If you take that out of the equation, then it's a really easy thing to do. So it's under that logic, and I agree. Because we have run this country on a whole lot less debt. And you got to keep in mind, we're going to be reducing government. We have almost 500 agencies that aren't going to exist by the time this administration is over. At least 150 of them are gone. So I mean, we're going to scale.
Let me ask you that. And that's another question I want to bring, because I'm just like Trump wants the federal agents to go back to work and not be able to work from home, and I'm thinking like, damn, because obviously you save money by being able to work from home. There's a lot of benefits to that, and by him forcing them to come back in, I'm thinking like, I know some of them federal agents voted for him. Now, when you start talking about shutting down federal agents, for instance, are you talking about how many agents going to get rid of? Those are jobs. What's going to happen to all of them people that you're essentially firing?
Well, again, I realize there's pains in everything when you're making adjustments, but when you're looking at bigger picture and you have to fix things. Obviously, we have to fix things, and it's like what you're concerned about people working at home. It's a legitimate argument that it does cost them less to work from home, and so you have to measure: are you actually equating the same amount of work from home? And if you are, and you're accomplishing the same path, that's a good argument. Then, if that's the case, then we got to talk about the money we're spending to keep all these buildings that are empty every day to keep maintaining the hundreds of millions of dollars that we spend a year on all across the country in our buildings. So we got to cut that side of it if we're going to leave them at home. For one, we just can't keep doing two. We can't keep paying for a fucking.
I think we've all worked for good employers and we've worked for bad employers. I've often said, I don't care how much you like your job, no matter what you're doing, you could have a perfect job in your opinion. You're always only one bad boss from it becoming a shitty place to work. And I'm not in favor of somebody who just. If you're giving me a job and I'm getting the job done, my motto is leave me the fuck alone. Don't you're doing the job, but you look like you're doing the job, but you look like you're enjoying yourself too much. I don't like.
That's the question, though. The key word you said is because the question is, are you getting the job done? And I would say no, we're not. When we scale it back, there's so many overlapping things we have. Really. Are we getting the job done? Honestly, we're dropping the ball everywhere. Let's think about how many incidents, just in the FBI, for example, of all these things that we've looked about, these cases, these tragedies happens. After we go investigate them, every fucking one of them, excuse my language on your live, I didn't mean to say that.
Yeah, you good.
Every one of these things were preventable FBI drops, slips across the board. Just take any department. It's time that our government needs auditing and pull back and say we can honestly agree they don't run efficiently from the fraud side to the overlapping side, and even with our job growth, if you look at a lot of Biden's growth, it was mostly government jobs with most of the growth.
I don't know how, because already you see Elon Musk and Steve Bannon fighting with each other and shit like. I don't know how he expects to run a smooth operation coming in, telling all the people he worked that works for him. I don't think you guys are doing a good job. You ain't worth shit. I'm gonna fire a bunch of you. I mean, that's your FBI you're coming in and treating like that, or your EPA you're threatening to fire, or your CDC. You need these people to have an effective government.
I agreed, but I think you're also going to see a scaling of a lot of things. I think that you're liable to see CIA, Homeland Security, FBI pulled under one roof. Literally.
You're also liable to see a lot of good CIA and FBI quit and go to the private sector because it's going to suck working for them too. I mean, like I said, if you're a bad boss.
Agree with you, but we can also arguably agree that our intelligence agency and some of the information we've been, as of late in the last 8 years, we can questionably argue. We can say, hey, are the intelligence we're getting all the way back to Iraq? I mean, literally.
You can do that. You can do all of that without threatening to fire so many people, Sir Puff. That's what I'm saying. Trump is coming in like, this agency sucks. I mean, he ain't coming in talking about let's get together and make things better. He's coming in saying you guys suck and I'm looking to fire a bunch of you.
That's not the case. That's not the case. Elon and them been on the Hill long before he's president, laying this groundwork with Democrats and Republicans going through. The waste and fraud is where they're starting first. It's not taking jobs.
You can't be correct. When you say for every agency I create, I'm going to get rid of 10 of them, there's no way you can do that without costing jobs.
That's his big fish talk, and you know that.
The people working for him don't.
Again, Tim, at some point, you're smart enough to know this. And he does this a lot, and whether you agree with the tactic or not, it's a tactic he's going to stay with. And if he wants something talked about and he wants something heard and he wants to get the argument out, he exaggerates it to the extreme side of it because you're like, what did you say? And it starts a conversation. He's been doing it.
I'm going to tell you this. I got a family member that works in a higher learning institution. Just because Trump is talking about getting rid of the Department of Education, they're looking for jobs. So people are taking that shit serious. Believe it or not, they're not just looking at it as if he's trying to light a fire into people's ass. Some of them folks are taking that seriously. You're talking about getting rid of all these departments. you're scaring people, and all of these are not lazy people. These people see you as a madman. He is scaring people.
I can understand that, and I can. But at the end of the day, he's not even in office yet. And I get it, and it can be scaring people. But I don't. That you can't reduce spending in our government and think that we're not going to reduce any employees.
You know, you and I, a couple good fellows talking online, and I'm listening to what we're talking about, particularly with your comments about the FBI. Tell me how, if the FBI is not being ran effectively and you want to cut back spending and get rid of some waste, how the hell is that any different than defund the police, which the right criticized so badly? It sounds like the same shit.
Again, because I think your take on what he's going to do, I don't think he's talking about removing staff from.
You're talking about saving money. That sounds like defund the police.
So what he's saying is that FBI agents need to be out on the streets doing the beat and not wasteful overlapping. But the most of the FBI that he's after is the upper echelons. It's literally. We have a lot of corruption in the FBI. At this point, you can see it. We can prove it on many levels.
I hear all of that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying, though, what's the difference between what you're saying about the FBI and the liberals defunding the police? They said it's a lot of corruption in the police department.
Defunding the police was meaning getting beats off the street, reducing cops.
Well, if you're going to cut back wasting the FBI, you're going to lose some cops there, too.
But that's not what he's after when he's talking about reducing the FBI and wasting fraud. It's not cutting them off the beat, taking them off the beat. That's not what he's saying when he's saying cut the FBI
I think what, in my opinion, what I'm hearing is you're interpreting Trump's basically defunding the police or cutting back waste or whatever you want to call it. You're interpreting his stuff favorably because you favor Trump, and you're interpreting the liberal defund the police negatively because you don't favor them.
Sir, I think it's not got anything to do with Trump. I think literally from the DOJ to the FBI, and you brought it up earlier, when I stood against it, everybody thought I was just like, I can't believe you. That ain't what I'm talking about.
That ain't what I'm talking about. You said the liberals defund the police meant getting cops off the street. There is no liberal out there that talked about getting cops off the street when they said defund the police. That's just a negative interpretation.
Explain to me what they meant when defund the police then, if that wasn't the case.
Oh, that's easy. The police don't need Iraq war surplus. They could be trained to de-escalate. They could be trained to deal with mental illness, as opposed to being trained how to use rocket launchers and tanks and ARAMs and all. That's what they're talking about. You know, they're not talking about getting rid of cops.
I can buy that. But if that's the case, in all the cities that did do that, did the actual staff, the beat? What was the reduction in the beat police, the actual cop, the actual body? What was the reduction in that?
I don't think there's many cities in this country that actually did any defunding of the police. That's why I always tell people.
We had a massive reduction in the amount of bodies we had on the beat in our country.
I haven't heard any city, because keep in mind, there are, out of the top 50 cities in this country, the overwhelming majority of them are liberal cities. I think only 9 of the top 50 cities are run by Republican administrations. And you got to go all the way down to Oklahoma City, I think, before you find one. So all of the big cities are ran by liberal. Many of them are in liberal states as well. So if the liberals wanted to defund the police, you would see it happening everywhere. Los Angeles is a liberal city in a liberal state. They could easily do it. Chicago is in Illinois. They could easily. This stuff ain't happening. It was made up to begin with. In Chicago, they didn't cut back the police force. That didn't happen. That was a Republican talking point. New York is another state where it's a liberal city in a liberal state. There's nothing stopping them. If they wanted to defund the police, there would be nothing stopping them from doing it. Yet they didn't do it. So a lot of that stuff was just right-wing talking points. There should be police departments defunded all over this country if the liberals really wanted that, because there would be nothing to stop them from doing it.
I track your point. I think that we're off on. I do think there was a reduction in cops, and I'll verify that myself too. But I think there was a reduction after that.
And let me know, was it a reduction because the mayor just fired everybody? Hold on. Let me know if it was a reduction because the mayor fired everybody, or if some cops did not like the fact that they're, just like I told you about the FBI might quit under Trump because of how he's coming. A lot of cops quit because they didn't like the way liberal mayors were holding them accountable. That's not him defunding them. He just said, you guys are going to start wearing body cams, I'm going to quit.
No, I agree. I mean, if I'm just not going to go look it up and say, oh, that's why, because there's many variables of why they could be reducing. Then
I'm not aware of any city that just fired a bunch of cops. I haven't heard that at all.
I do think, and I don't want to get down the weeds with that. I do think, and I really think the topic, I think an internship program, because if you think about where automation's coming and you talk about entry-level jobs, and we're going to have mass deportation, but we're still going to have a lot here, and we're still going to be competing for jobs, and we have to have, literally we got to start getting Americans to move up the ladder in that thing to get wage growth to grow. And kids coming out in colleges so far in debt just puts them so far behind. Businesses paying so much for startup to get people to learn something that they can't do, that they're having to seek foreign help to get it done, or automation to get it done. There's going to be jobs when automation comes. There's just going to be different kinds of jobs. We're going to have a gap of that training. And now, as of all times, if you want to offer some kind of tax incentive like that, this is where you can touch American homes instantly.
This is why I think that we should give an additional few years of education to American citizens. When you leave something up on an optional basis, less people do it. And I think that if you actually pay for folks to go to college, because the jobs you're talking about, once automation kicks in, those jobs are going to require more education. I mean, that's not a menial.
And that's exactly right. And that's why I think of internships for each one of them companies that have them automations and all the things them automation is going to need and that company is going to need, literally. If we started giving the tax break and the incentives for them companies to do the training and not go to colleges for them, because colleges isn't for everybody. It just isn't. And most Americans don't go to college, and 60% that go to college don't graduate, or 70% don't graduate, and only 40% of them actually do the job they get the degree in.
I think that where you and I disagree is because you lean more right, you trust the free market, and I'm more trustworthy. I would rather have the government do it. Like I've seen, like with United Healthcare, for instance, anytime you leave it up to corporations, they don't do right. I don't trust that if you get them a 15% tax cut, as you said, they're going to do right by the people and give them the proper education. I can see them doing as little as they can to save money.
Think about this, though, but here's a flaw in that. Here's why I would say there's a flaw in that. If I'm investing in training I'm a business owner. I train people all the time. And we're actually doing that. We have a hard time finding staff now because we're having a hard time finding young people to come into the construction field. So my industry struggles to find workers. We really do. So amongst us in our carpenters union, we are working with all the high schools to start internship programs to get people to start learning and paying them a wage at a young, when they're like after school programs and 16, 17, 18 years old, where they can come and have their starter jobs, entry level jobs. And you would find that these 5 years into this thing, they're making good money. It's a trade. You're making good money.
The reason why I prefer
it's in the interest. One more second. I'll land it 1 second if I could. It's in the interest of the business to train. If you're paying to train the employee, it's in the interest of him to do the best because his business is going to run more efficient. That's going to affect his bottom dollar.
Okay. The reason why I prefer the government to do it via college is because a school can teach you how to do a variety of things. If you live in a small town, okay, you can either go to this one business that's getting a 15% tax discount and learn what they're teaching you, or you need to relocate somewhere else because there's no other business in town, or there may only be 2 or 3 businesses around. So the amount of education you can get will be greatly limited. Whereas if you go to a college or university, they teach a variety of subjects. You can learn a lot of different things. That's why I favor that.
I understand that, Tim, but if we actually look at the numbers that's coming out of colleges and you equate the debt to it, we can't deny that. We can't say that. And our government's probably why the expense is because they just started granting all the loans and making colleges charge.
You can correct that. You can correct that.
For their government.
You could easily correct that by simply requiring the college. If we give you, like, for instance, in other words, I think some of this started happening under Obama too. For instance, he passed a law that from now on, if your college qualifies to receive student loans for students to go to your college, you got to have a certain percentage of a success rate. In other words, we're not going to be giving your students a bunch of money in loans if very few of them graduate, or when they graduate, they can't get jobs. In other words, you need to live up to what your institution is promising. Otherwise, students that go here will not qualify for government loans. You can easily fix that. You don't need to get rid of the whole program.
Well, we haven't. But my point is, we've left it to government, and I agree with you. You could, but since government it's literally got involved in it, and it's only grown. It's immense. It's literally just grown into a beast. I mean, it's administration fees after administration fees after administration.
Fix it. Don't throw the government away. Fix the problem. Don't throw the government away.
I'm not saying throw it away. I'm understanding why you can't do both. Why you can't implement an internship program across this country and educate in both fields at the same time.
Okay, I'm with that. Then do both. But I'm simply saying I don't want to leave it only up to the corporations.
No. That is not what I insinuate. I'm just saying if we started doing a massive internship promotion thing and incentives to do that and create them kinds of things, then we can get. We're just picking up a whole. Honestly, tradespeople and trades now are not just electricians, plumbers, and pipe fitters. Trades are all the way into the IP world. They're everywhere. I mean, they're literally, trade is a lot of things now. It really is. And many of these places pay you because they can't get the employees. They have a hard time for getting that skilled labor, and they're glad to pay you to teach you and pay for your education.
I believe it like this. If an American wants to get at least up to an associate's degree, it should be like public school. It should not be, you should not have to pay for that like you do not in most first world countries. That's all I'm saying. If you want to get it by an internship, if you want to get it by going to college, America should make it so that our citizens get more education without going broke all the damn time.
For me, why that's a win-win is because I don't want to just give the corporation the 15% tax cut just to get them all to come back here because like you say, I think they'll abuse that. So that's why if we're going to do that, then I want to get something out of it, some tangible stuff out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like the programs where you can provide daycare or you can provide internship programs and you can do them kinds of things. That way we can get something out of it too. I have some control over it a little bit because we're controlling the tax rate.
All right. If you can get the corporations to agree, I got to move it on, though, Sir Puff.
All right, brother. Have a good one. Hey, I hope you had a great Christmas. And again, Happy New Year to you, brother.
Happy New Year as well.
I look forward to doing 2025 with you, man. It's going to be interesting.
3 weeks to go. Damn right. Talk to you soon. All right. Moving on. Good talk. All right, moving on with the program. I did want to address the super chat. Will G says, why do you think Trump wants to raise the debt ceiling? As a matter of fact, eliminate the debt ceiling as he can do all the bad shit. I think all politicians want that. That's less accountability for Trump. That's why he's asking to do that. He took the banks that loaned to him to court and kept the money. Trump, look, let me just say this. Regardless if you like Trump or love, whether you hate him or love him, he's been incredibly successful at navigating our system. If you believe the feds was trying to lock him up as a witch hunt or election interference, he even beat the feds. How many folks have worked for Trump, stated they didn't get paid and tried to sue him, and he beat them by delaying and dragging out the cases? I'm just simply saying, regardless if you like the guy, you hate the guy, he is a winner. I mean, he definitely knows how to win. Even if it's winning ugly, he knows how to win. I mean, drag out all his lawsuits so that the people settle for very little pennies on the dollar, a la United Health style, but he hasn't met his own Luigi Maggione. Well, he almost met Luigi Maggione a couple times, didn't he? Luigi Maggione talked into his ear. So he came close, but he didn't perish like the other guy of United Health Center. But I'm just saying, I see you, Michael. Michael says that. No, he is a winner, though. Trump is a winner. It's winning ugly, but he is definitely a winner. No matter what you throw at him, he finds a way out of it. Even if what you're throwing at him is something he might deserve. I mean, he even bragged that he was able to get his ex-wife, I think Marla Maples was trying to get, I forgot how many millions she was trying to get up on divorce, and he bragged that he only had to give her $1 million. And didn't he bury another wife on a property to get tax cuts? That guy knows how to navigate the system. That's all I'm saying. Whether you like it or not, he is a winner. I mean, what do they say? What is the phrase? Don't hate the player, hate the game. He is really good at the game. I'll just say that. And I see the comments. JoJo says, let's see the Epstein files. You better look at them quick, because in the next 3 months, they're going to be hanging out with Hillary Clinton's emails. You better get them Epstein files really quick, because in the next three weeks, those files don't exist. All the money he got through loans and tax handouts for developments he hoarded and sued to keep them, exaggerated his wealth, and kept bugging the tabloids to stay relevant. Trump, Will, you killing me. But you are correct. He did In fact, not only was he, because you said he kept bugging the tabloids to keep him relevant. That actually came out, I believe, in the was it the January 6th hearings committee or no? It was in one of his court cases. It came out where the guy was named Pecker or something like that, if I'm correct, CEO or the owner of the Inquirer or whatever. That's a news media magazine. Yeah, the Inquirer tells a lot of lies, but that is a news media publication. They were working directly with Trump and Michael Cohen to release stories that were favorable to Trump and unfavorable to first Ted Cruz when Ted Cruz was starting to be competitive in the 2015 primaries. They were working with the Inquirer to release negative stories on Ted Cruz. That whole his dad has something to do with the Kennedy assassination. They got the Inquirer to put that shit in there. And then once he beat Ted Cruz, the Inquirer started running negative stories on Hillary Clinton. They were working directly with Michael Cohen and Trump to release stories that would help Trump. Now, we always hear about how the MSNBC and CNN and The View and all these media outlets is favorable to the liberals and, and how that's fake news and how that's wrong. Trump didn't have any problem at all. When he finds news networks that'll work with him, he don't give a damn about all that fake news stuff. And I've said that before, just like with the election, where Trump was claiming that North Carolina there was widespread fraud and Biden's camp was cheating in North Carolina in 2020. But then all of a sudden, close to the end, Trump ended up winning the Electoral College votes for North Carolina, and he never complained about the cheating again. I've said this from day one. Trump doesn't really care about fraud. He cares about winning. If he can win and there was fraud involved in helping him win, he'll take it. He only cares about fraud when he loses. I mean, there are multiple examples of that. Multiple examples of that. Just like in this last election. Too big to rig. He was saying that people were cheating. Okay, now that he's won, let's see if he investigates any cheating that took place. As long as he wins, he don't give a damn. I've said that before. And that's the same thing with the Inquirer. I don't like fake news, but when it's working in my favor, then I'm cool with it. And the Inquirer was definitely running fake news on his behalf. That came out in court. They admitted they was doing it. Looking in the comments, if you're not cheating, you're not trying, says Big Boss. What school you go to? Jesus, that's bad. No, Tim, can't let you get away with that. Let me know what I messed up on, Mike. Let me know. Going back to the box here real quick. What did I mess up on? Alter Ego. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Yeah!
Awesome.
Yes, it was. I got my little sound deck here. I got to start figuring out how to use that damn thing. How do you explain the differences year to year on the voters' numbers? Depends on what difference and what are you talking about? Differences how, in what way, in what manner? And I will say this before we even go into the differences on the voting numbers, because some people were talking about where's the 20 million votes, for instance. And remember Rudolph Giuliani, Freeman, Ruby Freeman, and Shay Moss, they were passing around, USB drives like vials of crack. People talking about polling places closing windows so you can't see what's going on. They wouldn't let them stand 6 feet from them to see what was going on. They made them stand back 25 feet. One thing I've been saying from day one is things that look suspicious do not automatically equate to Trump victory. That's what happened in the 2020 election. Trump and Trump supporters took anything that looked suspicious, including Dinesh D'Souza in 2000 Mules. I saw that 6 times. We had shows on it and everything. Everything they seen that looked suspicious, they automatically said, that is cheating and it's cheating against us. You have no proof of that. Just like Dinesh D'Souza with 2000 Mules, they showing people going back and forth to a mailbox at 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever. So he's assuming that these are all stuffed ballots and they're all benefiting Biden. You don't have no proof of that. You telling me they can't cheat on behalf of Trump? What are you telling me? Democrats are cheaters and Republicans are 100% honest? That's the problem. That's what got messed up on the 2020 election, is that the Republicans just assume anything that don't look right would have went to us. And that ain't based on the damn thing. You can't, dead people voted. So I assume all of the dead people that voted for Biden. Not one person dead or deceased voted for Trump. Based on what? Based on this whole notion that Republicans are honest and Democrats cheat. So that's why a lot of that bullshit they went to court with got tossed out. You can't go in front of a judge and expect a ruling on a bunch of assumptions and you have no evidence, or you got some shit like that. Well, I just assume Democrats cheat. Republicans are honest. Looking at the comments, so they can find some fake ballots. Well, like I said, the issue is you can't just assume if a dead person voted or some ballots are found in the river. You can't just, if you don't know what's on that ballot, you can't just assume it was all in favor of Biden or somebody switched. The same thing with Dominion voting machines. Even if you can prove that machine is not tamper-proof and somebody can access it and do things with it, which apparently that ain't even true, but let's say it was. Let's say they can prove that these machines are not tamper-proof and they can be hacked into. Just because they can be hacked into does not mean they were hacked into. You got to prove that they were hacked into. And the hackers did it to favor Biden. They had nowhere near enough evidence to say that. They claimed they showed the machines could be hacked into, and then they just assumed all the rest. Well, if it can be hacked into, let's assume people hacked into it in favor of Biden. There's no Republican hackers out there, huh? Only Democrat hackers. I mean, this is why those court cases fail so damn miserably, is all that assuming. Let me go back to the box. Stick the ruler. Good evening, Stick. How do you explain it? Oh, I saw that comment already. Real quick. Hang on a second, Stick. They don't, what does that say? They don't to throw the government away. No, they don't want to throw the government away. They want to privatize the government and gamble the social safety net in the stock market and let the rich overseers pocket the profits as the people lose. I believe some of that. Yes, that's what happened with our pensions, and now we get 401ks. It's forcing you to gamble in the stock market, and the people do lose. The people actually do, whereas you used to work 30 years somewhere, you were guaranteed some income upon retirement. Now, because you're forced to gamble in the stock market, there's no guarantee your 401k is going to be anything when you get out. Stick, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
I'm in the trenches as usual. You know how the program goes, but did you hear anything about that? Patrick Ethan Thomas demanding a reporter prove that he had a legal right to be here?
No, I haven't heard. I know that's kind of like some of the new stuff that we got going on. As long as, we got the bromance breaking up. Sort of, kind of. I'll just say it's sort of, kind of.
Well, what you're talking about is Elon and Bannon and Trump and all these folks. That's a little, what do you think about that? You think they're going to all survive? They do seem like they're not getting along very well.
Well, I think that Bannon is trying to pull the I'm an American, you just, sit back. I was the one that actually been giving Trump all these ideas. You need to go sit down.
But you ain't giving Trump $450 million.
And I get that, but again, MAGA don't care. Steve Bannon don't care. It's the idea. You trying to do what I was trying to do, which is take control. And you need to go on somewhere.
Yeah, but let me ask you this though: if Trump sides with Elon, even if Steve Bannon is speaking Maganese, speaking in language that they understand, but Trump is telling them, no, Elon has the right idea. Who do you think they're going to go with between Elon and Bannon?
Well, I don't think they're going to go with really either one of them. I think they're going to go with whatever Trump says.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
So at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter who Trump sides with. The way MAGA looks at it is, I'm not really aligning myself with Bannon or Elon. I'm going with Trump. Trump's my man. So it doesn't matter who tells Trump what. Barack Obama could come, stroll up, give him a good idea, and he decides to go with it. Guess what? It happened under his watch, just like you said all the time. He's going to get the credit for it.
Yeah, but what about the notion that you got Elon, not Elon, you got Bannon now also saying the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, needs to go. and Trump is saying that he wants Mike Johnson to hang around for another term. So now, not only is Bannon clashing with Elon, he's also clashing with Trump now.
I mean, they're going to clash regardless. This is the house that Trump built, just like the last house that he built. It's chaos off the rip. He ain't even in there yet.
Yeah, that's true.
We was demanding, some of those promises that he promised before he got in office. The war needs to end. Inflation needs to be killed. Like a lot of things, I promise you, even before I get into the office, we're gonna handle that. 24
hours before getting in the Oval Office, he would have the Ukrainian-Russian war ended.
So that's my point. It's chaotic, right? You got the people who can't pass the FBI check / won't be confirmed. You got Ramaswamy out there saying what he's saying, because we ain't even say nothing about him.
Well, Ramaswamy is kind of in the background. He ain't creating as much flack as Elon and Bannon, though.
Well, when it comes down to that bill that they're trying to get passed for the immigrants,
I think, but here's the difference. I see Elon, and I see Steve Bannon as folks who want to lead Maga, lead the country, lead the Republican Party. Vivek Ramaswamy, I see as somebody who's riding the coattails. Whatever Trump said, because he ran for president, he couldn't even say a bad thing about Trump. I mean, Vivek Ramaswamy is just in it because he sees some advantage. It's politically advantageous, financially advantageous to just go along to get along. I don't see Vivek trying to shake up anything. He's going to, whatever Trump says, he's going to go with it. You're not going to have any clashes from Vivek, I don't think.
Well, the thing of it is, regardless of whether it's a clash or just chaos itself, it's chaos. You got people talking out of pocket. Some are saying your agenda, some are saying their own agenda.
Yeah.
And now you're out there, downsizing them in the sense of saying, well, he can never be the president because he's not an American.
Where the hell is J.D. Vance in all this? Ain't he the second in charge?
So that's the point. That's the point right there. He's the second in charge. You ain't heard nothing from him.
Shit from J.D. That's why people are saying Trump is the VP and Elon Musk is the president. J.D. Vance is on the back and just on the sideline like, damn, what the hell's going on?
No opinion. No opinion. I have no opinion. He's one of those guys right now. The press put the mic in his ear. I got no opinion on the matter. I'm just here.
Yeah,
that's.
You sound like when you in the club on the dance floor, you trying to woo some of these chicks, and he just standing up against the wall, like, you gonna get these hoes to come home with us? Like, get off the wall. That's what he sounds like. Like, you gonna get these hoes for us? You supposed to be out here with us. He don't sound like he doing that. He just sound like he gonna, whatever they do, he gonna be with them.
Yeah, it's just you lead and I follow, and whatever gets me reelected or whatever gets me elected, in the sense, being that he's newly elected, that's what I'm gonna do. And I just don't have anything else to say on the matter other than, I'm following Trump's lead. I'm following whoever y'all say I need to follow. That's what I'm gonna do.
So then let me ask you this: do you think his administration is going to be just as divisive as it was last time, with so many people getting fired and resigning, like Elon and Bannon and Vivek? Do you think they're going to make it all 4 years?
Well, I don't think a lot of them is going to make it just even to begin with.
Damn.
Like a lot of them ain't going to get what is it called? Confirmed. A lot of them just ain't gonna make it.
Give me some names. Who do you think is not likely to get confirmed? Give me a couple names.
Well, see, we already had Matt Gaetz. We already had
Matt Gaetz was bad. That was.
I'm still iffy about Elon Musk. I really am. Even though this is supposed to be a new what you call. I'm really
Elon
iffy
is in. Give me something better. Elon is in. Elon ain't going nowhere. Give me another one.
But see, that's Elon is in only because Trump right now says he's in.
Okay, that's good enough.
Once it's time for him to be confirmed, like that's the Republican Party. What you gonna give me? You want me to confirm?
I mean, I hear your point, but if P. Diddy is at the door telling the bouncer to let you in, you in. I mean, you getting in. Elon is coming in. I mean, give me somebody else.
Shit. Anybody that makes over $100 million that's in his cabinet, which he has a lot of those people. I think a lot of them going to come up to scrutiny when it comes down to getting confirmed.
Big difference between scrutiny and not getting in. I think Hegseth and Gabbard is. Somebody in the comments said that. I definitely think Tulsi Gabbard with her meeting with the ousted dictator of Syria, that she got some splaining to do on that. And
there you go.
She spoke favorably of him.
Again, is those people that Trump wants them, right?
Yeah.
So they have a fighting chance. They really do, because Trump wants them, and only because 9 times out of 10, majority of the Senate / Congress will side with Trump because majority of them are Republican. Yeah. So they will try to push it through. They will try to do what they did for his son-in-law. They will try to do what they did for his stepdad. Just whatever it is that Trump wants. It's a possibility that he will get.
But despite all of this, do we get our $2 gas and the good economy back?
Hell no. Never. that never was to happen again. Yes, they are conservatives. Yes, they probably want to conserve that gas price, but guess what? It's never coming back. It's never coming back.
Well, he's promising it, though.
Well, right now, gas is $2.99 right here where I'm at in Tampa, Florida. That's not bad, versus other parts of the country. But, I mean, being honest, it may go down maybe like to $2.79 or something like that. But that's the lowest it's going to get. It's never going to be 99-cent gas or even $2 gas. It's not.
What about the price of groceries? Will that go down like he's promised?
Well, if he pulls off the mass deportation, no. Because it's going to be scarce. It's not going to be picked. You're going to have stuff overgrown. You're going to have stuff not tended to. You're going to have stuff die off. You're going to have them saying, well, it wasn't enough avocados this year because we stopped getting avocados from Mexico and we're growing our own. So you mean
I don't get to hear that nice jingle, avocados from Mexico? I'm not going to hear that no more?
Man, listen. Let them tell it. You ain't going to hear a lot of stuff. That's just like Canada telling them, hey, we don't know when it's going to happen. It could be January 20th or January 21st. But guess what? We cutting y'all lights off.
Shit, you making it sound so dire, and I'm thinking Trump going outlaw tacos and shit. I hope it ain't as bad. I mean, I want to get rid of Mexicans so bad, I'm going to outlaw tacos. That's the way you making it sound. I really hope it don't get to be that bad, man. I hope it.
I sure hope he didn't hear that, because now he might take that idea. You never know what it is with Trump. Like if he trying to get you, he gonna get you any way he can get you.
Damn.
Know that.
I can just imagine it now. What the fuck you in there for? It caught me eating an enchilada. I gotta move, Stick. I gotta go. Appreciate it.
Hey, and don't eat it with a sombrero on.
Oh right? My God! Gave you the enhancement for sour cream. See ya.
Right. That's it.
Oh my God.
All right, Tim.
All right, good talk, Stick. Tired of hearing you say, I hope we don't. Michael, I'm hoping. Mike, is it not Jesse Jackson? Is it not Barack Obama? Can I not have hope under the Trump administration? Keep hope alive. Hope and change. Or as Sarah Palin once said, how did that whole hopey changey thing work? We'll see. The one and only Will. Okay, he says the where's 20 million votes. He's responding because you heard this about this election. What happened to the 20 million votes? He says went down to 10 million and now we're at 6 million. Bomb threats and the disenfranchisement of voters. Oh, excuse me. Bomb threats and the disenfranchisement of voters, especially in Georgia. And I have heard about the threats in Georgia. I've heard about that. Were mainly why votes didn't come all the way through. I haven't heard the in-depth details of it, but I still stay by my original statement. Just because something doesn't measure up, does not automatically give the Republicans the right to grab it and say, this would have favored us. I mean, you just don't know. I mean, I'll just leave it at that. I'm sure we'll talk about it more. But Jesus defeated the world and works of Satan. Based on what? Dozens of believers in Jesus who always say the devil is busy or the devil made me do that. I don't see where the devil's been defeated. He seems to be quite active, if you ask me. My Mexican neighbors across the street agree, says Damon. Damn. Avocados from Mexico. Let me go back to the box. Yeah, we had bomb threats in Georgia, says Clue. That's crazy. That sounds like some KKK 1950s shit. I mean, just trying to prevent motherfuckers from voting. Terrible, terrible. He will be in the White House soon, says JoJo. That is 100% true. And we talked about the fact that you need Congress to certify Trump's victory, which is why Trump is stating he wants Mike Johnson to remain Speaker of the House. And as you know, now that's Trump. Trump is speaking favorably of keeping Mike Johnson on, which is why earlier I played this clip right here from the one and only Steve Bannon.
And then we get to Washington, D.C., the imperial capital. And here's the, it's not about any one person. Clearly, Johnson's not up to the task. He's got to go, right? He's got to go. Should Johnson be Speaker of the House? President Trump, these are your people. It's not just Johnson. Clearly, he has to go. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have what we call the right stuff, right? That combination of guts and moxie and savvy and toughness. What is the strength of our movement? It's
now in the comments. Good Sport, love the name, says, I know why he said that. I would like to know, feel free to elaborate. Why do you think he said that? Now, he did follow through, though. He kind of explained why he said that Mike Johnson needs to go, but I'd be curious to know, Good Sport, why do you believe that? And I see in the comments, Johnny 11 is saying Steve needs to chill. I think you're going to have more MAGA, just like yourself, saying that in the near future if Steve Bannon keeps going after Elon, and now he's going after he's going after the Speaker of the House who Trump favors.
It's not just Johnson. Clearly, he has to go. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have what we call the right stuff, right? That combination of guts and moxie and savvy and toughness. What is the strength of our movement? It's resilience. What does Trump admire most? It's resilience. You can punch MAGA in the face, and they're going to get up off the canvas, and they're going to punch you back 3 times harder.
MAGA kicks some ass. Travelman, good evening. Now, if you punch MAGA in the face, they're going to get off the couch and beat your ass. Travelman, what say you?
Oh, man, you know what? This stuff is hilarious, man.
This is your boy, Steve Bannon, right there on TV saying it.
This stuff is hilarious. You know, first of all, did you notice that, okay, we had the thing with Bush Gore, right? But until Trump came on the scene, we did not have all this BS going on about the elections.
No, not even remotely close. All of a sudden, people don't trust any damn thing. I mean, it's kind of remind me of New Jack City. Nino don't trust a motherfucker. I mean, all of a sudden, Trump came along and nothing is trustworthy.
And nobody believes anything about. Now we got all these election issues. We had hanging chairs. It had to go to the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah.
And what you call it, he conceded and gave a speech. Now all of a sudden, you got fake media. All of a sudden, nobody believes anything that the media says, okay? Because the Republicans have been whining for the last 25 years about the coverage that they receive in the mainstream media. Meanwhile, where they're whining and got everybody looking over here, they're taking control of this. They're not taking control. They built this right-wing media infrastructure that they have. Clear Channel. How many local channels do Clear Channel own?
Oh my God! All of the syndication all over the damn place.
You see what I'm saying? they control the right wing, the conservatives control talk radio.
But hold on, before you continue, I just want to ask you this. This is somewhat off the topic. We'll keep on that topic, but okay. I see JH in the comments said Trump had himself not shot. Do you think Trump had anything to do with his own damn assassination attempt?
No.
Okay, neither do I. Keep going.
No. But okay, so they control talk radio. They started out with Fox News. Now they have OAN and they have Newsmax.
I think the conservatives had control of the AM radio waves before Fox News came around in '96.
No, that's what I'm saying. They've always controlled talk radio.
Yeah, because Rush Limbaugh was around before then.
Yeah. Rush Limbaugh needed to give Clinton at least 20% of all them millions he got. Okay, so but they control all of that.
Yeah.
You know, and now all of a sudden everything is fake. You got people. We got fake election. We have 50 states, and each one of those states run their elections different.
True.
Who the hell is going to get 50 people to conspire, or 10 or 15?
Yeah, I've pushed back on the election fraud many times, saying exactly that. Like, not only would it require getting all of the states to conspire against Trump, it would also mean that a lot of Republicans who would have won or lost in 2020, they ain't saying shit either. The Republicans, the down ballot senators in Congress, even though Trump lost in 2020, many of them outperformed expectations. If the election was fraudulent, that means a lot of them won by fraud too. I mean, and nobody's saying anything about that.
And not only that, who's going to keep their mouth shut?
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. I mean,
somebody going to talk.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
That's what we do. Only people that can keep secrets are the ones that need to keep the secret that can damage the country. Everybody else run their damn mouth. Okay? Now, so if somebody say to me, they mention two words, election integrity. That's all I need to hear. You believe the big lie.
Oh, if they say the integrity of the election.
If they say election integrity, they believe the big lie.
Yeah, to me, here's my issue on it. For instance, Mike Pence and Attorney General Barr and some of them folks, if the election was stolen, they should be the number one saying it because they too would serve a second term. Why would they lie and say the election was stolen when they had something to gain by winning? I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all. In fact, I don't think there's a single Republican.
Because it's a bunch of BS.
Yeah. It is hard. It's almost impossible to explain. It is almost impossible to explain.
Exactly, which brings us to where we at now. You know, this is Trump's America. You know, all of a sudden, everything is great with the election. You know, and
when he wins, it's good. When he wins, it's good. If Kamala Harris had won, you think he would be showing up at the inauguration to sit down with the rest of the living presidents?
Please, come on.
Yeah.
You know, so and now he has sown nothing but disruption, chaos. That's what he does. You know, now you got people following people 40 miles talking about this is Trump's America. If that guy would have pulled a pistol out and capped that guy in the ass, he wouldn't have went to jail.
Yeah. You know, in regards to that guy, Patrick Thomas Ethan, a 39-year-old that was, hassling that report. I always say that case has a mirror image to Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman. Because you got one man following another person that they think is criminal, and they're completely wrong. Now, in Trayvon Martin's case, he followed him thinking he was a thief, caught up with him, and for some reason, he's saying that Trayvon just started beating him up and he had to kill him. I can see that if anybody else takes the path of Patrick Ethan Thomas and start accosting folks and demanding they have citizenship, you could easily have one American, just like in George Zimmerman's case, standing over another dead person saying, I just wanted him to prove his papers, and he started getting violent. I had to defend myself. I can see I can see that happening.
Somebody gonna die.
Yeah.
You know, because George Zimmerman, I ain't gonna go into detail on this. To me, anyway, George Zimmerman rolled up on Trayvon Martin. He wasn't no little kid. Okay? Trayvon Martin was putting a beat down on him.
You know, here's now look, George Zimmerman was found innocent, so I can't litigate the case, but I will say, even though he's found not guilty, I will say this, because George Zimmerman's argument is, I followed him off into the night, and when I caught up with him, he just started getting violent, and I had to take his life in self-defense. My guess is he caught up with him and held him at gunpoint or started asking him all kinds of intrusive questions. What you stealing? What you got in your pocket? That kind of shit. And pissed him off or something like that. The idea that he just caught up to Trayvon and he just started beating him up for no reason at all, I don't buy that. I mean, he's on the phone making it clear he thinks the dude is a thief, saying these people always get away with shit. My guess is he caught up to him and was trying to detain him like law enforcement or something. Maybe he had him at gunpoint or something, and the guy was trying to get away, and that's where I don't think Trayvon would just started beating up a strange dude for no reason at all.
And yeah, exactly. And now you bring that forward to today. Yeah. Okay, where you got this guy running, this guy down. Like I said, if you roll up, if you in the wrong place or you roll up on the wrong person like that, you liable to get a cop bust in your ass. You know, and I have been in neighborhoods where back in the day and get pulled over, and it's like not by somebody that lived there, by the police. You know, asking questions. What are you doing here? Yeah, of course. You know, that's how it was back then. You know, but this is where we're headed right now is just straight up crazy.
Yeah, you can't have. I mean, because I made a video about this earlier. And one of the things I said is, I don't carry anything on me at all to prove I have a legal right to be in America. I got driver's license and credit cards. When I lived in Australia, I had driver's license and credit cards over there as well. The average citizen don't carry a passport or a birth certificate around with them. And by the way, even the birth certificate, if Trump gets rid of the anchor baby thing, even the birth certificate would no longer be legal proof you have a right to be here. So it's like, you can't demand somebody prove to you that they have a right to be in the country because they probably don't have the proof on them.
Not only that, who the hell are you to ask somebody to provide proof?
Yeah. What should be done, and I don't expect to get this out of the Trump administration, but to prevent shit like this, they should make it a crime to it is a crime to illegally detain somebody already. I don't know, what is it? Is it kidnapping or whatever? You can't just hold somebody against their will.
If you hold somebody against their will, that's kidnapping.
Yeah. So if you're demanding somebody prove to you that they have paperwork, I would just walk away from the ass. I mean, that's the first thing. But if they try to stop you from walking away from them, they need to make that a felony. They had no problem breaking into a CVS and stealing shit a felony now. Make that a felony. I mean,
look here.
Go ahead.
Look here. The dude haven't even got into office yet. And we already have chaos. He hasn't even gotten in office yet.
Now, you're not like one of my other callers. I think it was Judge Politico was saying because that's what the American people voted for, he's rooting for disaster. He wants to see, he wants the largest deportation in history. He's hoping Trump does everything he promised. He wants people to see how bad things are they voted for. You're not hoping for the destruction, are you?
No, because then not only is MAGA suffering, we're going to suffer.
True.
No, I don't.
All right.
But whether we want it or not, these are things that's going to happen. You know? I mean, look at like I say, the dude haven't even got in office yet. We got chaos already. Mm-hmm. You know? He's already melting in other countries. Talking about what he want to buy Greenland and take back the canal and, mess around with Mexico. The Mexican president say, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think there's about 8 countries right now, at least 6 I can think of. I mean, obviously you mentioned taking Greenland, making Canada a 51st state, using the military against Mexico and the cartels, taking the Panama Canal. But he's also talked about Panama, Grenada, Turks and Caicos, and the Bahamas as places that if people will not accept their immigrants back, then he'll send them to one of those places.
Yeah, but let me ask you this though, because everybody's we all against this big drug thing, fentanyl and all that, right?
Right.
So let me ask you this. He threatened Mexico. He threatened Canada, right?
Okay.
And if they able to buckle down like that, what the hell gonna happen to all these fentanyl addicts in the United States?
Fentanyl.
They not just they just not sending this stuff over here for the hell of it. They sending it over because there's a giant market for it.
Yeah, and I was about to say that because there is a giant market in America for fentanyl. I was gonna say fentanyl ain't going nowhere. Anything in America, there's a huge demand for. Yeah. And keep in mind, that is the reason immigrants come here. It's not coming here to get free health care and welfare. They're coming here to supply the demand that, they're coming here to answer the demand that we want. Everything we complain that they bring here. There's three things we complain about. One being fentanyl and hard drugs, as you're alluding to. The other thing being that, trafficking in children and trafficking in women. And the third one being they're coming here and taking black jobs or whatever the case may be. The reason they're coming here and doing that stuff is because Americans want them here. Americans want the fentanyl. Americans want the children and people that they're trafficking. Americans want them to work for cheap. You don't hear any American saying that an immigrant pinned them down and forced fentanyl in them or forced them to engage in child trafficking. The Americans want that shit. So as long as we want it, it's going to keep coming.
It's going to keep coming, Yeah. But like the Mexican president say, well, you know what? We sending fentanyl over to your border, but you sending death over to our border with all your weapons.
Yeah.
So it's like all they want is chaos. They don't want to govern. They want to tear the freaking government down. That's what they want to do. They don't want to.
But what if you get a good economy, low inflation, and $2 gas out of all of this?
You're not.
So so you believe Trump is destined to fail?
Well, I'm not gonna say he failed. I'm saying he lying.
What's the difference?
Okay, number one, look, they've been saying this for 30 years. The president has no control over gas prices. They've been saying.
I'll be damn sure if I hear somebody during the Trump administration yell out the president doesn't have control over gas prices, I'm gonna have to go all over the internet because they've been telling you they're gonna control gas prices.
But that's right though, right? They've been saying it about 30 years?
Yeah.
But people don't care. All right? The president don't control the price of Wheaties, the price of chicken wings, none of that stuff. All Trump did, he lied just like he lied before. And once again, people bought it. And now he's gonna do a few little things here and there to make it look like he did something.
But if you're saying that Trump lied, what are you trying to say? The American voter is not savvy enough to tell the difference between the truth and a lie?
Well, look here. They put him back in office, didn't they?
Get a man a chance. He may get in there and be very successful.
They put the man back in office. The appellate court today just ruled against him.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Okay. He owed the state of New York $400 million because his company is convicted of fraud and he's the CEO of the company. The CFO went to Rikers twice. Okay.
I think somehow, some way, with Trump being so successful in dragging the courts out, he gonna drag that 400 mil out some kind of way. I mean, that's just the way he do things. He gonna find some kind of way. That shit gonna be going on. Maybe they may get it from his, when you pass on, but that shit's probably gonna be still around after he's passed on.
And if they don't overturn it, somebody gonna pay.
Maybe.
That's what.
Maybe.
It's the same thing. Before he was elected, you go back and look. He's known for not paying contractors that did work in his businesses.
Yeah. Okay,
he has a history. People always talking about, oh, Trump this, Trump that, and it's like they get amnesia, and they forget all this stuff that he's known for because they think they're gonna get the price of food down or they're gonna get $2 gas. And that's a bunch of BS.
Well, as far as Trump is concerned, he's also known for a good economy. He's known for no global wars taking place during his watch. He's known for some good things.
Well, okay. You know what? We came out of Vietnam. How long was it before we had another war? We just came out of Iraq and was coming out of Afghanistan. We were not going back to war again, not a war of that nature.
True.
We had little skirmishes here and there, and that's pretty much about it. But between 1975 and the Gulf War in 1991, 92,
yeah.
we had Grenada.
Panama, Grenada, something like that. Yeah, nothing serious. You're right.
Serious.
You're
right.
right.
The same thing was going to happen. You know what? We do not have the clout or the power that we used to have. So therefore, we talk to these countries and we can try to exert control over things that they do, but we don't have that kind of power that we had in the 60s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. We don't have that kind of power.
I don't know. I don't know if Trump would agree with you, but I got to move on, Trevor. But I don't think Trump would agree with you on that.
You're an idiot.
All right.
It is what it is, man.
You gotta give him a chance. 3 weeks. He's 3 weeks away.
3 weeks away. They gonna start on January 20th, man. I'm telling you. Yeah. I just talked to some CBP people, and got down on the border and the border patrol. I talk to them all the time. So, I told you, man, I worked for Customs for 15 years.
Okay.
I was a network engineer with Customs for 15 years. So
how do they favor Trump?
Huh?
What do they think of Trump?
Because law enforcement leans conservative.
Yeah.
Just like the military. They lean conservative.
That is true.
Just like the FBI leans conservative. But because they raided his house, they want to defund the FBI. But they lean conservative. And once again, all that other stuff is just a bunch of BS. It's just a deflection. We already spend hundreds of millions of dollars on the border, so it's just a bunch of BS, man.
You gotta give him a chance, Trevor, man. I gotta go, but you gotta give him a chance. Right, don't count him out.
He's a a-hole. All right, man.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, not a lot of Trump-friendly folks tonight. Like I said, I'm MAGA-friendly here. For some reason, I'm not getting a lot of MAGA callers coming through the program, but I do take them and give them plenty of time to state their cases as well without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored. So for you folks that are listening, understand I'm not here screening out MAGA viewers. I take them as well, entertain everything they got to say, and respect them just like any other caller. So this is a free speech program. By the way, if you do enjoy this type of dialogue, I do implore you to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. We're here Monday through Friday. Anybody watching on one of the YouTube platforms, because I'm horizontal and vertical on YouTube as well. If you're wondering where, how do you call in? It's done through TikTok, the Handsome Liberal on TikTok, same name, but we don't prevent MAGA viewers from coming up and stating their case. You can be critical of anyone in the box, critical of the host, anyone in the comment section. We are all about free speech. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So understand that. Trump 2025 says David. Trump won in 2024. When I hear folks saying 2025, Project 2025 comes to mind. I hope that's not going to happen, but that's what I think of when I see that. MAGA is about to get got. The white rural voter is about to be forgotten again. Forget the hood and the projects, the PJs. Forget the hood and the PJs. They will survive. The trailer trash only getting $1,200 in Social Security and $150 in food stamps if finished. You think Trump will do that to his own people? Yuck. I seen a 60-minute special out of Australia that was talking about Trump. And one of the things they said, what the hell did I just fucking do? Hang on a second, folks. I don't shrunk down my YouTube thing. I don't know what it's just, I gotta learn how to control some of this shit, I think. But one of the things they were saying is that in places like West Virginia, Trump got like 90 votes. I mean, West Virginians really supported Trump administration. People in West Virginia actually got poorer. The poor in some of the poorest counties in America, like I think Kentucky, Eastern Kentucky has like 8 of the poorest counties in America. They were able to show that under Trump, very, very poor rural America actually got poorer. But yet those counties, I mean, they voted for Trump like 90% shit like that. If you get out there in rural, I mean, think about where all of the poorest places are. You often hear about crime in liberal cities. You don't hear about poverty in liberal cities. You don't hear the Republicans talking about poverty because that's in Republican areas. The Democrats have all of the civilization, so they have the crime. That's where all the people living on top of each other and shit like. So the Democrat cities have a lot of crime. The Republican cities have a lot of poverty, and you don't hear when you watch right-wing networks, you don't hear them talking about impoverished cities very much because all of that's in the Republican areas. But poverty or not, the poorer the area, the more, certainly in the South, by the way, but the poorer the area, for some reason, the further they lean to the right. I don't know why that is. Maybe, believing in God. Maybe they think God. I don't know where that comes from, but I don't understand why very poor areas are so devoted to the right side of the aisle when there is no evidence that the right side of the aisle is lifting them out of poverty. These are the areas where you're going to need social programs, like what Will is talking about, everything from Social Security to food stamps to welfare. The right is against all of that stuff. I don't understand it. I guess I'm just poor. I'm proud. I don't ask nobody for shit. Maybe that's the mindset. Yeah, I don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. But I'm not asking anybody for free shit. I'm proud. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Ed G says, so were Democrats not savvy enough to see Biden wasn't ready for another 4 years, or are they just yes man cult members that go with whatever the party pushes? Yes. In a word, yes. Ed, I don't want to agree with you on this shit, but you ask, were the Democrats not savvy enough to see Biden wasn't ready for another 4 years? Yeah, they were. And I was one of them. I was one of them on here touting that Biden could do 4 years and that people were wrongfully misdiagnosing him. Look, I don't have access to the man. And I know the people that are telling me he has dementia would not like him if he was 20 years old and able to run marathons. They didn't, so I can't trust their information. So I'm seeing all of the upper levels of the Democrat Party claim that he's in perfect mental health. So yeah, the Democrats were not savvy enough to see that Biden wasn't ready for another 4 years. But they were telling the people publicly something different than what they were saying privately. For instance, George Stephanopoulos of ABC News was asked on the spot by a TMZ reporter, did he think Biden could do another 4 years? Now, he is a straight Democrat. Used to work for the Clinton administration. In fact, if you know who Dana Perino is, she used to be the spokesperson for Bush. George Stephanopoulos used to do the same thing for Bill Clinton. Just like Janine St. Pierre, whatever her name is, and Spicer used to do for Trump. So he is straight Democrat. And he admitted, George Stephanopoulos admitted, no, he can't do 4 more years. He knew it, but he couldn't say it publicly. And in fact, when George Stephanopoulos did say it, he said it to a TMZ reporter, and that actually became, big news. He tried to run it back because it couldn't get out. So I agree with you, Ed G, that they were trying to hide that. Now, when you say, are the Democrats like cult members that just go along with what the party pushes? There is some of that. But I'll tell you, like from my own standpoint, if I didn't believe Biden was up to it cognitively, I would have said it. I mean, I didn't see it as bad until that June 27 debate. At that point, it was undeniable. So at that point, and I think even among the Democrat Party, you didn't see many folks defending Biden at the June 27. It became clear that we all got duped. So it wasn't that the Democratic voters, like in Trump's case, I believe it's the voters that are going to defend Trump no matter what. The voters in the Democratic Party were not going to defend Biden no matter what. After that June 27 debate, just like after January 6th, you're seeing how the Republican voter, the Democratic voters, I don't think they would have stood by a Democrat president doing that. So the voters are different, I think. He still owes money in the places Trump campaigned in, and the taxpayers are footing the bill until he pays. That's terrible if that's the case, because you got so much money within the ranks of the Trump campaign right now. There should be, we talk about Kamala Harris and the fact that she's in debt Give it money to Oprah's company, and Al Sharpton got 150,000, whatever the case may be. But we talk about how the Kamala Harris campaign mismanaged a bunch of money. Well, if what Will is saying is correct, that Trump campaigned in different cities and he hasn't paid those towns, he's equally as bad. But I do give a shout out to the right because they know their messaging is much better. They know how to trash better. The Democrats are letting the right trash Kamala for the mishandling of money. But if what Will is saying is correct, and he's not the only one I've heard say that, the Democrats ain't saying shit about the fact that the Republicans are doing it too. You got to get out there and do this stuff. Otherwise, you're going to pay a price again in 2028. Going back to the box, I seen, I don't know what I'm looking at there. Maga reacts. I see you there, Mike. Maga reacts. Good evening. He was told not to pursue. What do you mean by that, Randall? Maga reacts. Good evening.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much at all. Good to have you back on, man. So, what is this with Steve Bannon getting into it with Trump, or better yet, countering Trump, getting into it with Elon Musk? Is there chaos in that party before they even get in the White House?
No, man, this is just a normal disagreement. Some people prefer those visas, some people don't. I actually prefer those visas. They get us more skilled workers.
It ain't just the visa. Did you hear the clip I just played of Steve Bannon? I think you must have just tuned in.
Yeah, I just tuned in. And actually, I'm time to talk about the other guy saying that the president doesn't control gas prices and he doesn't control the economy. But we have records of Trump fighting with the Fed to keep interest rate down when he was president back in 2017, 18, and even during COVID. And we also have record of him going to Saudi Arabia to tell them to increase production in 2018, where we needed more oil, and then to reduce production in 2020. So he was on top of that shit. And then we also have
are we gonna get $2 gas?
I mean, I don't know about $2 gas, but I don't see it going higher, and I could only see it going down. But I don't know if going down is $2, $2.99. Yes, I see that.
It's already $2.99.
Okay, so I mean, I see it going down. Honestly,
let me just say it like this. Okay, hold on. Let me say it like this. He made some big fucking promises economically. I don't want to see a couple cents off. He made some big promises economically. Groceries, inflation, you can buy houses and cars much cheaper. I'm expecting to fill my car for much. He made some big promises. Either you do that or you don't.
No, I say the gas prices are going to go down. It's kind of tricky because after 20% inflation, you have to adjust for inflation. So
didn't sound tricky at the rallies, Maga reacts. It didn't sound tricky at the rallies. He made big promises.
Then fuck it. I say he'll do it. Okay. If anyone can, he'll do it because the Saudis love him, and he's going to get them to increase production. He's going to get that pipeline going. He's going to get as much drilling done as he will be able to with with opposition and the EPA against them.
I got JPT Farms in the comments saying that he promised $1 off on fuel. I haven't heard that. Did you hear that? $1 off on gas.
Look, I don't nitpick the specifics like that.
What the
as
fuck?
long as gas is cheaper, that's all.
You don't nitpick. Explain that.
Well, you're telling me, is he going to reduce the gas exactly to $2? I don't know. I just know he's going to reduce the gas. I don't know how far he's going to get with it. I just trust him to fight for lower gas prices his entire 4 years. I don't see him just promising lower gas prices and when he gets in the office, never brings it up ever again. He's going to fight over it. And if we're unhappy with gas, he's going to make sure if he's going to find ways to reduce the gas prices. It's going to be something he will at least talk about anything that we are concerned about, because that's how he is. He's not fucking Biden, who goes and hides in Delaware every time there's a problem. If there's a problem, Trump addresses it the next day. Even right now, this whole huge problem with the visas, he addressed that shit basically almost the same day and told us that he's on Elon's side with that one. we don't have to sit there and guess what he's trying to do because
Well, I want you to address. I'm gonna see if the Steve Bannon clip I've been playing. I don't, like you said, you haven't heard it, so it's only a 10, 20 seconds. But now Trump needs Congress to work together so they can actually certify him winning the election, and he has stated that he is in favor of Mike Johnson remaining as Speaker of the House, and even in favor of him getting reelected. So he wants Mike Johnson to stay around. This is Steve Bannon earlier this week. Hang on a second. I actually played it without the volume being up. But this is Steve Bannon.
In Mar-a-Lago. And then we get to Washington, D.C., the imperial capital. And here's it's not about any one person. Clearly, Johnson's not up to the task. He's got to go, right? He's got to go. Should Johnson be Speaker of the House? President Trump, these are your people. It's not just Johnson. Clearly, he has to go. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have what we call the right stuff, right? That combination of guts and moxie and savvy and toughness. What is the strength of our movement? It's resilience. What does Trump admire most? It's resilience. You can punch MAGA in the face, and they're going to get up off the canvas, and they're going to punch you back 3 times harder.
Now Trump wants Johnson around. So what is Steve Bannon doing?
I mean, he's allowed to have his own opinion. Honestly, I don't know how Trump feels about Johnson. I just don't know who else would take his place.
No, I told you already.
Speaker.
I already told you how Trump feels about Johnson. He's came out and publicly said he favors him being the Speaker of the House and wants him in there.
Yeah, but doesn't mean how he really feels. Like, you don't know how he actually feels.
So he may be lying about it? He may be lying to the people about it?
He's just not jumping on the bandwagon just to alienate the one that, why alienate Mike Johnson if you don't have a replacement for him? He's not going to jump out and say, I don't like Mike Johnson unless he's got a replacement ready to go. And there is no replacement right now. Who's going to,
But doesn't that look like...
how we ended up with Mike Johnson? We ended up with him because there was no one else that wanted the job or could get elected.
But doesn't that make it look like MAGA? Because I know the liberals want to divide the Republican Party. I'm not going to deny that. The liberals want to see division among the Republican Party. But these people are dividing themselves. You can't blame the liberals for what Steve Bannon has said or Elon Musk telling Steve Bannon to fuck himself in the face. So what I'm asking is, do you not see that there's a lot of division in that party already?
Like, having disagreements doesn't make us divided. We're not like the left. Like,
wait.
That's just normal debate.
For God's okay, so when somebody tells you to fuck yourself in the face, that's normal debate? I don't even use that to my viewers.
I don't know. You're talking about the entire party. Elon Musk is not the entire party. Bannon's definitely not the entire party.
No, they're not the entire party, but they're like as high up as you can damn near as high up as you can go. They are the leadership.
You're giving Bannon too much credit. He got fired from the last administration. He was only in the White House for like 6 months before we got rid of him.
You don't see Steve Bannon as a leader among the Republican and the MAGA party? You don't see Steve Bannon as a leader?
He's a voice, and he's definitely like an important voice, but I don't see him as what's the word? I don't see this as a civil war. I see it as just a normal disagreement, and if they have someone better than Mike Johnson, sure, tell us who he is, and we'll see if he's better, and if he's better, we'll give him the job. I mean, this is how we do things. Whoever's best for their job can have it, and no hard feelings.
Yeah, I can't.
This is not a civil war, especially when a Speaker of the House. Who gives a fuck about the Speaker of the House?
It's just
another puppet.
What would a civil war be like, in your opinion? I mean, this is a leadership of the party. One person telling the other one to fuck himself in the face, and the other one is on. I mean, they're on the internet calling each other some horrible names, and you're saying it's not a civil war. What do they have to do? Actually beat each other's ass on the House floor?
No, listen, the Civil War shit, like, it wouldn't be so public. You know what I consider Civil War? During his first presidency, when you had the establishment, like Ryan and Mitch, versus the MAGA people who were barely MAGA at that term. We're just the people who are against the establishment. So that was more of a civil war when we had the establishment doing everything opposite what we wanted. And
I gotta vehemently disagree with your statement that they wouldn't do it publicly. These men, that is their call of fame. That's the entire way they operate. They don't operate in private. They operate publicly. I mean, that's how Trump acknowledges the American people, is via tweet. That is how X came about with Elon Musk. They do their business publicly. They don't operate privately.
I still don't think this is a civil war. I don't see it as a civil war. Like, this is not even, it's not anything that most of us care about. Just because he's hollering about it doesn't mean that most people care about it. Most MAGA cares about it. Oh. We don't care who the Speaker of the House is as long as bills get passed. And it's not like he's putting out a replacement. If you had a replacement and he's trying to get the replacement as the Speaker against Trump's wishes, that's a different story. But right now, he's just talking shit about Mike, and he's not doing anything to actually try to get rid of him. Unlike, like when Matt Gaetz got rid of the last guy, that was more of a war or a battle when he got the other guy.
Yeah, and it came back home. It came back home to roost on Matt Gaetz too. That really backfired, did it not?
I guess so, but I see that more of a war or a battle.
What Matt Gaetz,
I see that more as a battle.
What Matt Gaetz did to McCarthy and Congress is the exact reason why Congress decided to release all of his dirty laundry. If he had not have done that, he would not have had so many pissed off Congress members on the Republican side. That came back home to bite the hell out of him. It cost him the whole damn job because he did that.
Exactly. You see the difference? And you're calling this a civil war when we had something like that happen not even a couple of months ago?
Well, a civil war has to start somewhere, don't it? There has to be a shot fired. I think telling the man to fuck himself in the face is a shot fired. You got to give it time to culminate.
I think that's just normal disagreement. I don't think we're there yet. And again, I think that thing with Matt Gaetz was more of a battle. That bothered me more than this. This is just telling the guy, you better do your job better and make us happy, or we're gonna get rid of you.
All right. Before
I'm putting him in check.
All right, fair enough. Before I'm moving on from you, have you heard about this Patrick Ethan Thomas guy demanding that a reporter prove to him he had a legal right to be in the country, following the guy down, and actually telling him it's Trump's country now, strangling the guy and all of this shit because he thought the guy may be in the country with no documentation. Have you heard of this at all?
No, honestly, man, it's been Christmas. I've been just hanging out with the family. I haven't been able to watch any TV.
Okay. Well, this is
I've been out of it.
Fair enough. This is the story in the news that this guy in Colorado, basically accosted a reporter and demanded that he prove he was a citizen, had to prove he had the right to be in the country. The guy tried to flee him. He followed him 40 miles, caught up with him at the news station, and actually put him in a chokehold and told him, I'm a Marine, and I was trained to defend this country from people like you. Now, he's been charged with assault, been charged with what they call bias, which I think is another phrase for hate crime. But he told the guy, while he was demanding he prove he had the right to be in America, he said, this is Trump's country now. Do you think this is something that we may need to worry about that may start happening more often, that Americans start demanding other people prove they have a right to be here?
I don't know. I hope not. That's a little fucked. That whole story sounds fucked up. I don't know if there's something missing from it, but it sounds like a fucked up situation, and that guy doesn't sound like he's mentally sane. But no, I'm against that. That's really wrong on so many levels. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think Trump should speak out and say anything? I mean, after all, if an immigrant commits a felony against an American, right-wing news covers it heavy. When Jussie Smollett made a false accusation, the right covered it heavy. Do you think the right should say something about this, or should they ignore it?
I don't know. I'm on both sides of that. Like, I think they should address it, but also they shouldn't blow it up because it's just gonna create more divide. But it should be something that should be shunned.
So
but
you can so when an immigrant attacks an American, you can blow that story up. But when an American attacks an immigrant, you should keep it quiet because it might cause division.
Well, for one thing, the American has a right to be here, and we're talking about possibly a mentally ill person. I'm assuming he's mentally ill, but if he's not mentally ill, then yeah, we should make a bigger deal about it. But if he is mentally ill, we should, because most of these immigrants that attack these people, I don't think any of them were mentally ill, as far as I know, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I haven't heard any reference. I have not heard any reference that the guy that did this was mentally ill either. I mean, he could just be filled with hate,
I mean, if he did something like there was also like a story that was never addressed by the media of some guy that beat up where I think this guy ran over and killed the kid just for being a MAGA. And this was like not even like a 15-year-old that said he was MAGA, and this older guy like in his 60s or 80s ran him over with his car. Something like that. I don't know the exact details, but that was only brought up by like the right. It was kind of like this story where like we didn't hear about it that much, but with the mainstream media, and I felt like it should have been all over TV. And this was like a year or two ago. I think a year ago.
Well, and to me, it sounds like selective reporting. Like if it's somebody from your party, you don't give a damn what they do. If it's going to hurt your party, you don't report it. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna have that no matter what. But I'm against that. I don't know all the details. I don't know what you want me to say here.
I want you to say the right thing. I mean, the right should cover this shit. We know damn well if that immigrant had to do the same thing to an American, we would be covering it and bringing up that he was a Marine.
No, I agree with you. The right should cover it. But you know what happened? You know what's going on right now? Like, the right doesn't even count as news right now. Even if the right did cover it, it doesn't really count. It only counts if, like, the ABC and the mainstream people covered it. Especially here on TikTok, where I bring up news from Fox or anything, most people are like, that's not even news. You have to use one of the mainstream sources.
It is for that reason why I don't use. Usually when I'm giving you guys information, it's coming right out of the person's mouth. I don't, just like you said, the liberals don't favor Fox. The right ain't gonna take anything you get off of CNN or MSNBC either. Even if it's negative of Trump, they won't even accept Fox News if it's negative of Trump. That's why I only show you Trump saying stuff out of his mouth, because I know MAGA's not going to accept any news outlet that speaks ill of Trump. No. So it does work. By the way, this is the guy on the screen, by the way, that did that.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a sane guy to me, but I could be wrong. It doesn't look like he's got all his marbles. The other thing is, like some of this shit was started by the left, because I remember, like, was it Trump's second year or like Biden's first? Anything that came from YouTube, people on the left would just not even watch. I'll give them a YouTube link. It's like, no, this doesn't. It could be a YouTube link for NBC or MSNBC, and they still wouldn't accept it because it's YouTube. Like, the mainstream media went out of their way to demonize YouTube as a source of news all around.
Well, and I know why. I know why, because there was a lot of the anti-vax, people were going to die of. I mean, they were saying some really awful things about vaccines. I was told that in December 2021 that I was going to die because I got vaccinated. A friend of mine, he's MAGA, but a friend of mine told me that I would be dead by December 2021 because I got vaccinated. All of that stuff was on YouTube. And that's why it became a source of being demon. Just like right now on X, there's a whole lot of misinformation out there. That's why that happened.
No, I understand, but I want to say this was before COVID, where like they just wouldn't. They were on a campaign to discredit YouTube in general as a platform because it was their competition.
I don't know. YouTube is generally us. So anybody can go on YouTube and say anything. So I don't know. I mean, you can't give YouTube a whole lot of credibility because it's just regular citizens saying whatever. I mean, anybody can make any opinion on YouTube. It's like Wikipedia.
No, the situation I'm talking about is the guy was saying it's a bad source of news. Where I'm like, it's not a source of news. It's just a method of delivery. If I'm showing you a video of Biden or Trump saying something, it doesn't matter if I'm showing it to you from TV or from YouTube. It's still a video of Trump or Biden saying a thing. And these leftists I was debating with at the time, they just wouldn't watch anything that came from YouTube. Like it was.
I hear you. I hear you. I'm not like that, but like I said, I've talked to a lot of members on the right that are the same way. I can't show them anything that comes from a variety of sources. Certain reporters, you know, I can't tell you something negative about Trump that was covered by Al Sharpton. You're not going to believe it. I don't care what it is. Even if it's Trump didn't have his shoes tied. Well, Al Sharpton is lying. So I get your point, but there's no way around
this. This was more the format. It's like saying something is not true just because you sent it as a PDF. You know, that had to be a Word document, and then you don't trust PDFs. It's like, it's just the format. It doesn't matter. Basically, in the long run, they lost that battle because obviously YouTube is the main source of everything now.
Yeah.
But you know, it's like trying to discredit anything that came in a zip file or anything that came by email just because it came by email. It was a stupid argument, and it only worked for like 6 months before everybody was like, "Wait, this is the same shit. You're on YouTube."
Yeah, but I mean, the idea that Trump's a Trump supporter, when you're talking about the liberals not accepting him, I mean, you guys discredit the FBI. You don't trust the CIA. You don't trust the CDC. You don't believe the FDA. The right don't trust no damn body. So, I mean, I hear your point, but you don't trust anybody.
Listen, when we say we don't trust somebody, we always do it case by case. Even the FBI, even Fox, even everything's case by case. Like, we don't have like a general rule where you don't trust anything that comes from the FBI. Everything needs to be analyzed case by case to see if they're telling the truth or lying or what. You're trying to say, like, in general, we don't trust the FBI.
I am saying it in general. I think now here's the reason why I say that. I've often talked about the fact that President Trump is in a unique position, meaning that if Trump, let's say Trump went out, and I use this example all the time. Let's say for shits and giggles, Trump actually went out and committed a violent felony. I'm not saying he did, but let's say he went out and did something really genuinely wrong. He actually did it. Because MAGA doesn't trust anybody, there's nobody that can tell you he did it and you would believe him. You don't, because if Trump commits a crime, you're going to likely hear it from the FBI or some government organization. He's convinced you that none of those can be trusted, that they're all engaging in witch hunts against him. So what I'm simply saying is, if you support Trump, if you're MAGA, he really can do no wrong, because as long as he's saying he's innocent, you're not going to trust the person that's giving you the news.
I mean, if they have video of him doing the crime,
that's the only way. He has to be caught on video.
I mean, you have to have like actual believable evidence. It really depends on the evidence. We're not.
You know how many people are spending the rest of their lives in prison based on eyewitness testimony?
Exactly. And you know how many people were found to be, put to death or put unalived or put in prison for bad eyewitness testimony?
Yeah, and Trump is eager to bring back the death penalty. And Trump has already said he's eager to bring back the death penalty. With you saying that.
Yeah. I don't support that, but even when he says that, it doesn't mean that he's going to just trust everything that... It's complicated. It's just way more complicated than just saying something like that.
All right. I got to move it on, MAGA Reacts, but it's very complicated. Have a happy New Year, man. We'll talk about it on the other side.
Yeah, you too. Hopefully we'll get some real news. Everybody's on vacation. Even the news is on vacation. I can't get anything on Fox or anything.
We just lost Jimmy Carter, so that's the news right now.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
That came out of nowhere.
He's 100 years old. What the fuck you expect? Come out of nowhere. It was expected.
Bro, it felt like he was gonna live forever. Like,
I gotta go. Appreciate it. Kind of reminds me of Michael Ironside in the movie Starship Troopers. Do you want to live forever? 100 years old. I mean, I don't think it was a surprise that Jimmy Carter passed away. In fact, he was out in public recently. What was it? Was it his birthday? I think it was his birthday. And they rolled him out in public. And I follow a lot of weird pages on YouTube. And one of my followers, this woman that she's a hospice nurse. And she often talks about how people look and behave and, and live right before death. And she covered that. She basically said then, she was like, he ain't gonna be around, she was like within a month or so. I mean, she was talking about, because they had him in a wheelchair and they had him kind of lean back. And she was stating then, she was like, that shows his muscles have pretty much went away, because if they sit him up, he'll just slump over, because his core muscles and stuff are already gone. He had his mouth open, and she was talking about how when you get close to death, the muscles in your mouth no longer work and your mouth stays open. I mean, she pretty much was saying this dude is dead. I mean, she was like, she said, I forget how many weeks she gave him, but she wasn't far off. So, but like I said, he was 100 years old. It is what it is. Rest in peace, Jimmy Carter. I do see that, DJ. Yeah. In fact, one of the things that's coming out now that Carter has passed is the need for more people like that. Because, despite what you want to say about how Jimmy Carter governed, and there are people who think that he was not a good president, but the moral character of the man. Because right now we've moved into a place in society where we're starting to say now, I don't care if you're a bad person as long as you can put a few extra bucks in my pocket. As long as you can give me a good economy, I don't care if you're a shitty human being. That's what we've moved into that area now. We didn't used to talk like that. But now we're starting to say that as long as you put few extra bucks on few extra bucks in my bank account and help me put some food on the table, I don't care if you're the shittiest person around. We didn't used to talk like that. I don't have to respect the guy. I don't have to want to be like him. I've even had people on the program say that the president is not a role model. We never talked like that before. Never did we look at the president of the United States and say that is not somebody that you should view as a role model for your kids and things like that. Never heard that before. So people do look at Jimmy Carter. And despite, like I said, how he ran the country, the Iran hostages and stuff like that, he was considered a failure at. He only got one term. But despite all that, he was a man of high moral character for the 40 plus years he was around after leaving the White House. And that's what people are saying. We need more of that out of people. We need more of that out of humanity. We live in a capitalist system. So you're going to get more people like the guy that Luigi Maggione took out than people like President Carter. In the capitalist system, everybody is for self, greed. I want as much as I can get. Carter is out there in his 80s and 90s building fucking houses. That's not what most rich guys do. They're living in a mansion and probably paying some immigrant a few extra bucks to expand it for him. He's out there building poor people houses. That ain't what most rich people do in this country. They don't give a fuck about poor people. So they are starting to say that we need more people like him and less people like a lot of folks you see in government that tend to look down on you and I, tend not to care about you and I. But unfortunately, he's gone and he is not the norm. Like I said, the guy Luigi Maggione took out, that's beginning to be more of the norm among our leadership. People like that don't give a fuck about us. Looking in the comments, he was a simple man. Yeah. One of the things I often do on the program, I am kind of critical sometimes of Christianity, because I do believe in this country, even though we claim to be founded on Christianity, I don't see how we live, whether it's slavery or whether it's oppression or Jim Crow or capitalistic greed. I don't see the capitalism. I don't see the Christianity in us anywhere. Jimmy Carter to me is how I see a person that's Christian. That to me is what I would think a person that is a Christian should live, where you actually care about your fellow man and shit like that. That's how I was brought up to believe Christianity and Christians lived. Not this shit we have now where it's do for self and I can't do nothing for you, man type shit. I never was brought up, which is why it's kind of made me stray from religion. I've never, you don't deserve health care. We're not, go out and get it your damn self. Even with the immigrants, as poor as they are, our borders closed. We're focusing on America first. I mean, we're the wealthiest country on earth, stating that we're only going to take care of ourselves. Even though just about every other country on earth is poorer than us, we're only going to focus on ourselves. It's like a well-stocked prepper house during the zombie apocalypse, building a wall around their shit, knowing that everybody else outside the wall is starving and hungry, and saying, we only going to focus on us. We got everything. We got more than enough food inside of here, but we only gonna fuck all y'all. That's what we have nowadays. I wasn't brought up to believe that that's how Christians act, but maybe I was wrong. Anyway, going back to the box. Well, what does that say? Well, that's not even true. There are many nations that are as wealthy as us, if not wealthier. I don't necessarily know if that's true, dude. Many nations that are, well, let me say it this way. The actual population in the country. Now, you can go to some countries where the leadership is worth the gazillion dollars because they don't share a damn thing with the citizens of their country. Now, we're getting like that. The disparity of wealth in this country is growing, but the citizens in this country still, have a decent, they still can live a decent life. So that's what I'm saying when I say we're the wealthiest country on earth. The citizens in this country live better than, in terms of wealth. Not in terms of life expectancy and happiness and crime. No, all of that shit's different. But in terms of wealth, the citizens in this country I can't think of any country on earth that the citizens of it is wealthier than America. I'd like for you to let me know. If you think I'm wrong, tell me what country has citizens. Just the average, now you say UAE, the actual citizens, just a regular person walking down the street, has more wealth than Americans? You said plenty of countries, by the way. Plenty of countries. I don't know about that. Plenty of countries are wealthier than America. I've never heard that. All right, maybe you're right. I don't know. Like I said, I've never heard that. Maga sold their souls to the devil, and they will find out it was worth it. My guess is no. Well, we'll have to see what happens. Let me go back to the box. Before I do, Will says, we don't want division. We want everyone to have health care. MAGA always wanted division. They want to deport people and take away rights. They just didn't expect a civil war. It's what they voted for. I don't think they voted for a civil war. I think the only way they wanted it, if they didn't win, they kind of was like, give us what we want, or it could be violence. I believe that. I do believe that if Trump had a loss, he was going to continue lying and said he won. So based on that, yes, Trump does want division. I mean, there's all kinds of things orbiting around Trump as solid evidence that he likes division. I don't think that's ever been negotiable, in my opinion, or up for debate. Trump, that's what General Milley said some years back. But he no longer wanted to be around Trump. It's like, this guy is trying to divide everybody up. He definitely cashes in on division. I'm not going to disagree with that at all. He does want division. Now, you said we don't want division, I guess, as a Democratic Party. There's some of it, but nowhere near. I think Trump is worse, simply put, because it comes from the top. We got the Maxine Waters types and the Al Sharpton types that may say divisive stuff, but it doesn't come out of the White House. Biden finally came along and referred to Trump supporters as garbage, but that was like a few weeks ago. I mean, he didn't come in office saying awful things about Trump supporters. He got elected with them saying awful things about him. So yeah, and Trump has been saying awful things about politicians from day one. In fact, day zero, before he became a politician. He became a politician going on the escalator in 2015. He had already been saying all kinds of bad shit about Obama before that. So he came on the scene stoking a lot of division. I mean, I'm not saying the liberals are perfect. They don't try to unite everybody, but yeah, Trump is way, way more divisive than anything I know in the upper echelons of liberalism. Yeah, like I said, you can find some Maxine Waters types and some folks down in the lower level, but a president, I don't know anything the liberals have to offer that would compare to that. I'm just sitting back, eating my popcorn, watching something I knew was going to happen because Trump ain't shit. MAGA is dumb. Well, I don't want to call MAGA dumb. That's kind of mean. I mean, I know plenty of successful MAGA that are doing far better than I am. Alter ego. Yeah. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Shout out to you. But I don't want to say that all MAGA is dumb. Now, you said that Trump ain't shit, but I mean that's your signature phrase there. But yeah, MAGA, I don't think MAGA is dumb. I think MAGA is devoted. I would say that more. Ed G says, again, what that says, arguing in disagreement is not chaos. Telling somebody to fuck themselves in the face, that ain't arguing. That's beyond arguing at that point. Them's fighting words. You telling me the arguing is not disagreement. Whether your argument is not chaos. GOP is not like the left who pretends to support everything party pushes. Example, saying trans are women but won't date. I don't get what that you got a clown emoji. I don't know what you're trying to say at the end there, but you're saying that the left supports everything the party pushes. That's not true, because the left is pro-Israel, and the whole Palestinian supporters on the left were stating they were voting. What is it? Not no contest. Whatever they voted in Michigan, they wouldn't even vote for Biden because he wasn't pro-Palestinian. So that ain't true. The left don't automatically vote for everything the party is pushing. That Palestinian conflict is a perfect example of it. By the way, there are plenty of Democrats that are not favorable to the trans community. I'm related to some of them. I'm related to some Chicagoans that was talking about potentially voting for Trump because they wanted all of those immigrants out of their cities. So no, all of the left is not pro-sanctuary cities or any of that shit. Look at what the mayor of New York is starting to do. Now, I think he wants a pardon from Trump, but he's suddenly gotten real in favor of the largest deportation in history. The mayor of New York, that black guy, he's suddenly starting to sound real favorable to Trump. I think it's because his ass got indicted and he's trying to go Rod Blagojevich, former governor of Illinois style, and hope for a pardon. That's what I think he's doing. Will G says, oh Lord, here we go. Blame the left for what MAGA is so comfortable and most likely to do. Yeah, the division, the divisiveness, I definitely think that comes more from the right. And I'm just going to say simply because it comes from the top. There's a lot of divisive Democrats. I'm not going to say that it doesn't happen on the Democrat side, but when it's coming out of the White House, it has a different pull behind it. And Trump is coming out of the White House. I don't think you would have got it out of Biden. Kamala Harris. First of all, Biden does not speak to the people that much, which I think is a detriment to his administration. But he's not out there tweeting insults at 2 or 3 o'clock. You may get him to say some shit that is insulting, but it might be once in a blue moon. Trump just said some very insulting shit for Christmas Day and Thanksgiving. Biden ain't gonna do nothing like that. Send out a happy Thanksgiving message that's talking about left lunatics on the left and all this shit. They destroying the country and they're not patriots. Biden ain't doing that. So you're gonna get way more division from Trump than you'll ever get from Biden. Biden would never do that in a holiday message. Never. Obama wouldn't do it. Kamala Harris wouldn't do it. Bush wouldn't do it. I doubt if Reagan would have done it. That's something unique to Trump, where you take an actual holiday, a religious holiday like Christmas, and throw all of that insulting garbage in the message. I don't think anybody else would have done that. The FBI was caught in the act of trying to frame Trump with lies and false documents. Still dossier, and we're supposed to trust him. I don't know. You know, when you say the FBI was caught in lies and false documents, I'm not 100% sure that's true. I mean, I think that they were overzealous going after Trump and maybe overcharged him like Alvin Bragg did in New York. But I don't know. The making up lies and false document stuff is a bit much. And I will say this. It's interesting how you can see lies and falsehoods when they're aimed at the Republican Party. But like the fake elector scheme and all of that shit and Rudolph Giuliani with all, you don't see the lies when they're going the other way. I mean, that 2020 election is loaded with lies coming from the right. It is even let's say for instance the election was stolen from Trump, which I vehemently disagree with, but let's say it was. That don't excuse all the lies. They lied about all sorts of shit in that 2020 election. I mean, they lied and said Biden, the guy who has dementia, doesn't know where he's at. He stole the election from them. There's zero evidence of that. Zero evidence will ever come forward that says Biden actively stole an election from Trump. And Trump claimed that. So you can see when it's coming at you, but you can't see when it's going the other way. I mean, like I bring up all the time, Trump claiming that Obama wiretapped his office. Can you show some proof of that, sir? Nothing was ever shown. Nothing. Just throwing shit out there. Maga saying Trump is daddy is very suspect. Yeah, I've seen the clips of Daddy is Home. I've seen those. Well, they think that Biden was a failure running this country. And it's nice to have Daddy back in the White House. Is going to feed the family and put some money in their bank accounts. That's the way they view it. I mean, I get it. It's designed to provoke liberal tears, as they say. But yeah, calling the president Daddy, I get what you're saying. It's a bit over the top. Anyway, looking at the comments, and thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Can we get up to 60,000 on the likes? Smash that like button on YouTube as well. Get us on up where you can. 150, 100, HUNNIT, 150 on YouTube vertical. Smash the like button. Get us up to about 150. On YouTube, a video on TikTok, get us on up to about 60,000, if you will. Calling President Daddy ain't going to make libs sad. It's just strange. Well, whether it makes the liberals sad or not, we can talk about. The point is to try to throw it in your face to piss you off. That's what they're trying to do. And for some, it might work. It might actually work. Another man calling another man his daddy is sick, says John. Well, I had a female. I like to go in these lives and talk to MAGA. I had a female MAGA tell me only a pussy-ass man would vote for a woman to lead his country. So, there you go. What you talking about, Daddy? Trump is the first lady and Elon is the president. Carpe diem, I don't know. Let me go back to the box. Well, technically, Elon Musk cannot be commander-in-chief. So, Mike. Oh, dude! Good evening.
What's up, man?
Every time I think of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, or Dale, dude, you're getting the Dale. Remember the Dale salesman?
Yeah. No, I don't think I do.
Really, dude, you're getting the Dale computer. Maybe you're not old enough.
Sir.
Maybe
yes.
you're not.
No. I remember Bill and Ted. I'm 42, brother.
Okay, all right. So you do remember? Yeah. Okay, all right. Fair enough.
Sir.
So what am I getting wrong? Now you voted for Trump, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
What are you hearing? What am I getting wrong?
I don't know that you're necessarily getting anything wrong. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of America, or at least a lot of media and politicians, I think that's what a lot of America got wrong. It was an anomaly the first time he was elected, right? Like every poll, every news source, every media source, every political outlet said that Trump had no shot at winning the 2016 election. Right.
Well, Jim Comey.
I think that was kind of the same thing this time. Is that
this time I think the polls were more favorable. I mean, this time I think the polls are saying it was close.
The Miss Kamala polls. You've got to be shitting me! Like everything told us when Miss Kamala was like running, with her whole backing, with all of that money and all of that celebrity,
I'm halfway there. I'm halfway. Let me tell you this.
They were like, "There's no way Trump has any shot of winning this
I
thing."
disagree with you. I'm halfway agreeing with you. I do believe the polls stated that Kamala Harris was doing better than she ended up doing. But I don't think, unlike with Hillary Clinton, they were saying she was going to win. They were making it clear that Kamala Harris could definitely lose. It wasn't like she was going to just kill it. I mean, they started saying shit, but with Kamala Harris, like for instance, we knew, even Kamala Harris knew she was bleeding males. She had no chance at the male vote. The problem was she didn't expect to do as poorly with the women vote. She won the women by +8, expected it to be bigger. And the Hispanic vote, the male Hispanics, for instance, him winning the male Hispanics, I'm still baffled by that. I don't understand that. But he won the male Hispanic vote, and he did a big improvement. I think he had like 30-some% of the female Hispanic vote as well. So it was the lack of support by women and losing the Hispanics like that, which I don't understand. But that's what Hillary Clinton, they thought she was going to win. With Kamala Harris, they knew it was going to be a battle.
Well, I can tell you, at least this is how I see it. I can tell you how Trump won both of those elections very easily. No matter what you feel about his speech or what he says or what his narrative is, the man gets out and talks to his people. He talks to his base. He talks to his voters. He speaks to them. I think that might be something that the Democratic Party got wrong in 2016. And I think they also got wrong again. I
don't think they got it wrong this time because Kamala Harris was willing to go out there. I think the problem was Joe Biden didn't step down soon enough. If Joe Biden did not run.
Bullshit. Kamala Harris did not. She didn't know enough about economics to speak about it eloquently.
I got to disagree with you.
And two, she did not have enough feel on the voters and how they felt about immigration at this particular point in time. Had she known what the heart of the voters were, she would have spoken to them and had a policy ready to speak.
And let me tell you why I disagree with that.
This is what I'm going to do.
Let me tell you why I disagree with that. Trump has said a hell of a lot of shit that sounded terrible, and then he came back and corrected it. Like he called for a Muslim ban, a total and complete Muslim ban. And then once it became unpopular, he corrected it to only these terrorist states is what I'm talking about. Kamala Harris got 100. Hold on. Kamala Harris got 107 days. A lot of the shit that you just said, which may be true, if she had 2 years like Trump damn near had, she would have corrected a lot of that stuff. Like you said, she didn't know how the country was feeling about immigrants. If she had a year to correct her tone like Trump had all that time, she would have probably you only got 107 days. So what you say today is going to stick. You don't have any time to change it. Trump has changed and backtracked on all kinds of shit. So that hurt her. Like I said, if Joe Biden had not have ran again, and she had a year and a half. When did Trump announce he was going to run? In June of 2023, I think it was. He had a year and a half. She had 107 days. She would have done a ton of more interviews, like her getting on The View and saying she wouldn't have done anything different than Biden, which was a horrible thing to say. She would have had a hell of a lot of time to correct that. Well, I wasn't thinking there that day, or maybe I didn't get enough sleep. And then the next day she comes with all this shit. Trump was doing that kind of stuff. That's what happens when you got time to correct yourself. That's what hurt her, is a short period of time. What does that song say? You got a long way to go and a short time to get there. That's what her problem was Biden not giving her enough time. And I lost my caller. Okay. All right. Well, you're always welcome back on, dude. I don't know if you dropped or whatever, but yeah, I definitely think Biden not stepping down did not help Kamala Harris. Give me a second here to pick up my notes here. Sorry to lose you, dude. He had way more time. Yeah, Trump had like I said, he had what, about 18 months? I mean, because folks were suggesting that he was running not to get arrested, not to go to jail or whatever the case may be. But keep in mind, Trump running for a second term, he announced it that he was running earlier than any other president in history, I think they said. So he spent more time running for this 47th slot. Spent more time running for that position than any other president in history. He announced it that early. And of course, Kamala Harris, I'm certain, Kamala Harris has ran by far the shortest campaign in history. So if we're going to credit why Kamala Harris lost and Trump won, you got to throw that in there. You got 107 days to go against some dude that's campaigning for 15, 18 months or some shit like that. That's huge. You can fire people like Trump has been known to fire teammates that he didn't think was giving him good advice. She could have mixed and matched and did all kinds of shit in all of that time. So maybe she did suck as a candidate with only 107 days. Do we feel guaranteed that she would have sucked if she had 11 months? Maybe got rid of the administration that was handling her, or better yet, whoever was, whoever her handlers were. You see you're not winning in the polls, then you fire your campaign manager and get another one that might be better. You got long enough to do that. You don't have long enough to do that with 107 days. I think that the right, the MAGA, my beloved MAGA supporters are not taking that in consideration. I'm not saying Kamala Harris was a great candidate, but I'm saying that the more time you get, the better you can be at something. 107 days is incredibly short to run a campaign. I've said my opinion, okay, she was not a good candidate because of that 107 days. So that's the number one reason she likely lost. But I also said her being a woman and being a person of color didn't help her either, particularly with the Hispanic community who do believe in the patriarchy or whatever, God, man, woman, child. A lot of Hispanic community is conservative in that nature. So her being a person of color didn't help her, but being a woman hurt her a lot more than being a person of color. So 107 days, gender, to a lesser degree, race, and last but not least, I always bring up being on the wrong end of double standards. What I mean by that is Trump could say damn near anything and not face backlash from his supporters. Kamala Harris is dealing with the Palestinian supporters versus the Israelis, and the transgender versus those who are not. I mean, she's fighting. Whatever Trump says, his supporters are going to back it. If Kamala Harris gets up there and says Haitian migrants are eating pets and shit like that, she's going to lose a lot of votes. Trump supporters are going to go on the internet and try to prove what he said is correct or deny that it's not true. So that's to a much lesser degree, but that is factored in as to why she lost as well. Is she's on the wrong end of double standards. If she tells a lie, it's going to get a lot more attention and backlash than if Trump tells one. Her party is going to hold her far more accountable for doing something wrong than Trump's party is. So she's also on the wrong end of double standards. That didn't help her either. Looking in the comments, Candace Owens 2028, good luck with that. That ain't going to work, Kurt Brawl. As I always say on my program, I don't believe Candace Owens likes black people. And that is the only claim of fame that Candace Owens has, is that she is known as somebody who finds the flaws of African Americans and discusses them with a nearly all-white audience. Now, I'm not saying she's lying. A lot of things she talks, a lot of the flaws she finds in the black community, most of this stuff is true, but there's a lot of positive things that happen in the black community as well. You're not going to see Candace Owens cover any of that. She's looking for flaws. And she's going and telling that stuff to an all-white. That's her claim to fame. That's not enough to be president. I'm not going to vote for that shit. That's all you do is talk about black people. I need to know, all these other issues that are concerning. I don't care. That's all you got is black people suck. Yeah, not gonna happen. But she is an intelligent woman. I'm not gonna take it from her. I can't knock the hustle. She's found a way to make a killing. Some folks have told me because I'm well spoken, I could probably do well at that. Just criticize your own people. There's plenty of people in the hood that are shooting each other. Criminals getting out too soon. People wearing their pants around their ass, can barely speak English, dropping out of school. All facts. All facts. I could just go and read watch the news in Chicago or New York or LA or whatever. Just pick out the bad stories. Whereas the criminal or the assailant was an African American. Play them on YouTube and talk all kinds of shit about why there'll never be anything. And my guess is I would probably do well. That's kind of what Kamala Harris. I don't want to do that, but like I said, I do believe that is what she does. I see the comments. Stop saying that shit, Tim. What am I saying wrong, Mike? What am I saying? But that you gonna tell me that ain't what you gonna tell me that ain't what Candace Owens does? It's just preach negativity about black people. Texas born. Good evening.
Good evening, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Good to have you back on. So what do you think? Are you ready? Are you excited? 3 weeks left. We get Trump again. You ready?
Brother, we're going to see what he's going to do. He's our president now, so we got to see.
Would you have rather Kamala Harris been in there?
Oh, yes.
Really? Yes. I thought she voted for Trump.
Well, I can't say too much about that, but what I see, like I told you last time, when Trump brought them dudes in the first time, it seemed like he brought the swamp with him, but looked like he bringing more swamp with him this time. It's too many. It's like too many people, man, who trying to be boss. And we know Trump is the number one guy.
Yeah. Well, it ain't. I don't know if it's too many. It's Elon Musk. Without Elon, I think he could rein in the rest of them. It's Elon Musk that's trying to be boss, and I think that it's more concerning because we know Elon can actually pull a lot of that off compared to a Steve Bannon or somebody like that. I don't think he can fire Elon as easy.
Yeah, that's true because Elon funded the money and he had the news media behind him, his own type of news media, Twitter and all that stuff there. He campaigned hard for Trump, and Trump really owed him. It's all about the money.
Yeah, you're damn right. It's all about the money. I was going to say the problem with Elon is we know Elon Musk has an infinite amount of money, and we know he is willing to spend that if he gets pissed off at people. Like he's already threatened Congress that if they had signed a bill a week or two ago that he would pay to primary them in the upcoming midterms. We know that he, created a raffle and was telling people if they signed it, they would be entered in a raffle for $1 million for a petition or something. So we know he's willing to throw around money in politics, and because he was not elected, he legally can do that. So if Trump tried to fire Elon, I do believe Elon might use his money in a way to really hurt the Trump campaign.
And Elon is devious enough to do it because Elon act like he act like a schoolhouse bully on the playground sometimes.
Yeah. Well, his whole Starlink. I'll give you an example. His Starlink, not Israelis, the Ukrainians are using his satellites to operate their weapons they fire to help them track to the targets or whatever in Russia. And Elon was not happy with how they were able to fire and hit shit in Russia. He was starting to complain about it. The Pentagon was worried, like, we don't give this one man so much power. He's telling us who we can and cannot hit with our weapons. So right now, we don't kind of outsource a hell of a lot of our NASA and programs to him. So if Trump fires Elon and he gets pissed off, we kind of at a disadvantage because now you got to start up all of this shit you don't get rid of for him.
Yeah, that's true. I cut it for Elon back in the day because
the things that he was doing, the innovations and stuff like that. But I can see how devious that man is now because of the type of stuff that he want to get back at the Congress. And I understand why. When Congress put him through all that that talk and all that stuff like that, he really want to get back, and he gonna have a big role of shaping that Congress. You know, even though some of the people might not like him, but the man got the money and the man got the ear of Trump, and so you know, things gonna be shaped within his own image.
Yeah.
You know, if it is up to Trump, you know, he's the highest bidder. Trump got it.
But you know, I'll say this. I'll say it's a damn shame we let somebody who was born in South Africa, migrated and lived in Canada for a while, come to this country and literally buy his way to the upper levels of politics. If he didn't have that money, he wouldn't be there. That guy has literally bought his way into the upper levels of our government.
Yeah, with a made up type of a seat that Trump created for him, with like a made up. Yeah, that never happened before, but with Trump, it happened. He created a position for him to be in when it's not really a position within our Constitution. That's not a position.
Yeah,
that's just a made up position.
Yeah, he don't literally bought his way in. And I see in the comments, Will says, "I will just wait for word from the president of the United States, Elon Musk." You don't think they'll ever try to change the rules and make him president, do you? No, I don't think so. Well, no. You know something though, I would say that Elon is in a financial position where he could lobby to everybody at the same time. So if for some reason they put it up for a vote, because I think it would take a 60 majority or whatever, he does have enough money to lobby to every single one of them simultaneously.
$1 million each.
Shit, $2 or $3 million each. I mean, by the time Trump is done, the dude will be worth $1 trillion. So he could put a bunch of money behind it, 10 or 15. Yeah, he could probably do 10 million each.
Because he done tripled his stocks already. That's doing what he was doing. I believe that. But according to the Constitution and our Supreme Court and all that, our Supreme Court might fight back. But
wait. You think that Supreme Court, the one we currently have, you think they might fight back against Elon if Trump says go?
They might. Because I can see some people. I don't look at our Supreme Court being all bad.
Really?
Because the reason why I say that, because we had some win and we had some losses with the Supreme Court. But under their morals and everything standpoint, certain things I think they would fight back against that because they don't want to see the country go under. We both know that Clarence Thomas likes gifts. I mean, we already know he likes money. So he's on it. So Elon Musk could give him whatever you want. Let me say it this way. Now, you said you don't think the Supreme Court is all bad. Okay, I do think they're all biased, though. If Trump wants basically anything, I think that Supreme Court is more likely going to be in his favor than not. I mean, keep in mind, he personally appointed 3 of them. And if Thomas and Alito, who are both 70, I think they're Thomas is 75 and Alito 74. If them 2 step down, he will personally have appointed 5 justices by himself. Do you believe that that's going to be an unbiased, body when he's the guy that's in president? I mean, he put 5 of them in there. You feel like they would be fair and balanced? Not really. If those 2 people retire, if the balance might be tilted within his favor.
Might be.
No,
shit.
Well,
it might.
But I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. But however, I don't want us to end up like Germany or something like that. Back in the past.
I'm willing to admit sometimes the liberals can go too far, making it sound like there's Armageddon with Trump or whatever. But I'm just going to say this: if Obama, Clinton, or Kamala Harris was responsible for 5 out of the 9 justices personally themselves, the right would be saying the same shit. One guy picked 5 justices, and we expect that Supreme Court might rule against him. I don't see it.
And you're right. You're probably right about that. You know, I don't see it as a funny matter because this stuff can go bad for us. You know what I'm saying? As Black folks in America. Yeah. But however, you know, I can see that because how the state's doing their stuff, and you know, I'm from Texas, so you know, born and raised here, and I done seen some strange things, been in some rooms that was some crazy stuff was said, and you know, like I told you, when Trump won the first time, our structure had changed within in our corporate business area. How people were being so openly saying things that they aren't supposed to be saying in a professional environment.
Like what? Give me some examples.
Like stuff using that Trump is the president. I can say anything now. Stuff like that. You know, when they saying off the wall things, using words that they aren't supposed to be using in a professional environment, like the N word, or you know, what you think about them goddamn Mexicans or anything like that? I'm like, whoa, brother.
You know, you're not the first guest to come on the show and say that Trump has emboldened people to be hateful. I have heard other people say the same thing, that I've never seen so much of this since Trump got in office. Fortunately, I haven't seen it other than on social media, but I'm in some of the most, you know, conflicted environments there is, so I would expect it. But people are saying in their daily lives they've seen a lot more of this since Trump got in office.
Well, he made them be more emboldened, you know, and like I tell anybody, you know, look, I don't care if you're Republican or you're Democrat. We all carry around here in Texas, brother. You know, I don't care what you thinking and what you're saying. You can't come up on me and I have not been approached like that personally. But I don't see, because I'm a big guy. I'm just like you, brother. I'm a big guy. You know what I'm saying? 415 pounds.
Oh, shit. You genuinely big. You big.
Yeah.
I'm 300.
Yeah.
Big.
Yeah, I'm a big guy, you know, and I carry a side on, you know, and so, you know, you can come up on me if you want to, but you know what I'm saying, you know, you're going to be pushing up daisies if you act crazy, you know, because I got a right to stand my ground with you. You know, so you can't come to me all racist and all that, because I come up in a racist background. I come up in East Texas. I was down there when they were doing some strange things. But
you're not near Vidor, are you?
No, I come from East Texas. I came out to East Texas, Ord City, and Gilman.
Okay.
You know, and they never came to our neighborhood with that crazy mess, because we had closet for the guns. We had you know, the pews, everything over there, and they didn't want to come on our area, and we didn't go in their area.
Right.
You know, but we respected each other. We know that.
But is it true? Now, you know, that town Vidor, they're claiming it's a sundown town. Is there any validity to that?
Yeah, it is, but it's not as what people might say it is. You know that not to go in there nighttime and all that, because you got some backwards folks, backwards mind people thinking. You know, people think backwards. Wow. You know, they think they think they back in the 50s and 60s. You know, and all that old mess like that. You know, don't want to serve you and all that stuff like that. But most of the time, you know, the truck driver, they go through there. Sometimes they might be served, but you know, sometimes they won't. They'll let me know you can't be served here.
Wow. In 2024.
Yeah, in 2024. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Everybody, you know, and they act nice. I would be honest, they act nice, but at a certain time, they not nice.
Nice racist, Tom.
Yeah, you know, in Texas, you know, saying, you know, we say bless they heart to have the South, bless they old heart. You know, I used to live in Dallas for a short time. I'm fortunate to say I never encountered that, but it was only for a very short period of time. I lived in Richardson, Texas. Dallas is a pretty much liberal city. You know, it's those Republicans down there is a little bit more compassionate than the ones in the deep part of the country. Oh, you know, because yeah, you know, you got to go to the deep part of the country to find the ones that go call you boy all the time. What's your name, boy? Yeah, when I used to work for for the city in Upshur County. That was used to call your boy. That boy, who your family boy? You know.
So what would happen if you called them a boy back? You know, boy, if you just start throwing it back at them, how would they view it?
Oh, see, I used to do that all the time to see the reaction. Face get all red going on, but I understood, and then they get used to you. That's just how he talk. And I understand, that's how you talk, right?
I don't want
you call me, I'm gonna call you boy back too.
I don't want no part of that. All right. Let me move it on, but you keep that shit down in Texas. I don't want no part of that, man.
All right, brother. You have a beautiful, blessed day. Thank you, Tim.
All right, talk to you later, boy.
All right, boy.
All right, man. I don't want no part of that bullshit. Take me back to the 1950s. Will G says Trump didn't beat felony cases. He simply ran and hid from them behind the desk. That is true. He didn't actually beat any of those cases. I said that earlier, that he's a winner and he was able to beat all of. He didn't beat any of them, but effectively it's the same. I mean, you're not going to go to jail for any of them. You're not going to pay any fines for any of them. I mean, Jack Smith pretty much, had to suspend his shit because the guy's president now. So he didn't beat them, but the results are still damn near the same. You're not gonna pay any penalty. You're not gonna do any time. I mean, you didn't get found guilty. It's not gonna be on your record. It's not gonna hinder you in any way, shape, or form. So, for all intents and purposes, he might as well say he beat the cases. But technically, officially, he didn't beat them. But it is what it is. Sometimes when you lose, you have only yourself to blame, says Ed. But I don't look at the Democratic election, the Democrat losing in 2024 that way. I think it's Biden. Overstaying his welcome. I really think the whole country, well, I won't say the whole country. There was plenty of liberals saying that he could do it, but there was enough of America among, certainly the Republican Party did not think Biden was cognitively there. A hell of a lot of independents and even some Democrats were saying it. Privately, there were even more. He overstayed his welcome. So I think, to me, the biggest factor why the Democrats didn't win is Biden. It ain't Kamala Harris. It's Biden. MAGA is trying to invoke Black Lives Matter and Antifa to get America to forget January 6th. That ain't going to work. That ain't going to fucking work. It's hilarious how MAGA wants to lecture people how to be humble after a loss. And that is ironic as well. Everybody, well, Trump won, just get over it. This time 4 years ago, that wouldn't work on MAGA. Biden won, just get over it. No, they were saying he stole the election and all kinds of shit. So it is ironic that Trump supporters are, well, he won, just get over it. You didn't feel that way when he lost. So that is a great point. But in regards to saying MAGA is trying to invoke Black Lives Matter and Antifa to get America to forget January 6th, that ain't going to happen. The riots of Black Lives Matter are not likely to be significant in terms of historic events. I mean, maybe the riots over George Floyd might be, but January 6th is going to be far more of a historic moment than anything BLM did. I mean, it's just way, way, way bigger because you had the entire head and leadership of this country all in one building with the exception of Trump. You're just not going to put BLM, and Antifa shouldn't even be in the conversation. Antifa was just brought up as a diversion. Antifa had nothing to do with January 6th at all. Otherwise, Trump wouldn't be talking about pardoning them and saying it's a good day. I don't even know why Antifa shouldn't even be in the conversation. I guess you could bring up BLM because you're comparing riot to riot. They took over Chaz or something in Seattle or some shit, 6-block area. Something. I don't, other than just a diversion, January 6th is January 6th. If you bring up the Ferguson riots or over Mike Brown or the Minneapolis riots over George Floyd, and you're talking to an African-American crowd, they don't counter with J6. These things are separate events. They're not, I don't know why you can't talk about J6 without BLM coming up. We talk about BLM all the time and they don't refer to J6. So other than just bringing up BLM to try to divert from what happened, and keep in mind, Trump refers to BLM as a terrorist outfit. MAGA thought the worst of BLM. So if you're comparing yourself to BLM, then that means you're kind of admitting what happened on January 6th was horrible. You're not comparing the protest to some Martin Luther King protest. You're comparing them to BLM. So that means you're even admitting that shit was awful. If that's all you got is to compare it to a group that you think are a bunch of criminals and terrorists, then that means you're admitting what they did on J6 was pretty damn bad. You just suggest, well, it wasn't quite as bad as BLM. Why aren't you comparing it to some of the peaceful protests that happen out? Like the abortion protesters or, the MLK Why aren't you why you got to compare it to BLM? The group you think is the worst of the worst. Because you're trying to find something to say, well, shit, we ain't quite as worse as them. You're admitting they're bad to say that. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss a super chat before we continue on. And Ed G says, I'm in California and no one talks or cares about J6. And you're probably, I always talk about echo chambers. People tend to talk to and hang around people that are politically in the same environment. Because there's a lot of conservatives in California. Just because you're in a liberal state don't mean there's not. If you look at the map after the election, there's a hell of a lot of red counties in California. My guess is you're probably hanging around Trump supporters. They're not going to bring up J6. Just like when I bring up the Haitian migrants are eating pets, all the Trump supporters in the comments, why the hell are we still talking about that? Because it's hurting Trump. I mean, he just said they were eating pets this fall, like 3 months ago or so. It hasn't been solved. Nobody's got their pets back. Why would you want to not talk about it anymore? Because it's not true and it's hurting Trump's image. So the right is like, let's get past that. Why are you still talking about the pets? Why are you still talking about J6? Because it's not helpful. You can bring up Willie Brown, but we can't bring up J6? Willie Brown is decades ago. You can bring up the 94 crap bill, but we can't bring up J6? I mean, just think about what's going on now. You're okay with old shit being discussed when it's things that work in your favor. Willie Brown, how many years ago was that? The crime bill is 30 years ago, but you can't bring up J6, huh? All right. I like you. J6 is like you. J6 is a false narrative. Chris Toy Balla, I'd be curious to know, what is the false narrative about J6? I mean, what do you say? What about it is false? Clip, thank you for the support. Appreciate that 5-piece. Thank you, Clip. Shout out to you. Going on with the program, I'll let you know what the false narrative is around J6. Did Elon Musk call Maga lazy? It was either Elon or it was Vivek. But they favor those H1, is it the H1B or whatever, those visas to allow skilled workers. When Trump has convinced a lot of folks that he's getting rid of all of them. And Steve Bannon doesn't favor that. So it's caused a rift among the folks that are intolerant for any immigrants versus business owners like Vivek and Elon that do want access to some labor. And this is what the left has, and the farmers have been saying from day one, that if he actually does what he's saying, you're going to hurt American businessmen. A lot of them that supported you. And that's what Elon is coming out and trying to say. What did Elon say? I'll die on this hill or something like that. When he told Steve Bannon to fuck himself in the face. I mean, you're hurting people's businesses. That's what they're trying to say. They've been saying that from day one. If you do this deportation that you're talking about, you're going to hurt businesses. He wants Greenland for climate change. Yeah, that's hilarious. Let me go back to the box. I wanted to see, Chris, what you were talking about, the false narrative. I don't know what false narrative is surrounding J6. I guess the false narrative would be that it was not a love fest, that they were not all let in, that they were, not all peaceful. I mean, what is the false narrative? Let me go back to the box, because I know the right painted January 6th to be a very kind and peaceful day. Continuing on, where is Hulk Hogan at? He did his job. He helped get Trump elected to some degree. He's in there now, so Hulk Hogan is chilling. Chris Toy Balla, false narrative, J6, what say you?
So the name is Chris Baller.
All right, good evening. What's the false narrative around
Cristobal.
J6?
So it's Spanish. Cristobal.
Okay, Cristobal.
As in Christopher.
Okay, we got your name right. Now, what is the false narrative concerning J6?
Well, so you never want to say that the FBI went after Twitter and Facebook, and that's non-negotiable. They went after people on Facebook and Twitter and canceled them in 2020.
What does that got to do with J6?
So when you're able to influence the election on 2020, you're also able to influence the election later. And so with the J6, you have never been able to say, and I listen to you a lot. I love you. I do.
Appreciate that.
But you don't seem to understand that the people that went there on J6. Can you tell me what, do you think that's okay for that grandma, for her to be in jail for 20 years?
What did grandma do?
Because she just was there.
She didn't break nothing. She didn't climb through no windows. What did she do?
Right. She didn't do any of that.
I don't know the specific grandma. I don't know this case, so I can't speak on it. So you said she was just let in peacefully?
Well, I mean, it's pretty famous. It's on X. I mean, I spend a lot of time on X. Okay, but
I apologize. I don't know about
this grandma
case. I don't know
showed
about
up
this
there.
case. Huh?
And everybody was going into the Capitol, and there was, these blockades.
What is her name? You said it's pretty famous.
Apart.
What is the name of this grandma?
Ah, shit.
I mean, I know who Ashley Babbitt is. She's pretty famous. You're telling me if it's pretty famous.
She died. Okay, because some dude decided that
you said she got 20 years in prison.
What?
You said she got 20 years in prison.
She's in prison right now, the grandma, because she was just in the proximity. So
what they charge her with?
Let me. I just want to ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you know that the FBI was key in deleting or manipulating people like me on Facebook and Twitter before the 2016 election? Are you aware of that?
Okay, they were manipulating.
The FBI admitted that.
How would it do it? By doing what?
By deleting me specifically. So I'm no longer on Facebook, and I was no longer on Twitter because I was deleted.
And this is before the election. I don't think
you understand that.
This is before the election.
FBI, your FBI.
Hold on, hang on. Let me make sure I get what you're saying. Hold on. You said this is.
I'm sorry.
This is before the election.
Yes.
In 2020.
Yes, it was the same. They didn't let the Hunter Biden stuff come out. They didn't let that come out.
Okay,
the FBI,
hold on.
CIA,
You do realize that was Trump's FBI doing all that stuff to you, right?
Pre-2016?
You said it was before the election. Oh, you're talking about, wait, now how far back are you going?
Yeah, I was taken off Facebook and Twitter. Okay, do you understand Twitter? Do you not know? Okay, so Twitter was Twitter. And then Musk bought Twitter, and it's now called X.
Right, I know all of that.
Do you know that?
Yeah, you're telling me the FBI took you off of Facebook and Twitter 8 years ago? 9 years ago?
Yes.
And you got evidence. And what's your evidence to this? What's your evidence?
Because I will not go on that platform ever again. Because I was face banned, is what they call it.
I haven't heard anybody complaining that they were doing this back in 2015.
Oh my God. So why do you think Musk bought X?
Musk just bought this shit a year or two ago. You're talking about something that's like 8-9 years ago.
Fluke thing? He was just like, oh, I think I'll do that. What? Come on. Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason is because there are 50% of us who voted for Trump that have been banned on Facebook and have been banned on Twitter. And so Musk bought Twitter and renamed it X. And now I can actually speak my mind. And I'm not threatened and I'm not banned. And
I don't have any problem with that, but I haven't heard anybody.
Is supposed to do, Tim. And I love you. I do. I love you. I listen to you.
You sound like Tim Scott. You give me the Tim Scott treatment. I like it. But I don't recall. Now you told me I had a false narrative or something like that on J6. I'm still not hearing that though.
Well, you do, because you don't acknowledge that the FBI went in front of a congressional hearing and said that they collaborated with Twitter and Facebook.
Now that is Trump's FBI though. That ain't January 6th.
No. This is no. You can't throw it away like that. This happened when your boy was in there. Okay.
Who?
This was not Trump.
Obama.
This was not Trump. Congressional hearings take a minute. Okay. And so this was 4
That ain't
years.
what I'm talking. That's not what I'm talking about, Chris. I'm saying that, like when they say FBI was if the FBI was there on January 6th, they said they was instigating all that. Trump was in control during all of that time. All of this when January
negative squirrel. No.
What?
What?
You telling me Trump was not in control on January 6th?
Oh, January 6th, 2020.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm talking about being banned 2016.
We can't speak on something. I don't know what's going on. You're going 8 years back, man. I don't know.
What? I'm saying I was kicked off of these platforms, bro.
Why? What the hell were you saying back then?
I'm not the only. Well, specifically because I was telling people, I was very irritated when people said that, they're all the same. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are all the same, and I would go off on them and say this is ridiculous.
And they kicked you off for saying this is ridiculous. You said more than that. Back in 2015, even the right wasn't complaining about people getting kicked off.
No. I'm not saying I didn't deserve it. I'm just saying that that it happened, okay? And that's not supposed to happen, all right? So the point is, but you're confusing 2016 to 2020.
No, I'm telling you, I don't.
Because there's a difference. There's a big difference.
I'm trying to hear what the false. What is my false narrative you're talking about?
Right. The false narrative is that there's these people out here, 51%, okay, who voted against your ideals and now voted for Trump. Okay, 51% of people, okay.
I'm still not hearing the false narrative.
What?
I'm still not hearing the false narrative you're telling me.
Well, the false narrative is that you want to say that what's her name? Kamala
Jesus Christ,
Was-
you really butchered the shit out of that. Okay, Kamala, you butchering this shit. Go ahead. What did Kamala want to say? Keep going.
There was nothing that Kamala was presenting that any of us wanted to hear. I mean, she's the most disastrous presidential hopeful that ever was. It was ridiculous. I mean, could you follow anything like 2 sentences later? Could you understand what she was wanting to say?
Yeah, she's a lawyer. I can understand her perfectly. She don't speak with an accent.
Maybe I need to be in the chair where I'm being thrown in jail or something. Then I can understand her. She didn't make any sense at all.
No, let me correct that. You may think the policies in the direction for America she was proposing didn't make any sense, but you could damn sure understand her. You make it sound like she couldn't speak English.
She was a buffoon. Yeah, it was tough to make out the English.
Really?
I mean, are we talking about the same person?
That's what I'm thinking. You're telling me you had a hard time understanding the words that Kamala Harris was saying. Take your time.
Yeah. I could not. I was counting like 1, 2, 3. Like,
okay, all right. I don't
say?
even know where to go with that, because even the people that really despised her, I have never heard somebody in America say they didn't understand what she was saying. Her English is perfect.
God.
It's her mother tongue. You couldn't understand it. You speak any other language?
Because they like you, man.
Are you kidding? This is a free speech program. People tell me I'm full of shit all the damn time. I'm telling you, I give people permission to be as critical as they want. I have never heard anybody say they don't understand her.
I know, but you're a nice guy. This candidate had no direction, had no. I mean, she would be interrupted in her speech, and it would lose my interest immediately.
That's a big difference to say you don't understand her, though. You don't.
I understand what she said.
Okay.
What?
You made it.
What was her biggest? What was her biggest thing? What was her biggest issue that she was going to take control of?
Women's rights
and take care of us.
Women's rights.
Oh my God, women's rights. Seriously?
What's the point?
Women's rights.
Yeah, you don't understand me now?
That's funny.
Right, I gotta move it on. Like I said, I wanted to hear the false narrative. I don't think you ever got around to that, but I do gotta move it on, man.
I didn't get to that.
No.
Okay.
Chris,
moving on.
Thank you. Appreciate it. The man said I had a false narrative on J6. Like I said, I don't run from criticism. I invite it. So I brought him up so he could clear that up. I don't think he did, but he's welcome on the program anytime. You guys know I don't block, ban, or censor. I do appreciate folks from the other side of the aisle coming through as always. So he is always welcome back. The same people that say J6 was a day of love are the same people that say slaves were happy and developed skills. There's some validity to that. Now, I don't think everybody that says J6 was a day of love and all of that shit is also trying to make it sound like slaves learned something from being slaves. But I do believe that all the people that say slaves learned skills are saying that J6 is a love fest. I do. I think that does work. Works in reverse a little bit better, but it does work both ways. That people, the idea that somebody would actually say that slaves learned to trade to make it sound like there was some positive shit. Well, good. I don't give a fuck what you learning. If you don't get paid for your work, it's of no value. Yeah, you learned how to make wagon wheels, but you'll never get a dime for doing it. Then what the fuck good is the skill? You'll never be able to own a horse. You'll never be able to travel in this buggy by yourself, but you made the wheels. What do you fucking do? I mean, it doesn't matter what skills they learned. If they can't use them, they are of no value. You can't use it to make any money. You can't be on your own. I don't even know why somebody would bring that up. That's crazy. And I see in the comments, Big Dog said they got chitlins. Yeah, they did get chitterlings and hog mogs and all. Yeah, but it's crazy to bring up they learned a skill. The only reason you go out and learn this shit is to earn a paycheck and feed your family. Unless you're living off the grid or something, then the skills have a different value. But you're not allowed to live off the grid as a black man in America during that time. And you're not allowed to, earn a living as a black man during that time. So what's the benefit of the skill? Everything, all of that benefit is going to the man that owns you. Why would somebody? This is what happens when you can run this shit by uneducated people. That's what I would have said. Thank you for that. Who sent that? Mike. Was that Mike that sent that? Appreciate that. If that was. No, that was Mike. Dragon Crush. Shout out to you. Thank you. Yeah, I would have said that immediately. If I'm sitting somewhere, and I think it started out in Florida where they were trying to, tell folks this shit in schools that, slaves had some benefits. That's the first thing I would ask. What good is it? You can't use it for a damn thing. I mean, I don't, like I said, if you tell it to somebody that's dumb, maybe it'll go somewhere. I don't know. I mean, that's like teaching a person that's on death row how to fly a Cessna. What good is that? You're never going to fly in your life. Well, he learned how to fly a plane when he was behind bars. Okay, what good is that? Question, why would Pelosi ask or accept the National Guard battalions on a normal day of business? Trump knew his people were crazy and took advantage when the guard was down. I don't think there's no way to dispute that. You wouldn't ask for the National Guard unless you expect drama. I don't think that can be disputed. And by the way, I always bring up, if you knew the National Guard was needed and not present during the time, assuming that, let's say Nancy Pelosi's job and she failed it. I mean, the January 6th hearings came out and said it wasn't Nancy Pelosi's job to provide the National Guard. But let's say it was her job. They're not there. You've had Steve Bannon and Flynn and Giuliani and Don Jr. All these people don't give a speech before Trump gets up there and speaks. So you got several hours of people speaking. The National Guard you asked for has not arrived yet. Why would you send that unguarded crowd to the Capitol building? Now, a lot of folk with KB or insurrection, nobody had weapons. You ain't patted nobody down. You ain't checked nobody for shit. Somebody could have a whole damn bomb in their backpack. You ain't checked nobody. Ain't nobody been wanted. In fact, you had the Secret Service get rid of the magnetometers. Ain't nobody been checked for anything. You can't look at a crowd and automatically assume nobody's armed because you don't see a gun. That's the whole argument about Ashley Babbitt. Well, she didn't have a gun. How the fuck you know? You ever heard of an ankle holster? Something in the small of someone's back or appendix carrier? Is that possible? Is it only possible to be armed when you can see it? She could have been armed 100 ways to sundown. You don't know. She could have a blade on her. You don't know what the fuck she got on her. Because you can't see it, she's unarmed. There's a reason why the cops tell you keep your hands out of your pocket. Because they know you can be armed even though they don't see it. The defense that she wasn't armed makes no sense at all. Real quick in the comments. Hey, he's MAGA. He sounds like Democrats explaining gender. Ed, that's now Ed is a viewer. Ed is MAGA, but he's talking about my last caller. He said that he also is MAGA, but he sounds like a Democrat trying to explain gender. That's funny. Ed, you don't pull punches. I like that. Yeah, you MAGA. But I like your free speech ethics. I will give you a shout out, Ed. Appreciate that. Caller sounds drunk. Damn, Will. You guys are mean, man. Let me go back to the comments. Insurrection. Yeah, whatever. I gotta say, the idea that nobody was armed, there's no way to know that. When you haven't flagged anybody down, a wand, you use the metal wand or whatever, have them walking through a metal detector. They ain't done that whole crowd. Nobody's done that. So there's no way you can say that nobody is armed. In fact, didn't some cops get bear sprayed and shit like that? So you got a whole can of bear spray you were able to get through with, but nobody could have a gun? Believe what you want. Real quick in the comments, Tim real quick says, you could be handed the key to eternal life and never try to unlock the lock. Well, find me the person that's going to give me the key first. Then we can talk. Scott Talk. Good evening, Scott Talk. He thinks he speaks better than Kamala. I don't think I do, unless you're my last caller. Scott, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing real good. Good to have you on, man. It's first time talking?
It is. I've been following you for a while, so I chime in. I'd listen and chime in the comments often, but this is my first time up here, so
I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming through. So, what am I getting wrong?
So I honestly, personally, don't believe it was an insurrection. I do believe it was. Sorry, go ahead.
What was it? What was the purpose of that?
All right, yeah. So I think it was, the intention was to have a peaceful demonstration, and then it devolved into a riot for sure. I don't justify the actions of those who stormed the Capitol, who caused damage to either other persons or property. Those individuals should be held accountable for their actions 100%. And I will never justify those individuals.
When he sent them to the Capitol building, we speculate because we don't know. But when he said, "I'll go to the Capitol and I'll be there with you," what do you think he was expecting to happen?
Well, I'm assuming he was expecting what any other person who would promote this kind of thing is say, hey, like, let's go down there, like let's protest and let's have our voices heard, and let's speak what we believe to be true. And unfortunately, when you get mass crowds like that, you do get some bad actors.
But would that not be somewhat predictable? I mean, you have the National Guard is not there. Whether it's Nancy Pelosi's job or whoever, he was 100% certain that security was not there. So you're just truly trusting a bunch of strangers to just behave. Is that what he was doing?
To an extent, yeah. I mean, there are internal memos where he did request it 3 days in advance.
I get that, but you know it's not there, though. You know it's not there. So at that point, you're sending them to the Capitol building. You know the security you requested is not there. So you're just depending on all these people to just behave. You're just trusting a bunch of unknown people.
Well, so yeah, I mean, you're kind of stuck with the situation. It's like, well, we can either go through with this and, trust the base, or you can try to tell them, hey, don't show up. But again, they might still show up anyways. And then honestly, it might do the adverse reaction. If you tell them, hey, don't show up all of a sudden, that might actually entice them more to be a little bit more frustrated.
It's a difference between don't show up and don't go to the Capitol building. When he was speaking to them, they're about 2 miles away from the Capitol building, because it came out during the January 6th hearings that when Trump's party requested the ability to protest and get a permit, they told them then the Capitol building will be closed on that day. You can protest, but the Capitol building is closed. So his party had actually let them know that we're going to protest, but we have no intention of going to the Capitol building. That was him changing what he had promised at the last minute and sending them there anyway. But the point I'm making is, it's a whole bunch of soft targets in that building, and you know that this crowd is unsecure. Doesn't that seem like that's kind of irresponsible to send them to the Capitol building, hoping that all of these people who could be Antifa, who could be FBI, who could be filled with Ray Epps, you don't know who could be armed, to just send them to this building? Doesn't that sound kind of irresponsible to do that?
Yeah, I don't think it was the best decision on his part by any means. Because you're right, trusting a group of thousands of people to hopefully just obey and not get crazy. Because we see it all the time when people get in crowds, it usually ends up devolving into something.
Not to mention, this crowd already has a hangman's noose in front of you. They're talking violence to you. They're already yelling to get rid of Mike Pence. So it's not like you're wondering whether this crowd might be upset. They actually showed up with a gallows.
Yeah, but this all honestly points to the idea that it devolved into a riot, though, not an insurrection. And that's my whole point. Because you can even look at the actions of when they actually breached the Capitol, right? Yeah, they were just like destroying some property. A lot of them were just like kind of like wandering around aimlessly. There obviously were individuals who went a little bit further than that. Right. But there was no true actions taken to try to.
It wasn't organized. This is probably it wasn't. Now, some people did have zip ties and walkie talkies on them, but it wasn't enough of them that organized it together. There were some organized groups in there, but it wasn't enough of them. But I'm just simply saying, from a standpoint of the president of the United States, how can we absolve him 100% of any responsibility when you and I both admit sending them to a building that is loaded with highly important, sensitive, soft targets that you know this whole crowd is unarmed. You deliberately sent them there when you knew they were unarmed. How is that not a fuck up on his part?
Well, like I said, I'm not absolving him of 100% everything. I absolve him of causing it or inciting an insurrection. Yeah, was it a bad judgment to have people go down there?
How about negligence? You did something that was you sent all of these people to this area knowing there was no security. You basically overwhelmed the Capitol Police, and you knew they were going to be overwhelmed when this crowd arrived because you knew there was no. How about negligence?
Yeah, I'd say a part could be negligence, but naive.
Naive? No, you're not. If you knew you needed the National Guard days before it happened, you're not naive at this point to know that something may happen. You knew before you even threw this that security should be here. So you ain't that naive.
Well, I mean, he could be naive in the idea is like, hey, I requested it, but it didn't happen, but I'm going to trust the people anyway.
You don't know these people.
Well, yeah, I know, but that's where the naive part comes in, is that you feel like you trust your base so much because they trust you, and you have this emotional connection to them, and you believe that, okay, you know what, I'm going to tell you, because he did say go march peacefully and patriotically. So
you don't even know if these people are your base. You don't know who they are.
That's where being the naive part is, because he thought it was.
What's the difference between being naive and stupid?
They're kind of similar for the most part. I don't know, like.
I mean, it's crazy that you would send these people to a sensitive area like this with no security. I mean, the idea that something could go wrong is highly predictable.
Yeah, like I said, like I don't think it was a smart move for him to send him down there. Like I said, I will always defend the part that he did not intend for any sort of insurrection or overthrowing of the government. That was never his intent. He never implied that. He never insinuated any of that. Now, whether or not people in that crowd took it upon themselves to maybe think that or say that, or in small attempts to, maybe, but we can see from most of the video footage.
That's akin to a drunk driver saying, I didn't intend to hurt anybody. Yeah, you didn't. But what you did, it is highly possible based on your action. You sent them to, I mean, they got a damn gallows hanging around. You go send these people to this building and you go peacefully and patriotic. They didn't even come to listen to you speak peacefully and patriotically. They got a gallows in front of you. They're not even peaceful now. They're calling for the vice president's life. They're already violent. And now you're going to send them to the building where he's at and you expecting nothing to happen.
Well, okay, so imagery is not violence. Actions of violence. So if you have an image of something like, we saw, for instance, that one actress that had a decapitated head of Trump. Like, she didn't commit any violence.
She also wasn't on the White. I bet you if she had a show. You're talking about Kathy Griffin. If she had showed up on the White House steps where the president actually was with his severed head, I guarantee the Secret Service would have been all over her. She wasn't. Now, these guys are there with the people. They're actually there with them doing that. Big difference. I can say all kinds of crap about you on the internet or what I want to do harm to you. If I'm in your yard, if I'm at your house doing it, big difference. They're at the building. They're there with the people. Huge difference.
Yeah. I understand, like, again, but just the simple, like, showing of a gallows is not in itself inherently a violent act. It can insinuate violence. It can portray the idea of maybe you want to commit violence, but the simple act of just having it there is not violence.
What do you think
That's
would
just freedom of
happen
speech.
if you went to your local police station with that same gallow yelling, "Kill the chief," and you knew his name? What do you think they would do? You're at the police station right across the street with a gallow hanging up. You're on public property. You're not on the police property. You're across the street. You got a gallow, and you're calling for the death of the chief. With that, what do you think they would do?
Well, once you directly call out an individual's name, then it becomes a different story. But just like simply having it there, like if people went across a police station and had a gallow and didn't say anything, right? It was a propped gallow. It wasn't a real one, clearly, but it was a propped one. But never said anything. They couldn't do anything about it, especially if they're across the street, not on private property. They were in public. They would just be expressing their freedom. And yeah, they would raise some concerns. They would probably keep an eye on it, but they couldn't legally do anything.
You sure about that?
Yeah, because it's not calling for any acts of violence. Simply having an image or a prop, right, as simply as a gallow, is not directly saying that, hey, I'm going to use this for anyone specific or anyone at all. It literally could just be there just as a symbol. But when you start using words and calling out direct individuals, then you can say, hey, okay, well, you have this item and you're calling someone directly. That calls for an act of violence with this product. So then it becomes a different story.
I gotta say, I think you're really finagling your way to get Trump, absolve him of any major responsibility. But to me, it's predictable under that circumstance that if you send these people to this building, there's a high probability that bad stuff can happen. Nancy Pelosi's there. You know this crowd don't like her. You've been telling this crowd negative stuff about her your whole time in politics, even before you send this crowd hundreds, thousands strong to the building where she's at. And if for some reason they come in contact with her, you think they're just gonna give her a hug or something?
That's the thing. Like, no one knows what could have actually happened if they came in contact. Luckily, they did the protocol like they were supposed to and got everyone out of the building, which is good. It's hard to tell. Yeah, were there probably people in the crowd that genuinely wanted to cause harm? Sure. I don't like those people. I think they should, again, if they committed any sort of crime, then they should be held accountable. And I'm not even absolving Trump 100% either. And I even admitted and agreed with you that calling people to go down there wasn't the best move. It wasn't a good thing because, yeah, there was a lot of risk to it, and he thought that it was a risk worth taking. And
I can't believe he would do that. You know, that's where you and I disagree. When you say he thought it was a risk worth taking, I don't think he is so naive that he thought that might actually go smoothly. I think that he was anticipating it to go at least as bad as it went, if not even more. I don't think he expected them folks to all go to the Capitol building and just stand there and chat and then peacefully disperse. I think he knew something. I mean, it's a higher probability of bad shit happening than it is of it going smoothly. When you don't have you got Giuliani talking about let's have trial by combat and we got to take all of a sudden, well, go peacefully and patriotically. And that erases everything else that's been going on all of these hours. That's crazy.
Okay, then ask yourself, right? So if you don't think he's that naive, what benefit would he have gotten if he was expecting it to go bad? What benefit did he get from that? There was no benefit for him to do that. It wasn't a strategic move that was going to make him look good in any capacity. So why would he go and knowingly thinking that, okay, like I know this is going to devolve into chaos, but I'm going to do it anyways for what benefit? Like he didn't.
Oh man, you don't see the benefit. First of all, there's one benefit that could be light. The next one could be really, really dark. I'll start with the light one. First of all, the light one is he could have disrupted the smooth transition of power and caused it to be delayed. That's the first thing why he tried to get Mike Pence or the Supreme Court or somebody to give him more play on saying the election was stolen. So it's buying him time. That was the first thing to try to disrupt the smooth transition of power. What could be even darker, and I really hate to even ponder this, but you got all of the head of American government in one building. If something happens to those people, you get to literally pick everybody. You're the only person that controls this government that's around, alive, and healthy and well. Everybody else is in that building, and they are outnumbered probably 50-1. So, like I said, it sounds dark as hell, but if for some reason them folks in that building face a really bad outcome, you get to decide everybody because you're outside healthy and well. You had no intention of going to the Capitol building. Just let them go there and let the chips fall where they may, and boom, I'll be out here ready to pick up the pieces. That's what was more likely to happen, is for them to go there and do exactly what they did, tear that place to pieces, and possibly inflict violence on people. To say you expected them to go there peacefully and patriotically after all of that hostile shit y'all done talked about for several hours, that's crazy. That's not believable.
Yeah. But even on the extreme side, like that was the probability of that being successful was slim to none because there's protocols in place, which they did enact. And that's why everyone was able to be taken out of the building before people started breaching in there. And Trump knew that. Trump was president for 4 years. He knows the protocols to that. So he even knew, I'm assuming he would have known, even if they did devolve into this, that like no one was actually going to be harmed out of this. Yes, it's not a justifiable thing to do, but for them to like take out the entire government,
Like I said,
that wasn't going to happen.
Well, the go peacefully and patriotically wasn't going to happen either. There's no way in hell that crowd after you don't hype them up like that was just going to go to the Capitol building, stand on the stairs, yell out a few things, and peacefully disperse. There was no way that was going to happen. I mean, you would have had to know they're going to throw some rocks or maybe set a few things on fire or kick over some bushes. You know that crowd ain't just going to go to that building and just yell out a few things and walk off. I mean, that's insane to even think they're going to go there peacefully and patriotically. So,
well, I'm sure he had it. I'm sure at some level he did know that there was going to be some issues arising. I'm sure he absolutely knew that at some level. Now, do I think that he believed to the extent that it went? He probably didn't see it going that far. Maybe some like outside of the building that people were going to, like you said, burn some things, destroy some fences,
But even that is worse enough because that means you didn't give a damn about the Capitol Police that's got to deal with all of that. You know you don't have enough security, so you're going to send them there think, okay, maybe a few bad things happen. Well, that means the Capitol Police got to go and arrest people and put their lives at risk. You, at the very least, are making it clear you don't give a damn about the few Capitol Police officers that are got to work that crowd. That in itself is bad.
Well, yeah, to the extent, that is a little bit careless too. I just don't understand, like, with his request for the National Guard, and then later coming out when they were saying, like, hey, like, we would not, like, his generals were saying, like, they didn't want to put the National Guard at the Capitol because of the optics to it. Like, that was
I get all of that, but I get all of that, but you don't send this crowd.
Why do you think they denied it, though? Huh? Why do you think they denied the request that he had 3 days in advance?
I don't know. It could be they wanted him to fail. I mean, because certainly, let's say it was Nancy Pelosi's job. Like I said, the January 6 hearings disagree with that, but let's say it was her job. This is like the worst enemy you got in politics. You really expect her to secure your event? You expect her to provide you security so you can get up there and say how much she is trash? So at the very least, if that's the person that's got to give you security, you need to be following up on that immediately. Because it's highly likely that this person ain't going to meet your request. I mean, this is like literally your worst enemy in politics. You don't just show up expecting this person to make sure your event, which is about telling people how horrible she is going to... I mean, you can't be this fucking naive. I mean, it's like...
Well, I don't even blame Nancy Pelosi. I know that video she was like taking credit for it. I honestly don't understand why, because she was in charge of the Capitol Police, not the National Guard. So me personally, I don't know why she was taking any sort of blame for that. It's a strange thing to say for me.
I mean, we don't normally believe Pelosi. So all of a sudden now, because she said this in favor of Trump, we suddenly believe her now. All of the things Nancy Pelosi has said over the last 20 years, we don't believe any of that. But she talks about taking credit, and suddenly the right is bringing that up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand why she took credit for that, and I don't understand why. I mean, obviously,
why not just call her a liar like we always do? I mean, just say she was lying about it. She didn't have to.
Yeah, because it's politically advantage. Right. It's in a political advantage to, like, like I said, a scapegoat. Like, there was a video of her saying that she took blame, and it was an easy scapegoat to cast some blame onto her. I understand, like, the political optics to it, so I understand why.
Well, but like I said, though, even if Nancy Pelosi's job was to provide the guard and she failed at doing it, None of that excuses you knowing they're not there and sending these people to the Capitol building. Even now that you and I've been talking, you've even admitted at the very least he put the Capitol Police's life in danger by sending this huge crowd to a place where it's only a handful of people that's got to deal with that. I mean, that alone shows that he was, that's at the very least negligence. At the very least, you're going to send this big ass massive crowd and you know they only got a handful of people guarding this Capitol. I mean, that's what leads to Ashley Babbitt getting shot. Maybe if they had more cops or something, maybe that stuff doesn't happen, but you overwhelmed them doing that. So, and even you admitted that, okay, maybe they're not here to hurt people, but they're going to at least lead to some riots, maybe some property damage. Well, the Capitol Police got to deal with all of that. They got to deal with all these angry people. They got to make arrests. Just overwhelm them and put them in some serious danger doing that.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think it was just a catastrophic failure across the board. Like Trump has some blame on that 100%. His generals failing to abide by his request for the National Guard, I think was a failure on that. I think there was some political motives behind that as well. I think the entire scenario was just one giant failed shit show of our government.
It should never have happened, especially considering the fact that even to this day, he doesn't have evidence that that whole protest was based on anything real. He still doesn't have evidence that that happened. Remember, and keep in mind, the whole purpose of that protest was to stop the steal. How are you going to stop it by peacefully protesting?
Mike, like I'm not the election denier side. Like I voted for Trump, but I don't believe that. Like me personally, like I believe he lost fair and square. So I don't subscribe to the election deny. But my guess would be that, you know, if enough people chanted and had their voices heard, maybe it would change some opinions, which we've seen it before. Here, I mean, even here recently, we've seen some like what's that bill? To continue funding the government. How it got dropped.
But that's different than trying to stop an election. You're not going to just chant and people undo an election. That's a little bit different than a bill. I mean, but like I said, their whole purpose was to stop the steal. Go peacefully and patriotically. How are you going to stop a steal by doing that?
Like I said, I don't subscribe to the steal thing, so like I don't know how I would have stopped it. But if I had to make some sort of like,
in other words, a lot of it don't make any sense at all.
Yeah, like I support people's rights to protest, and if they believed, and which obviously a lot of people in that crowd believed that the election was stolen, and that's their right to believe that if they wanted to, and if they wanted to protest about it, sure, they have that right to. So, I mean, yeah, maybe they thought that enough people screamed about it and went out there and showed that they're disdain for the election process.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. There's no way you gonna stop a steal without doing something physically. I mean, you want to go to the mall and yell at shoplifters and hope they bring the stuff back. You want to do something physical to stop somebody from stealing something. You're not going to just yell and protest and that's going to do it. If you're telling them to stop the steal, that means you want them to physically do something. Like I said, if you just look at this from a reasonable perspective, you start realizing some of this don't make sense and that Trump has at least some culpability in this. Even from your point of saying, yeah, you're at least negligent. He's culpable in this. And I know the right has been trying to make it sound like he did nothing wrong. You knew this is more likely to happen than not. I mean, he did not keep those people safe there that day. He deliberately, intentionally put them in danger, and that's exactly where they found themselves. I gotta move on though, man. Don't be a stranger. Come back anytime.
No, absolutely. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Anytime. Appreciate it. All right, looking in the comments, they didn't expect there to be no violence. I'm gonna need some spectacles to read this on the screen. The fake sister, is that what I'm reading there? What does that say? They didn't expect there to be no violence. The fake sister I have, Bernice, who they want to take my place, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know what that even means. Let me go back into the box here. Continuing on. Mike, you've been chastising me. I'll bring you back. One of my subscribers. What have I done wrong?
I've been chastising you. Stop talking about Trump as a winner, man. You're giving the term a winner a terrible, terrible connotation.
You ever heard of the
You
phrase?
keep saying,
Hold on, let me tell you something. I used to, one of the phrases back in the 1980s for the White Sox used to be winning ugly. You can win in a way that's not necessarily that it doesn't look good. I think Trump is winning ugly. He's winning.
no,
I think so.
Tim, listen to me. Listen to me. Now you're talking to a guy that's coached sports for 20-something years.
Okay.
So understand, when you winning ugly, I 100% agree with. But you're excusing everything that he does, and you're allowing the term winning to be applicable. That's not applicable to what we're talking about.
He's the 89 Pistons, Bill Laimbeer. He's winning ugly.
That's winning ugly.
Yeah, that's winning ugly.
That's winning ugly. Would you consider winning when the games are fixed? Winning?
Give me an example of how Trump has won in a game where it's fixed.
Referees maybe not calling certain plays, players shaving points because they got something else going on over here that impacts the outcome of the game. Would you, knowing those facts of the game, would you consider that a win?
That's a good pushback. I'd have to sit down and I'd have to sit down and really think how the cheating, the examples you're giving of shaving points. I'd have to see how you tie that into Trump's wins. Like, for instance,
no, you don't have to go. You don't have to go researching. I'll give you a perfect example. Would you tie that analogy I gave you to him calling Pennsylvania to find 11,000 some odd votes?
He didn't win that election though, so it didn't help him win anything.
That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, but the behavior of trying to. The only difference was Mike Pence did his job.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind, I'm not saying the 2020 election, he wasn't a winner there. I mean, his overall trajectory is him being a winner. He's ended up being reelected. He's not going to face any criminal charges. He's going to ride off into the sunset a wealthy man. I'm saying overall, he's gotten Roe v. Wade rolled back. He's taking control of the Supreme Court by force in a very strong manner. What is it, 6-3? Might end up 7-2. I'm saying overall, he's a winner. You can lose some battles and still win. The 2020 election is him losing a battle. So he didn't win everything, but at the end, he emerged far stronger.
But what I'm saying is, when you say win, do the tactics matter to get the win? Is what I'm asking.
Not if you're winning ugly, it don't always. Like Bill Laimbeer.
You're saying winning ugly and winning deceptively or illegally or what have you are different.
Did he win? But did he win? How did he win illegally though?
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: when the NFL caught the Patriots cheating.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Did it put everything? No, wait. Okay, but they still were winning, right? Mm-hmm. So are you saying that that's the standard now? So that's what I'm saying.
What did Trump do that would be comparable to deflating balls, though? How did he win by cheating?
Or even attempt to win, even if he didn't win, but everything he did up to J6 was attempting to cheat to win. That particular time he didn't.
And he lost all of that. He didn't.
Okay, right. But so go to this winning. Is propaganda cheating? Blatant lies, is that cheating?
What politician doesn't do that?
No. Is deliberate deception to change these voters, these MAGA, is that okay? If we're saying that that's the criteria, if we're saying that the bar is win at all costs, even if you're lying, even if you're attempting to cheat, even if you're stealing or attempting to steal, are we saying that that's okay? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, I don't know if I quite get that, but I'll let you continue. I want to read this to you because this sounds like it might almost come from somebody who has the same mindset as you. Boo Hoo, that's the name, says, I remember your lives before Trump won, and now it feels like you're trying to play both sides to continue your channel, switching up a bit, aren't we? Do you see that at all?
No. What they're seeing is they're seeing less. You have less MAGA now, because I truly believe that some people that voted for him are honestly reconsidering the choice they made by what they're seeing, Tim.
Okay. Let me explain how this works.
Trump supporters turned politics into like fanatics, like it was a sporting event.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that. But let me explain how this works. When I first started doing this about 3-4 years ago, when the economy was really in the tank, I was a liberal that was chastising and criticizing the hell out of Biden because I thought at the time economically the country sucked. The botched Afghanistan evacuation. I was real critical of Biden. My audience was really heavily MAGA because I was very critical of Biden. As Biden continued on, the economy started getting better, and there started becoming more and more things that were not that bad under Biden. Gas prices came down, people were buying and spending, and all of a sudden, I got more liberals, and I lost a lot of MAGA. Now that we've gotten Trump, and Trump is starting to look like he's winning because he's won the election, I'm starting to pick up more. It ain't that I'm deliberately trying to I'm speaking on what I see, and depending on what side of the aisle people are on, they like or dislike it. If I start talking in favor, if Trump get in there and he starts doing good and I'm giving him credit for lowering gas prices, I'm going to probably get a lot more MAGA and lose some liberals. If he get in there and he sucks and he's committing crimes and I'm talking about him, I'm going to probably get more liberals. And it ain't that I'm trying to get certain sides. I'm just telling you.
I know you're not.
Yeah, I'm just giving you free speech.
No. I know you're not, but I'm saying the people that are in the box is different the last few months. Now, and it's different, but I want to go back to when Scott, because Scott was wrong. And, I've done a lot of studying on J6. So I really take offense when I listen to what people say.
And I was throwing him olive branches everywhere just to show him, even if
which way, and he didn't have a clue.
Yeah, because I was showing him that even if you give Trump all of the benefit of the doubt and give him as many olive, it still looks bad. Even from a negligence standpoint, even from the Capitol Police. So I was working with him everywhere and showing him that even if I work with you, what Trump did still looks bad.
And it does. And the reason, and this is one of my hot button topics on this, is because when you spend time to watch all those hours of Capitol footage, like I have, when you read the indictments and all of that information, and you listen to people, if they would have just spent the time to read the indictment, they could never even say, it never should have came down to who was supposed to put security anywhere, because the people that knew what was going to happen before it happened were the very ones doing the things.
Yeah.
The Trumps and
the fact is they did what they did with the expectation that bad shit was going to happen. It wasn't meant to be peaceful. But like I said, I was taking it from his perspective and showing him, even from your perspective, this shit don't look good.
No, it was terrible. And so when I'm in the comments typing with Bake Boss and these other people, I'm like, if you read it, you can never. If you read it and you keep commenting and saying what you're saying, you're even more disingenuous.
But they're not going to read the indictment because they don't trust the creator of the indictment. They don't think the FBI is trustworthy.
But when they read the indictment, they will see that there were depositions taken from Trump's administration.
Yeah, they're not going to trust that. Like Steve Bannon clearly stating on October 31st, like 4 or 5 days before the election, that if Trump is losing, he's just going to say he won. I mean, they pretty much admitted that stuff was all premeditated. But like I said, they're not going to read the indictment. They're not going to trust it because it's coming by way of the FBI. It doesn't matter if it's depositions with the actual people's voice on there. They just aren't going to buy it.
And so that goes in. I'm going to drop and let you do your thing, brother. But that's when it comes down to what I'm telling you is that they do not. If that's the case, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Kamala only ran for 3 months. It doesn't matter if she ran for 6 months. None of that shit would have mattered. So when they make their talking points, that's when you know it's disingenuous, because nothing about her, they would have never voted for her, Tim. Yeah. If she could have ran for 6 months, they wouldn't have voted for her, because if you're not going to do, but they say they do research on her, right? It's like, you can't have it both ways, people. You can't say that you understand the in-depth policies over here and you don't know them over there. It makes no sense. You listen. That's what's so crazy about these things, Tim, when we have these conversations. I listen to what was said very carefully. You're saying that Trump has policy, but he has never had a rally where he's ever spoken a detail of his policies that they asked for Kamala to have in her policies. When's the last time you spoke to a Trump supporter that could tell you the detail in his agenda? I didn't say talking points, not cliff notes, the detail. Because Trump has never spoke about detail.
It mostly is in cliff note fashion.
Yes, he never speaks in detail. Drill, baby, drill, mass deportation, get away with a.
Well, I think he's been very detailed on mass deportations, though. I mean, he's pretty much made it clear. Yeah, he's detailed as hell on that.
When you were talking about he worked harder than Biden, I was laughing. I wasn't on. I was pissed earlier because you said that.
I still think he worked harder than Biden.
It doesn't take a lot of energy to get on stage and be completely unhinged with no guardrails for fear of anything about what he says. That is not hard to do.
All right, Mike.
That is not hard to do, Tim.
All right, we'll leave it at there. Thank you. And I do want to respond to a comment. What did it say here? If I invite 100 to 1,000 people to an event, I'm responsible for any permits required, and if anything goes bad, I would be liable. If a riot breaks out, I get the charge. That is true. That actually is true. Like I said, you just have to favor Trump to have this mindset, because if anybody else did that, they would be saying that person was at fault. I mean, like I said, it ain't hard to make a point that what Trump did at best was negligent, at worst was sinister. But the idea that I just sent all these people to the Capitol building and I expected them to just be there peacefully and do nothing, you don't even know who they are. I mean, you have people talking about Ray Epps and the FBI. You don't even know who these people are. Why the hell do you think they're just gonna all follow you? You haven't even confirmed who these people really even are. But yet you expect all of this peace? Yeah. Negligent at the very least. Negligent. Sinister at the very worst. I definitely think it would be harder for Trump to shut up than to keep talking. The guy has trouble keeping in on both ends. Jesus. He has trouble keeping it in on both ends. God damn. I know where that's going. I'm gonna leave that alone. Before I go back to the next caller, I do want to hear this, because my last caller was talking about, they weren't talking about violence.
Does the right thing, we win the election.
Okay, never mind. It's just clips. I thought it was gonna be the hearing of it, but what is this one here? It's crazy how much of this stuff is online.
Did see video of protesters threatening him. That was a part of new evidence presented today during the committee's third public hearing. Key witnesses included a top aide to Pence and a retired federal judge who provided
certify those results. Video evidence showed how some of the protesters reacted to that.
I'm hearing reports that Pence caved. I'm telling you, if Pence caved, we're going to drag through the streets. You politicians are going to get drugged through the streets. Bring out Pence! Bring out Pence! Bring out! Bring out Pence! Bring out! Bring out Pence!
I'm not going to play anymore, but they clearly were go peacefully and patriotically. They were actually talking violence on the walk over. I mean, that guy was talking about dragging Pence through the street. I mean, they didn't even walk over there peacefully. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what would have made Trump think that those folks are going to go peacefully and patriotically. It don't sound like they ever heard anything about that. So yeah, I don't buy that Trump was that naive. I just think Trump supporters want to absolve him no matter what. But it's pretty clear that crowd was not intended on being peaceful or patriotic. I mean, that guy's literally walking over there. They're yelling, bring him out, and talking about doing acts of violence. They're actually talking about being violent on the walk over. They ain't even got there yet. Go peacefully and patriotic. They ain't even got there yet, and they talking about what they're going to do. So, peacefully my ass. All right, look at in the comments. I do want to ask that you guys tap the screen. I don't know if we'll get to 100,000, but we could have gotten at least to 90. Keep ignoring the National Guardsman request, says Bake Boss. I'm not ignoring the National Guard request. What I'm saying is that once you realize the security is not provided, you don't have, you have a duty to do, you have a duty at that point. Okay, I requested security and my event is not secure. Whoever had the job of providing my security, they have failed to do their job. At that point, it's on me to take some kind of step. I don't just continue on. I know somebody has failed to, well, fuck it, just send them to the, whatever happened, we'll just blame it on Nancy Pelosi. That ain't how that works. You're the president of the country. These are your people. You know the security you requested is not there. You requested security for a reason. So it's not there. You don't continue on as normal. It's up to you. Just like any of us, if we're at our job, we all have jobs to do. If you fail to do your duty, there is somebody else at your place of employment that has to take some course of action. You don't just continue on knowing that, they don't just continue on knowing you didn't do your job. Your employer, your manager, your team leader, somebody out there has a responsibility to notice you didn't do your job and to take evasive action in some way, fashion, or form. You know the security is not here. You don't continue on as normal. Well, just send them anyway. If something happened, we'll just blame Nancy Pelosi. Yeah. He was attacking his own Secret Service, throwing a fit like an orange baby because they said no to him. Yeah. Like I said, at some point you recognize they're not there. You have some duty to react at that point. You don't just keep going. This says left. What does that say there in the comment? The name there? I'll bring them up. We'll see what it says here. What is the name there? Left. What is it? Keith? Hello?
Yes.
What name is
Yes.
that? I can't reach your name there at the bottom.
Yes, it's Keith.
Oh, good evening, Keith. So what brought you on? What did you hear or disagree with?
Well, first time even on the chat here and first time even coming across you. There's some things that I've heard that I want to make a point.
Okay.
This whole entire election that has just gone by, to me, has basically challenged our democratic system.
In what way?
And my point being that Biden steps down, Harris is then put in front of the Democrats,
right,
as basically the only candidate they have to go forward.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, a democratic process is you vote for someone, whether it's Harris and Jones or Harris and Smith or Harris alone, but you have competition there so that people can make a choice as to who they want to represent the country as president. And it did not happen. It was just, hey, this is what you get, deal with it.
Well, there's a few problems to that. First of all, Biden stepped down in August. The election is in November. So what is that? The 8th month. So you got 3 months just from that, ain't it? Yeah, it's about 3 months. Now, also, a ton of money was donated, campaign funding, to the Biden-Harris campaign. So if you have a vote or a primary like you're talking about, there's a whole lot of people who donated money to the Biden-Harris campaign that didn't donate money to Whitmer or Gavin Newsom or somebody. So you gotta go through the process of returning all that money back. But in addition to that, let's take what you're talking about in regards to there should have been a vote. Biden stepped down only giving people about 3 months before the election was. So how long does it take for the people to, okay, you're gonna have, I don't know, 3, 6, 8, how many different Democratic candidates that are all trying to win the primary. They got to run at least some kind of advertising and things like that to let the people know what they're about. Television. You only got 3 months before the election. So how long is the person who ultimately wins going to be campaigning? A few weeks, like 3 weeks? I mean, if you had a primary, now the Democrats haven't decided which one of the primary candidates won, probably until damn near late September, October. So that person has like 1 month to hold rallies and stuff. That's impossible.
I appreciate that, but in the Constitution, it does not stipulate that you have to have a vote on the presidential candidates on November the 2nd, November the 3rd, November the 25th. You could have had a primary between whatever Democratic people that wanted to stand up and be considered. And then during that process, you could have had, let's say, December the 1st is cutoff. And there's enough candidates in the system who have had political careers. Let's take Hillary Clinton. Let's take Obama's wife. Let's take.
She wasn't running.
I don't know.
But here's the point I'm trying to make. Here's the point I'm trying to make. Hold on. If you have a primary, there's no guarantee that everybody that wants to be in the primary are going to be people that are well known with these huge political careers. It might be somebody like the mayor, like the governor of Pennsylvania, that guy. A lot of Americans don't know who he is. You got to get him some time. You can't get him 2 weeks to primary.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is they could have pushed the actual presidential vote to as late as, let's say, December the 15th.
That still ain't no time. That's 1 month. That's only one extra month.
Yes,
that
sir.
ain't shit.
I understand your argument, but I'm just saying, to me, it is a problem to say you have a democracy when the Democratic Party or any party has only one candidate because the initial presidential candidate dropped out of the race for whatever reason. Now, let's go back to even for the election for Biden. It was no secret long before he was voted in as president that he was having cognitive problems.
I don't disagree with that, but hold on. I don't disagree with that part. But I am simply saying that this idea that the Democrats could have had a primary and that would have, okay, you're saying it would have been a Democratic elected or a democratically elected race at that point. Do you realize that when Trump wanted to run for re-election in 2020, there were like 4 Republicans that wanted to primary him too, and several Republican states just gave their delegates to Trump, and they didn't allow those people to run as well. That actually happened before it happened with Kamala. The right just didn't give it much attention. But there were people that were trying to prevent Trump from just running for re-election, Republicans that wanted to primary him, not very well-known Republicans, but they wanted to actually primary Trump. And several states refused to give them any say-so. The people in those states had no chance to vote or even listen to those folks. They just gave their delegates to Trump. Now, the right didn't make any noise about that at all. But that's pretty much the same thing, where Trump just got all the delegates from all of these states, and people were shut out. So it actually happened already.
I can agree to that, and there needs to be something that, comes up where there are extreme circumstances to where there is a process and there is an extension to be able to make it right on all sides for all of your delegates that want to come up and be candidates for president, because we could have had an entire different election and an entirely different outcome. Now, I myself support a lot of what Trump has done, but at the same time, had I had another candidate, let's say Elon Musk, just for shits and giggles, if I had Elon Musk as a Democrat that wanted to be voted for as president, and we had an extension, a provision for an extension under extreme circumstances.
Okay.
If we had that in our system, then I would have voted for somebody else. But as it stood, I voted for Trump merely because of several small things, but they make a lot of difference to me. One of the things is we all have a identity. We all identify socially, whether it's by our social status, whether it's by race, whether it's by sexual representation, whether you're male or female, what have you.
Okay.
And Kamala at one time identified as Indian, and then she turned around during this time and identified as black. And a lot of black voters that I talked to were like, that offends me because she's trying too hard to play black and she's not.
I don't see how. Here's the problem I have for that. If you favor Trump's policies for America, or if you favor Kamala Harris's policies for America, they're so different from each other. They're 180 degrees from each other. Whether it's how, Trump is in favor of big business, the Kamala Harris administration is in favor of, small business and social policies. One's pro-life, one's pro-choice. Okay, she identified as black and you don't like that. So you're going to go vote for this other guy that's 180 degrees different than all of the things that you normally would have supported. You that pissed off? That doesn't make any sense. That would be like if Trump did something to insult you. You go vote for a party that is pro-transgender or, everything that you disagree with, you're going to vote for them just because he insulted you in this way.
I understand where you're coming from, and I'm going to try to make my point a little more solid.
Sure.
We have a lot of division in this country, and a lot of the division is actually coming from the media itself. People watch the news, they believe what they hear on the news, they take it as 100% fact without going out and sitting down and doing any kind of investigation to facts.
Sometimes.
Well, it's the majority of the people. I mean, we have a lifestyle of working 12 hours a day, come home, get a bite to eat, drink a beer, watch the news,
that's
go
true.
to bed,
That's true.
And you don't have the opportunity to stop and say, well, I want to investigate facts. I'll just take what the news says. And a lot of people, now, like I said, we have such a division in this country that is media-based. If we as people stopped looking at each other as a different race, if you cut your wrist wide open and I cut my wrist wide open, we're both going to bleed the same color.
Wouldn't the transgender bleed that same color too? Haitian
Yes,
migrant?
they would. Yes, they would.
Okay.
And here's another thing. Another thing is, and this is an absolute fact, people can research it. When you have somebody that hates somebody because of their color, it's ignorant. Because, number one, when a black person dies, they remain black. When a white person dies, they turn black.
Yeah, there's some truth to that. Okay.
No, it's absolute fact. I tell you what you do. Every time you cut yourself and you look down at the scab turns black. Unoxidized blood turns black. So it's an absolute fact. There's no way to get around it. And the point I'm trying to make is, if you're going to identify as anything, whether it's transgender, whether it's gay, bisexual, heterosexual, white, Puerto Rican, Japanese, whatever, don't change what you identify as to please others in order to gain what you want from them.
To me, I hear what you're saying, but that is so insignificant. I'm like, okay, she won it. She won. Some folks have said she won by Indian and then she won by black. If you live in America and you're her complexion, it don't matter what the hell you go by. People gonna call you black. You don't have a choice in that matter. If you look like Kamala Harris and you grow up in America, people are going to call you black. It's probably on your birth certificate. They don't put country of origin on your birth certificate. If you're born in America, you are an American, and where it says race, she's going to be black. If she was wanted by the police, she's going to be black. If she goes to the DMV and takes a driver's license photo, it's going to say black. But all of a sudden she runs for president, and now it's wrong for her to say she's black?
No, my point being, all right, if you're going to change your identity, you're going to claim one thing.
Change it how?
All right, she went from claiming Indian to black. Now, when I bring that up as a point, here's my reason for bringing that up as a point. If you come up in a hard decision in the government that has anything to do with the livelihood of every American, and one moment you're making a stand for pro-life, but then when you see that's unpopular, you turn around and not only go against pro-life, but you condemn everything to maybe, and I'm going for a far reach, give me that much grace. I'm going for stupidity.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
And you turn around and anybody that goes against that view, you imprison them for it, you punish them for it. Then if you're that wishy-washy on something that's really negligible, your race is negligible as far as how you identify until you trying to get something for that.
Now, okay, here's why I have an issue with that. And I think your statement, which is very common among Maga about her, playing games with her identity or her race, why I think it's very, very hypocritical. Like you just gave her, she identified as Indian, now she's black. What happens if you got to make a major decision and you can't, you're picking and choosing when you want to be this or that? Now her competition is Trump. He used to identify as a Democrat. Now he identifies as a Republican. He used to say you didn't need an assault rifle. Now he shall not be infringed. He said he's not a Christian. Now he's selling Bibles. If you can't say that you don't like somebody who switches, but the option is Trump?
I didn't say that Trump was even great. I mean, a lot of things about Trump, he's slam full of shit. And I support the son of a bitch.
No, that's not that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you're going to, anyone that criticizes Kamala Harris for switching on anything, you should have the same disdain for Trump because he's switching all over the place too.
Oh, I understand that. And I don't agree with a lot of the shit that he has backed off of. At one point in time, he was staunch Israel supporter. And then at one time he was, no, fuck Israel.
So then let's get off of the bandwagon that it's wrong to switch, because Trump has been in the public eye longer than Kamala Harris, and he switched on far more stuff than Kamala Harris did.
I can understand and appreciate that, but what I was trying to get at, maybe I'm going about it the wrong way, is the fact that there are a lot of people that go, well, they're the lesser of the two evils in my mind, so I will just go with the lesser of the two evils.
I can agree. I can understand that. If you vote for Trump because his policies are better than Kamala Harris, I don't fault that. But bringing up that whole switching thing, knowing that Trump has switched on any and every damn thing, that right there seems like hypocrisy. I think the right answer is, listen, I just favor his policies. I favor his economy. I favor his global affairs. That's fine. That's legit. But complaining about Kamala Harris saying she's one thing and actually been another one, Trump, I just gave you 3 while you were talking about her. And I'm sure there's more. So that to me is irrelevant if you vote for Trump. You clearly don't care about switching on anything if you vote for Trump.
Well, one thing that I did like about Trump is he had surrounded himself with people such as Elon Musk, who is a very brilliant person. Elon is extremely smart.
I think you might end up, Elon may end up surpassing Trump. You guys really like that dude, but keep going.
No, I'm just saying he's extremely smart. He can be very beneficial in not only bringing out better things for society as a whole, and I'm talking about as far as worldwide, not just for America.
I don't disagree with that, but like any other celebrity, he could do a lot better if he had not gotten involved in politics. If he had not become so divisive, just like you guys talk about Taylor Swift or the Dixie Chicks during the Iraq War, how bad it is, or LeBron James or anybody, or the NFL when they got involved in politics. Well, he too is a man that is a celebrity on the world stage, and he's gotten involved in divisive politics. So that's not going to help him.
Well, I don't think that would be any benefit for him, but I think that him being in a position to be consulted, I don't even think he should be in any office in the government.
Well, but to me, he bought his way, and I got to move it on. But to me, because Trump was talking all of this bad stuff about lithium batteries and how dangerous they are and how poor the electric car is and the range of it, and nothing but negativity about alternative vehicles. And Elon Musk comes along and suddenly he's the one completely silent about it. So to me, Elon appears to have bought Trump. We'll see how far it goes, but I agree with you. He can do a lot for not only this country, but in humanity with his companies. But getting involved in politics has its consequences. Keith?
Yeah, and
go ahead. I'll give you the last word.
I want to touch a little bit on just briefly on Trump's decision to entice a crowd to approach and go to the deadgum Capitol. You know, it's been clearly stated, and I believe this, you can have 100,000 people with a good intention, and 25 of them get drunk, and the rest of the people say,
that ain't got nothing to do with the
let's follow them and
that ain't got nothing to do with the fact you don't know who these people are. You don't send a bunch of strangers to the Capitol building expecting them to all be good. You don't know who they are.
No, and I agree. Trump has done a lot of bad things, and I understand that, and I will admit that. But I do support some of the things that he has stood staunchly on, and the things that he has stood for that, I mean, he's concrete with, I can go along with and I can agree with. We need to, go back to drilling here in our country for oil and processing our gas rather than depend on other countries. And stuff like fracking and offshore drilling. He's going to support that kind of stuff, and he's going to support keeping the coal industry going. Those are things that I think will greatly benefit us as a country. And my last word to you is thank you for allowing me to voice my opinion, and I've enjoyed what I've seen so far.
Appreciate that, man. Doors always open to you. Thank you. Come on back anytime. Good talk. Thank you. And I want to respond to a comment. By the way, folks, this is how we do it. We are a uncensored program. We don't block, ban, or censor. We enjoy speaking with folks of all opinions. So understand we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everyone gets to speak. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section up to and including the host. Not a snowflake in sight here. So if you favor this type of programming, feel free to follow the program on TikTok or subscribe on YouTube if you will. Monday through Friday is when we're generally here. So if this is what you favor, feel free to drop a subscription. In the comments real quick, when I was talking to my last guest, JC Basson says, show me a politician that has not done bad things. That's not a good outlook on this. That would be like you punch your wife in the face, and while you're in jail getting processed, you're defending yourself by telling the cop, show me a man that hasn't occasionally took a swing at. That's not a defense. The fact that somebody else did something bad as well. That's not okay. So are they all allowed to do it then? That's not a defense. Okay, he did something bad. Yeah, they all do something bad. What happened to, I like Trump because he's not a typical politician. All of a sudden he's doing bad. Every time something goes wrong, well, they all do it. He wasn't supposed to be one of them. He was supposed to drain the swamp. He was supposed to be a new guy, an outsider. But now all of a sudden, anytime he does something wrong, you start using the insiders to defend him. As if he's just another politician. Real quick, looking in the comments, I wanted to play a quick video. I'm curious to hear this because I think this goes to what me and my last caller was talking about. And I believe this might be something that a lot of Americans, particularly some of you folks that are watching right now, do not know. While I'm playing this, I'm going to ask that you tap the screen on TikTok. I don't know if we'll reach 100,000, but I think we can reach 90 if you guys show the program some love. TikTok, tap the screen, smash that like button on YouTube. I want you to hear this, and I'm kind of hearing this with you. But thank you for tapping the screen on TikTok. At least 90K, make that happen.
The three people are a total joke. They're a joke. They're a laughing stock.
Some Republican Party state officials are canceling GOP primaries and caucuses for the 2020 election. So far, Nevada, South Carolina, Arizona, and Kansas have nixed plans to hold these events. This means that residents of these states will not have the option to vote for President Trump's Republican primary challengers, Joe Walsh, Mark Sanford, and Bill Weld. This is especially significant in South Carolina and Nevada, two of the earliest voting states in the primary election cycle. Winning primaries and caucuses here is key for any candidate seeking their party's nomination.
I would say this, they're all at less than 1%. I guess it's a publicity stunt.
While the move clearly benefits Trump by eliminating his competitors from these early ballots, canceling primary elections is actually common. The decision to hold a primary or caucus is ultimately left up to the party officials in that state. There are several instances of state party leadership making the decision to forego their nominating contests during a sitting incumbent's re-election year. This happened in 1992, during President George H.W. Bush's re-election bid. 8 states canceled their Republican primaries and caucuses. His son, who faced no major challengers, received the same treatment during his re-election campaign in 2004, when 10 states canceled their primaries. And it happens on both sides of the aisle. When President Barack Obama ran for a second term in 2012, 10 states canceled Democratic primaries and caucuses. As for the 2020 primary season, President Trump has said that canceling these elections will save states money.
And those 4 states don't want to waste their money. Having primary campaigns and having a primary election is very expensive.
His primary opponents see it differently.
South Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, and Kansas. I mean, think about this, Anderson. They are denying Americans the right to vote.
The odds of these candidates securing the 2020 Republican nomination are slim. And without primaries or caucuses in key states, they're looking at even more of an uphill battle.
Think about that the next time you hear anybody say it was wrong for Kamala Harris to just be put up there and the people didn't get a vote. Just think, that was my first time ever hearing that. I had never heard that
Mr.
before.
Beat presents.
But that shows that it's happened before, and it happened even under Trump's watch. People had no option to vote. They were just giving Trump, regardless of whether they wanted him or not. So think about that, because that is something you heard throughout the 2024 election. You heard that throughout, that Kamala Harris and the Democrats were wrong, and they were preventing democracy by just putting her up there. Well, it's happened before, and it's happened often. That is not something unique or something that is, going against democracy that was unique with the Kamala Biden administration. You get Trump what did Trump say? They're going to lose anyway. What did he just say? Pretty much, they don't deserve to be the run. They don't have a chance to win anyway.
The 3 people are a total joke. They're a joke. They're a laughing stock.
Some Republicans.
That's 3 people that were going to run against him. They got no chance to run against him because he believes they were quote unquote a joke. Now, they may have been a joke. I get it. But if you want democracy, they should have been able to run. Like I said, this should cease any more of that talk about it was wrong for the Democrats not to have a primary. It's wrong for him to do it too, huh? Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 83,000. I'm not going to get 90, so you know how that works. Kamala drives a car descent. What does that say? Kamala drives a car descent, make her a race car. Huh? I don't get what you're trying to say there. But Trump was actually at the top of the ticket, though. You're trying to pretend it's the same, but it's not. I'm trying to pretend like people wanted to run for office and they were prevented from legally doing so. That's it. That's it. You don't have a right to prevent other people from running. That's it. The people get to speak. You're saying that Trump was at the top of the ticket. Maybe one of them other ones could have won and got up to the top of the ticket. Remember when Obama won in 2008, Hillary Clinton was the one that was supposed to win. Well, 2007, rather. He won the national election in 2008, but the primary, Hillary Clinton was the one that was supposed to get it. So if Hillary Clinton had did to the Democrats what Trump you would have never known about Obama. Being at the top of the ticket don't excuse that, but what he did. And he got nothing, whether the people get to vote or not has nothing to do with who's at the top of the ticket. What are you saying? The person at the top of the ticket can deny everybody a chance to run? What he did was wrong. Looking in the comments, I don't know, it says Mr. Imp says, if you can't show something fucked up Trump or his kids have done, then fuck you. And he uses the N-word. Now I'm assuming that person is African-American. Not very loving, I get it. I mean, like I said, I'm okay with the criticism, but I will have to take you out of the chat if you're using the N-word in the chat. So I'll leave you in there for now. I don't believe in block banning or censoring. You can be critical, but he said if you can't show something fucked up Trump or his kids have done, then fuck. What do you think I'm showing you now? Are you deaf? What I'm showing you right now on the screen is something fucked up that Trump did. Let me know when you graduate out of third grade and I'll holler at you in fourth. It's on the screen. You literally interrupted me to tell me to do what I was in the process of doing when you came in here. Okay. Anyhow, see how see how Trump's got people talking. Yeah, Trump gets people talking. I do. That's how it goes. I mean, he literally interrupted me, said, show me something Trump did that's fucked up while I'm showing you something that Trump did that's fucked up. Yikes. We got more gays for Trump coming in. I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me, gay people voting for Trump. I mean, Trump is about states' rights. And there's a whole lot of states that would roll back gay marriage if they had a chance. I'm certain of that. There's a whole lot of states that would do that. Trump stole from charities for vets, children with cancer, and puppies. Damn, Chris. That bad, huh? Yikes. Ouch. Somebody just got clowned, says Carby D. He tried to clown me, I guess. Like I said, this is a free speech program. You're not going to, everything we say is not going to be bashing Trump or bashing the liberals. There's plenty of opinions to go around. I don't think everything Trump has did is wrong. I don't think everything the liberals do is right, and vice versa. So some people favor echo chambers. I can't hate on that. If you like hearing media that speaks the way you favor, then so be it. This is not the right place to be. I mean, there are plenty of places you can go where everybody is bashing Trump or everybody's wearing a red hat and talking about liberal tears. This just does not happen to be that place. We criticize equally. That's how we say it. A sub that says Joe Buck. Appreciate the subs. You folks are showing your boys some love. Appreciate that. Monday through Friday is when you'll find us here. So I do appreciate the sub. Thank you. He didn't do it though. The state parties got to decide. It's still the Republican Party going against democracy. And by the way, you're saying Trump didn't do it. You see him here. You think he had any problem with it? He's obviously in favor of preventing them from voting. I mean, you see him on the screen doing it. He didn't do it. The state primaries got to decide. It's fine foregoing primaries for the sitting president. But it ain't fine foregoing primaries for the sitting president. Are you making this up as you go along? No, it ain't especially a controversial like president like Trump. There were plenty of Republicans that would have wanted to vote for somebody else. It ain't fine to do it for a sitting president. The people should get to vote in every election. Fine doing it for a sitting president. They have been trying to prevent him from voting or running. They tried to put him in jail and it backfired. He's in office again. So perhaps you're right. I don't know though. I don't, if they didn't charge Trump, let's say Trump didn't face any of those indictments. You think he would have lost? I don't think the indictments, I believe what the indictments and the charges did is it strengthened the love for Trump among people that already were going to vote for him. I don't think that, take away the 91 indictments, I think Trump still wins under the same circumstances where Kamala Harris gets 107 days to run. That's just not a lot. That's not a lot of time. The indictments didn't help Trump win. They just got him more love and adoration from the people that were going to vote for him anyway. So I think things that may have helped him is Biden's handling of the border, the whole perceived notion that transgender people are going to harm every damn body. That's, policies and issues. But him getting indicted, him getting shot at, you think take away the indictments, take away the assassination attempts, and suddenly he's going to lose? No, I don't think so. 107 days, yeah, but she had 4 years of vice president. 4 years of vice president not knowing she was going to be running for president at the end of it. She's running for vice president. She's not campaigning for the nation's highest office. Biden was going to do that. Not to mention Biden had been campaigning up to that point. Notice how people see Trump as a successful president that led this country down the right direction, but they're not giving Mike Pence credit for shit. Why do Kamala Harris, why is she expected as VP to do all this great stuff? You feel like Trump had one of the best presidencies in recent, and you're not giving Mike Pence credit for a damn thing. Yet there's these demands of, well, what did Kamala Harris do as VP? What did Mike Pence do as VP? You're not even giving him credit for anything. And you enjoyed his administration, so why should Kamala Harris be responsible for all of this positive output? Vice presidents don't do any of that. They are simply there for the most part as a backup should something happen to the president. They get a few minor duties, but it's not much. Like I said, Mike Pence ain't known for a bunch of shit. He ain't known for accomplishing a whole lot. I don't know what Biden under Obama was known for. I don't remember Al Gore being known. Al Gore is probably known more for his movie Inconvenient Truth and his talk about climate change, which happened after he left office, than anything he did while in office. The only other thing he's known for is the hanging chads incident. Al Gore ain't known for shit while he was vice president. Most vice presidents are not known for much. So why is Kamala Harris expected to be known for all these great things? I mean, give me some legislation or something that Mike Pence did that was so great. That dude went from rally to rally talking about how great Trump was until all of a sudden they didn't like him. That was it. That was it. Mike Pence's history will probably be more of the quotes he started giving once he got ostracized from Trump and began saying he would probably be known more for that little bit of span of time than he will be known for what he did in the Trump campaign. I don't know why Kamala Harris was expected to do so much. None of her predecessors were known for doing much. Dan Quayle was known for, he was known for misspelling potato. What he known for also criticizing Murphy Brown? I'm telling my age here, but there was a sitcom. I think Murphy Brown was a sitcom featuring a woman that was a single mom. Now that's how far back this shit goes. That at that time you got a vice presidential candidate, or what was he? He's actually criticizing her for being on TV as a single mom, showing that a mom could do it by herself. That's what he was known for, is the spelling of potato and criticizing Murphy Brown for being a single mom in a sitcom. Finally, a show came around and showed that a woman did not necessarily have to have a husband or a dad home with her. That was like one of the premier, and that's fairly, I mean, it's not like super modern, but it's not that far back. That just shows you how long our country took to get to where it's at. I mean, that's in our lifetime. Anyhow, while Murphy Brown, you're showing your age. Yeah, no, I am. But I do remember it, though. I do remember that. He's known for Murphy Brown and misspelling the word potato. And that's really about it. Who was Ronald Reagan's? George H.W.? I don't remember George H.W. being known for, he ain't known for nothing even as president. So other than read my lips, no new taxes, and the first war, George H.W. was not known for anything. Anyhow, you know what time it is. I appreciate the 90. We got up to 90. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for tapping the screen. And for you folks that did sub, we'll be back tomorrow, New Year's Eve. 3 weeks. 3 weeks until Trump becomes president. Kind of reminds me of the old, what was the movie with Schwarzenegger, Get Your Ass Back to Mars? He was on Mars and a woman, 2 weeks and her face comes apart. 3 weeks until Trump. I don't know if any of you folks have seen that movie, but 2 weeks, she keeps going 2 weeks, she freaks out and her face comes in. Just 3 weeks until Trump becomes our president officially. Should be interesting. Now remember, he needs Total Recall. Somebody does remember it. Body Snatcher. That is the movie. 2 weeks. 2 weeks in her face. Yeah. Can we disagree on a lot of things, but I do really enjoy your channel. JC, that's all I ask. It's not about agreeing or disagreeing. You can tear me a new one. You have the right to do so. I believe everyone has the right to speak, and we will always entertain that as far as the apps will let us. So that's all you don't have to agree with a damn thing said here. In fact, come on, state your opinion. We'll challenge it and see where it goes. If I have to concede, I will. But I'll put up a good fight. And oftentimes the comment section does the same thing. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Thank you, JC. Showing the program some love. Catch you guys manana on the other side. Y'all take care. Have a good night. Same on my YouTube audience, my YouTube horizontal. See you tomorrow. YouTube vertical, real quick. I got to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. And I appreciate you saying it. Thank you, Julie. I'm not going to pronounce that right. Roke. Hitler 2.0 will be sworn. Jesus Christ, Angelo says Hitler 2.0 will be sworn in 2 weeks. Oh my God, that's scary. I see virtual. You all so knew was Total Recall, and so did Joe. If you would have said the woman with the three, yeah, man, I got three. What is it? I got 5 kids to feed. Yeah, Total Recall, the woman. You make me wish I had 3 hands. I do. Yeah, Total Recall. That is what the guy used to say. Hey, he kept saying, man, I got 5 kids to feed. And the girl has 3 tits. He goes, maybe you make me wish I had 3 hands. Trump sucks and so do Republicans, says Virtual. Give him time. You got to see. Haven't fucked my cousin, I swear. Joe, tell him something. Joe, it's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll catch y'all tomorrow.